Chapter 121. A Fierce Battle. Because of the pain and waking up with a start, the crocodile-head hammer-tailed boa, upon seeing the strong life-white rhinoceros ramming a hole into its body, angrily swung its bone hammer at the strong life-white rhinoceros, causing the entire strong life-white rhinoceros to fly into the air. After flying no less than 20 meters, it fell with a loud bang. The crocodile-head hammer-tailed boa then madly used its hammer-tail, torso, and even its head to continuously strike the wooden wall. Bang, bang, bang. The wooden wall could not bear such a heavy burden. It quickly groaned as great amounts of cracks rapidly spread through the tree trunks. Some of them even splintered and splashed sawdust. Allowing it to wreak havoc would quickly devastate the wooden wall. "Cover me!" Zongyi shouted. At this moment, his plan to challenge Zhen Ren was thrown to the back of his mind. With his full-body steel armor and a thick rope around his waist, he jumped from the top of the wooden wall. While still in the air, Zongyi brandished his gigantic bone-white hammer and ferociously smashed the crocodile-head hammer-tail boa. The crocodile-head hammer-tail boa suddenly opened its bloody mouth and raised its head. It wanted to swallow Zongyi. "Lord Zongyi!" Triple Blade cried out in alarm. Time seemed to slow as the distance between Zongyi and the crocodile-head hammer-tail boa closed. Zongyi could see every detail of the crocodile-head hammer-tail's head, even the shredded meat between its teeth. All could be seen clearly. This brute responded so quickly. Zongyi bit his jaw. He could not avoid it in the air, and without battle key, he could only be swallowed and skewered by the crocodile-head hammer-tail boa's teeth. But at that moment, 2 arrows brushed past Zongyi and accurately shot out the crocodile-head hammer-tail boa's eyes, completely blinding it. "Zhen Ren, thanks for the timely assistance." Zongyi's heart was exultant, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He didn't need to turn his head. He knew that besides Zhen Ren, no one in the camp could shoot like this. Zongyi was no exception. As it turns out, when Zhen Ren saw Zongyi jump off to beat the crocodile-head hammer-tail boa, he knew it was anything but reassuring. He learned many things from Kang Xu. The crocodile-head hammer-tail boa's eyes were special. Their visual abilities were very strong, especially when observing things at the water's surface while submerged. Crocodiles didn't need to turn their head, only their eyes, to detect any movement on the water's surface. Crocodiles relied on this ability to find prey. When Zongyi jumped down to attack, it immediately triggered the crocodile-head hammer-tail boa's instinct. It did not think as it moved to feed and bite down. When the crocodile-head hammer-tail boa's eyes were shot blind, its attack immediately collapsed. With its head falling to the ground, it constantly twisted and rolled, creating a large dust cloud. Zongyi dropped into the dust cloud and struck the center of the crocodile-head hammer-tail boa's skull. With a loud bang, the crocodile-head hammer-tail boa seemed to be struck by a meteor, with the force of the impact embedding its head into the ground. The crocodile-head hammer-tail boa stopped, moved as blood began to flow from its nostrils and eye sockets. Its head was the summit of an astonishing indentation. But its life aura was still distinct. It was not dead yet. Zongyi looked down at his hand. Although his hands wore gloves, he knew his perlicue had split open. The gigantic, bone-white hammer shaft also had a large crack in it. That strike had all of Zongyi's strength in it. It really was too vicious. This thing is nearly unusable. Zhang Yi curled his lip, then strutted forward. The crocodile head hammertail boa had lost its fighting strength, and Zhang Yi threw it to the back of his mind. Several monkey-tail brown bears climbed out of the pitfalls and charged at Zhang Yi. "Come at me!" With the gigantic hammer in hand, Zhang Yi did not dodge or flee. He resolutely charged. Then, he and a monkey-tail brown bear ruthlessly crashed into each other. The bloody stimulation and sincere fighting fired up the men watching the spectacle. Zhang Yi revealed inhuman dauntlessness. Even if there were many enemies, he still defeated many monkey-tail brown bears and lowered the vigor of these silver magic beasts to rock bottom. "I'm afraid the bloodline of this guy is remarkable. His cultivation is at least at the silver level." As Zhen Ren took in all of Zhang Yi's fight, his heart was inevitably stunned. Zhang Yi's display of power, regardless of whether it was strength, nimbleness, or martial skill, surpassed Zhen Ren's human form. "If I don't have strange winning strategy like discharging electricity, it would be difficult for me to beat Zhang Yi." Zhen Ren clearly contrasted their battle strengths in his heart. "Pull Lord Zhang Yi up quickly." Zhang Yi fought lustily for a good while. With one person's strength, he beat back more than 10 silver-level magic beasts and saved the camp gate for the time being. But in that short period, he was already spent. Seeing Zhang Yi give the return signal, Triple Blade immediately ordered the surrounding people to start winching him up together. As the winch rotated, the hemp rope winded. One end of the hemp rope was around Zhang Yi. Thus, the rope around Zhang Yi carried him back up. No one felt curious or surprised because Zhang Yi had already practiced this fighting style a few times publicly. This tactic suited Zhang Yi, but for others it did not. Because Zhang Yi had full-body steel armor, even if iron arrows were shot at him, the iron arrows typically could not penetrate the steel armor. With this durable layer of defense, arrows were unlikely to injure Zhang Yi. He had the capital to fight alone. As expected, this is what happened when it was carried out. Of the arrows that hit Zhang Yi, all without exception were blocked by the steel armor. The other iron arrows pierced the bodies of the silver-level magic beasts. Ma Ban's crossbows and iron arrow curtain combined together had impressive might. Many silver-level magic beasts that had their bodies filled with arrows were no longer as brave and fierce as before. Belp, belp, belp. Dog barks disseminated out of the forest. A small group of bat monkeys suddenly flew over the battlefield. They did not get too close, because the smoke surrounding the camp was very troublesome. From a distance, the bat monkeys seemed to have something in their hands. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The things tossed, smashed into the ground, and immediately broke into pieces. From within flew a great amount of poisonous bees. It was fire poison bees. The fire poison bees immediately threw themselves at the bonfires. The bonfires could not be extinguished. If that happened, people could not see anything, making this battle hopeless. They really do have fire poison bees. Zidi snorted in the camp, however, she was not flustered. On the contrary, she looked forward to something. Release soot. Zhen Ren decisively ordered on the wooden wall. When the fighters guarding the bonfires heard this command, they immediately fished out a small potion bottle from their bosom. They dumped the potion onto the collapsing bonfires. The camp was quickly enveloped in a different smoke. Quickly, put a wet cloth on your nose and mouth, Yuan loudly warned. Ever since ZD and Zhen Ren learned blue dog fox wolves had control over the artificial magic beasts, they immediately realized the reason why the fire poison bees specifically attacked her exploration team, and nodded. After suffering that bloodshed, ZD prepared a specialized soot compound to deal with fire poison bees. As the fire poison bees flew through the smoke, everything still seemed normal at first. But quickly, the accumulated soot reached a qualitative change. The greasy smoke covered the fire poison bees' wings. The more fiercely the fire poison bees flapped, the more soot adhered to their wings, making them ever slower. Each and every fire poison bee fell to the ground or onto the wooden wall. After waiting for a long time, everyone simultaneously brandished their weapons and cleaned out the fire poison bees. A wolf howled in the forest before them. The frontal blue dog fox wolf exhausted its strategies, yet it could not break through the gate. This wolf howl notified its companion. As a result, just as the wolf howl was overlooked, the camp's flank immediately suffered an attack. It was the same as what Zhen Ren warned of earlier. This magic beast corps were the elites. Shoot! Bao Ya led a small 5-man squad. They had been waiting for a long time. These 5 individuals were selected carefully. Each was an excellent archer. Altogether, there were 6 men, and each had a rapid-fire crossbow. The rapid-fire crossbows created an astonishing arrow curtain, and the concentrated arrow curtain caused the many invading flying squirrels to back off, greatly obstructing their military offensive. Bark, bark, bark. The blue dog fox wolf gave a new order, causing the flying squirrels to scatter. There were no more concentrated assaults. Bao Ya and the others scowled. The pressure on them increased sharply while their casualty-inflicted rate slid rapidly. Bao Ya's group only had 6 people. Even if they had rapid-fire crossbows, they had to stop shooting when they needed to install an arrow box. There really were too many flying squirrels. Bao Ya and the others could not shoot them all. Their fluster was gradually giving way to occupation. The flank is far from good. I need to help them. Zhen Ren used ultrasound to examine the entire battlefield. You can go, don't worry. Zhongji nodded as he panted. Zhen Ren left the gate defense to Zhongji. He then immediately dashed to the flank. The flying squirrels are charging the wall. Zhen Ren's pupils resolutely contracted. No one could stop these flying squirrels. Don't speak of Bai Ya and the others. The enemy could easily break through the entire camp's defenses. God, my master, Grand Emperor Sheng Ming, I ask you to grant me power. Allow me to fight to the death without retreating. Allow me to practice your words. Zhen Ren purposely prayed loudly. However, he hadn't even finished his prayer when a flying squirrel interpreted him. It was a magic beast flying squirrel. If it discharged electricity while biting, it would kill an ordinary person. Fuck off. Zhen Ren roared. The mighty voice surged to create a translucent sound wave that dispersed around Zhen Ren's heart, causing all of the invading flying squirrels hit by the halo to lose consciousness. Since Zhen Ren could secretly transform his body's internals to produce ultrasound waves, imitating the bat monkey sound wave attack was easy for him. Get lost. Die. Kill, 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 kill. Zhen Ren, with the rapier in hand, walked back and forth along the wooden wall. As long as there were flying squirrels approaching, he would immediately roar at them and cause them to lose consciousness. His lordship's prayer was effective again. We have a Templar knight. These squirrels are dying, all thanks to his lordship's halo's rapid attacks. On the wooden wall, the spirits of Bao Ya and the others were greatly roused. Bark, bark, bark. The blue dog fox wolf issued another order. All of the flying squirrels targeted Zhen Ren. For a moment, Zhen Ren could only warily respond, for at this moment, the blue dog fox wolf suddenly scuttled out of the woods and started climbing the wooden wall. No one knew how it climbed the wall as if it were treading on level land, but combined with its speed that made it seem like blue lightning, it climbed to the top of the wooden wall in but a few breaths. The blue dog fox wolf bared its teeth and ferociously pounced at Zhen Ren. It knew Zhen Ren was the most crucial person. As long as it killed him, it would win this battle. Chapter 122. This is a human? This was Zhen Ren's third confrontation with a blue dog fox wolf. The young knight felt surprised the blue dog fox wolf could be so suicidal. Zhen Ren narrowed his eyes and focused all of his attention on his enemy, his train of thought flickering like lightning. Until now, blue dog fox wolves would always hide and rely on the forest to protect themselves. I did not expect it to be so courageous now. No, this kind of magic beast has always been ruthless. At the time, that blue dog fox wolf also personally attacked ZD's rescue team. It seems the blue dog fox wolf felt its gathering of other magic beasts was required before it engaged. It's like what ZD said before, that pursuing blue dog fox wolf utilized a poisonous bee swarm. Hold one, when I saw the blue dog fox wolves previously, why did both have a magic beast core? Just as this question rose up, Zhen Ren immediately pushed it back down into his heart. Because this blue dog fox wolf pounced already. Zhen Ren immediately rolled to avoid the blue dog fox wolf's pounce. But just as the blue dog fox wolf flew over Zhen Ren, it ferociously swept its tail and struck Zhen Ren's back. Zhen Ren felt as if his back had been hit by an iron hammer. What hit me? Zhen Ren continued to roll. Then he reduced his momentum and immediately knelt on the ground. I obviously got out of the way. Zhen Ren was confused. The wooden wall was narrow and there wasn't much space to maneuver. His roll had already taken him to the edge of the wooden wall. Zhen Ren's gaze focused on the blue dog fox wolf's posterior, that fluffy tail. That thing can be regarded as a weapon? Zhen Ren realized. Blue dog fox wolves had a high human-like intelligence, to the extent that its level of body development was also high. Its foxtail was not the blue dog fox wolf's conventional weapon. Instead, it should be considered a weak point. But through meticulous training, the blue dog fox wolf turned it into a weapon. If the blue dog fox wolf was perhaps dealing with strong life white rhinoceros and so on, its tail would be useless. But when dealing with Zhen Ren, a human, in particular one without the aid of battle ki, the blue dog fox wolf's tail was stronger and harder than this human. Zhen Ren coldly snorted and secretly activated the core. After a moment, red light bubbled from inside his body, transforming his bones and muscles into that of a monkey-tail brown bear's. The blue dog fox wolf stared. It felt the youngster had changed somewhat, but as it carefully watched, it saw nothing change. The blue dog fox wolf attacked again. Its lightning speed made it appear light blue lightning, and in nearly a blink, it was in front of Zhen Ren. Zhen Ren raised silver lightning and used it to firmly block the blue dog fox wolf. The always successful blue dog fox wolf's attacks were blocked by the slender rapier. Just as it felt stunned, Zhen Ren's fist swept across it. Thump. His fist smashed the blue dog fox wolf's ear. The incredible power of the blow caused it to fly away. After the blue dog fox wolf rolled 3 times on the wooden boards, it immediately stood back up. As it stood on 4 feet, its head was constantly swaying. It was dizzy. Bark, bark. The blue dog fox wolf snarled at Zhen Ren as it revealed a very human expression of shock. Was this, human? Zhen Ren appeared to be a young, immature human. How could he have such powerful strength? Hearing the blue dog fox wolf snarl, the surrounding flying squirrels charged at Zhen Ren from all directions. Zhen Ren deeply breathed. His 2 lungs had transformed into bat monkey lungs, and for a split second, Zhen Ren's chest swelled because of the great amount of air he took in. Fuck alls. Zhen Ren suddenly opened his mouth. His roar evoked a translucent ripple in the air all around him. The attacking flying squirrels simply brought their own destruction onto themselves. Most of them fell to the ground with the comparatively stronger ones shrieking and rolling. While the majority of them lay motionless, they were not unconscious but dead. Zhen Ren waved silver lightning in the twinkling of the blade. Flying squirrels bawled. Seeing Zhen Ren harvest the flying squirrels' lives, the blue dog fox wolf charged at Zhen Ren again. Zhen Ren raised the rapier and stood his ground. But this time the blue dog fox wolf did not jump at him. It remained on the wooden planks. As the distance between both parties swiftly decreased, Zhen Ren suddenly swung the rapier down. The blue dog fox wolf suddenly ducked to dodge the rapier, and with its belly nearly touching the wooden planks, it ran behind Zhen Ren's back. Hearing the wolf roar explode behind him, Zhen Ren turned around while cutting across with the rapier. But the strike hit only air. Just the blue dog fox wolf howling forced Zhen Ren to swing. After Zhen Ren swung the rapier and used his strength, a weak point arose for a split second. The blue dog fox wolf's eyes seemed to flash green. This was its true pounce. Fighting this brute feels like fighting a martial master. Zhen Ren's heart greatly shook. The blue dog fox wolf had created and seized the opportunity. There was no time for him to dodge. At that crucial moment, Zhen Ren raised his left arm as a shield to protect his neck from the blue dog fox wolf's bite. Seeing Zhen Ren give up his left arm, the flying blue dog fox wolf opened its big mouth excitedly. Then, it ruthlessly bit down on Zhen Ren's left arm. Its full mouth of sharp teeth could shatter even an iron helmet. However, Zhen Ren's left arm was not broken by its bite. Instead, several of the blue dog fox wolf's teeth snapped. As it turns out, at that crucial moment, Zhen Ren covered his left arm in a layer of tenacious silver-level scorpion carapace. The pain of breaking several teeth made the blue dog fox wolf's body tremble, but the silver-level magic beast's vicious nature was aroused even more. With a mouthful of blood, it rigidly bit into Zhen Ren's left arm with the momentum of its body knocking Zhen Ren down. Zhen Ren and the blue dog fox wolf had been fighting on the wooden wall, but as one bit the other's left arm, they fell off of it. "Ah, Lord Zhen Ren!" Baoya cried out in alarm. He followed them down at once. On the ground, he saw Zhen Ren get up. "Damn it, it ran away while on my sword." Zhen Ren violently coughed as he looked at the blood-stained trail the blue dog fox wolf left behind. It had disappeared between some tents. Of course, falling from a high place was not good. The blue dog fox wolf believed it used its silver-level vitality to bully Zhen Ren. But Zhen Ren had bare bones and flesh, and so while falling he seized that opportunity to run his rapier through the blue dog fox wolf's belly and back. Good sword. It's a pity it did not pierce the blue dog fox wolf's vertebrae. I must find it. A wounded magic beast is more dangerous. Beya, stay behind to purge any remaining flying squirrels. Zhen Ren loudly ordered Beya, I will pursue that blue dog fox wolf. If this flank is secured, go assist Zongyi at the main gate. At this stage, the blue dog fox wolf's focused attack against the camp's flank had already been neutralized. The flying squirrels were completely restrained by Zhen Ren's roars. They couldn't even display a tenth of their strength. The fleeing blue dog fox wolf was the last trouble. I understand, my lord. Baoya looked at Zhen Ren with admiration as he ran into the distance. At that moment, with a loud bang, the camp gate collapsed. How could this be? All of the other people in the camp turned pale with fright. Something ate Zongyi. Because of this unforeseen event, Zhen Ren also stopped moving. He looked towards the gate while using ultrasound. A pitch-black hole appeared where the gate once was. A yellow-white magic beast was withdrawing back into the dark hole. Zhen Ren barely caught a glance of its silhouette. This silver-level magic beast seemed to be an expert of underground attacks. The blue dog fox wolf had a hidden trump card. I never found it. It must have been always slinking underground. Because the Magic Beast Corps was led by the blue dog fox wolves, they employed all kinds of tactics. Zhen Ren blocked the surprise flank attack but didn't anticipate a subterranean magic beast. Ultrasound readings had their limits. Although it could probe underground, one had better press against the ground. Zhen Ren's probing had always taken place on the tall wooden wall. Even if he pressed up against the ground, he feared that he could not find the trail of this mysterious magic beast in the short term. Because it had dug too deeply. The camp gate collapsed with a loud bang along with a portion of the wooden wall. Although the hole that knocked the gate down was deep, it was not wide. Monkey-tail brown bears, strong life, white rhinoceros, and crocodile head hammer-tail boas could charge into camp. In the camp, there was an additional reserve team. They've come. This giant was getting impatient. The small giant was brandishing a large club, and with a vicious voice, he retaliated, I will give a fervent welcome to this magic beast corps. These silver-level magic beasts had all kinds of injuries, while the small giant was in peak condition. The giant bloodline gave him extraordinary physique and strength, and his sweeping wooden club beat back 2 to 3 monkey-tail brown bears. A strong life, white rhinoceros charged over. This road is blocked. The giant directly resisted it, resulting in his belly being pierced by the rhinoceros horn. The slowest of them, the crocodile head hammertail boa, also came over to twist and squeeze the giant's body. The giant quickly fell into a disadvantageous position as he tangled with the crocodile head hammertail boa. Suddenly, a gigantic arrow shot into the center of the crocodile head hammertail boa's torso. The arrow was very long, longer than a meter. It had an iron arrowhead and was shot with extraordinary force, greater than even Zhen Ren's waist crossbow. Although the crocodile head hammertail boa had thick skin, the arrow still penetrated it. Despite suffering a serious injury, the crocodile head hammertail boa still tenaciously trapped the giant. The giant's cheeks turned red. He already found it difficult to breathe. "Don't hit my son," the boat craftsman shouted from the wooden house. "Do you think I am Muban?" The archer was Hei-Wan. He was operating a ballista. "That's right, it was a ballista." The ballista was naturally built by Muban, and he didn't just build one, but 3. Ballistae were large-scale war arms. Muban was ordered to build them specifically in order to deal with large magic beasts. Unfortunately, the wooden wall did not have the space for a ballista. Its planks could only support people. As a result, the ballistae could only be set up inside the camp. The magic beasts that rushed in after the camp gate were the 3 ballistae's targets. Thump, thump, thump. Large arrows shot out, some piercing monkey-tail brown bears, some scaring strong-life white rhinoceros, and some hitting only air. Shooting a ballista was also very troublesome, and winding it was very inconvenient. Both needed many people. The 3 ballistae had wounded people, winding them with all their strength, despite their injuries. Hei-Wan displayed his formidable archery skill. He was a master marksman. The 3 arrows he shot all hit the crocodile head hammertail boa. Blood from the crocodile head hammertail boa's heavy injuries filled the earth, causing its strength to gradually wane until finally, the giant started to struggle free. The giant used his wooden club to crazily hammer its head until it fell to the ground motionless. The reserve team's good performance soon obstructed the charging magic beasts. "Run for it." At that moment, Zhen Ren quickly came over and yelled at Hei-Wan and the others. Hei-Wan stared blankly for a moment, but soon ran, leaving the ballista without the slightest hesitation. After a moment, the ground split open. A gigantic loach, like monsters sneak, attacked from underground. It didn't seem to have eyes, was completely yellow, had no skin, was greasy all over, and it resembled an enlarged earthworm. In its open mouth was a circle of inseparably close saw-toothed teeth. The monster swallowed the ballista and cut it down with its teeth. After a few breaths, the ballista was sliced into sawdust. Hei-Wan and the others were panic-stricken. If they swallowed, even full armor could not protect them. The subterranean worm quickly chewed up the ballista and dug back underground. In desperation, Zhen Ren could only throw himself at the empty area. When he used ultrasound before finding the blue dog fox wolf, he discovered the mysterious subterranean magic beast. The worm wasn't digging deeper, rather it was digging through a shallow layer of earth. Thus, Zhen Ren warned Hei-Wan and the others in advance, saving their lives. My God! What kind of monster was that thing? This old man almost died. All of the survivors had endless lingering fear. There were still 2 ballistae. However, Hai Wan and the others did not go to them, fearing additional surprise attacks. They were not soldiers, only mercenaries and sailors. None of them had a suicidal or sacrificial mentality. Most crucially of all, the gigantic worm had no warning signs the people could act on. Zhen Ren put his palm onto the ground, slightly opened his mouth, and emitted ultrasound. Found it. After a moment, Zhen Ren felt a mix of fright and anger. The worm was not heading towards the remaining ballistae, but the wooden house. Kang, Xu, Zidai, and some other people were hiding in the wooden house. Zidai, Kang, Xu, run for it. Zhen Ren anxiously roared as he ran towards the wooden house. Zidai, Kang, Xu, and the other people had been observing the outside situation. They, too, saw the gigantic worm. When they heard Zhen Ren's shout, they all ran out of the wooden house without hesitation. Rumble. Just as they ran 20 steps from the wooden house, the gigantic worm attacked again. The renovated wooden house had been reinforced. However, half of it instantly collapsed under the gigantic worm's attack. Zhen Ren and Hai Wan promptly met up with Kang, Xu, Zidai, and the others with them. Zhen Ren continued to charge at the gigantic worm, however the latter escaped. Too cunning. The gigantic worm's disposition seemed different from the other silver-level magic beasts. It liked sneak attacks and disliked direct attacks. Hai Wan, upon seeing Zhen Ren charging again, loudly proposed, "My lord, the camp can't last much longer. We need to break out." Zhen Ren shook his head. The current predicament did not discourage him. Rather, it aroused his fighting spirit. "Hey, you are in charge of breaking out. Protect Zidai, Kang Xu, Muban, and the bow craftsmen. They are important." Zhen Ren's ultrasound found the gigantic worm attacking another ballista. This time, the young knight did not rush at thin air. He used the time the earthworm took swallowing the ballista to deeply stab its lower body. The gigantic worm did not shudder, as if that piercing blow did not exist. It then immediately withdrew back underground with silver lightning. My sword." Yuan was flabbergasted. Zhen Ren then lashed out and reprimanded him. "You still haven't broken them out!" "Let me at it." Zhang Ji rushed over at this moment. "Where is it?" Zhen Ren no longer looked at Hai Wan as he leaned over to put his palm on the ground. His face was discolored as he shook his head. "The divine force within my body is rapidly weakening. I cannot see it as clearly. Hold on." 30 meters that away. Zhang Ji ran there at once as the gigantic worm emerged once more. This time, it wanted to attack a lone and wounded person. The lone and wounded person cleverly rolled forward, dodging the gigantic worm. Zhang Ji smashed down, hitting the center of the worm's head. However, the half-beast man's complexion changed. The flesh he felt was soft and greasy, and due to that, the Bonehammer's attack had weakened severely. Zhang Ji's complexion became grave. He then yelled to Zhen Ren, "The offensive on the camp gate has already stabilized. We must kill this subterranean magic beast." Zhen Ren was still kneeling in the ground, as if using the power of a divine spell to investigate all over. There is also a blue dog foxwolf hidden somewhere in the camp. "I know." Zhang Ji nodded. Because Bai Ya and the others assisted at the camp gate, he knew this information. With the appearance of the subterranean magic beast, Zhang Yi could no longer sit around. He had to assist Zhen Jin. Zhen Jin continued to focus his attention on scouting with ultrasound. Because of his human form and the fact another person was at his side, Zhen Jin could not go all out. At the same time, the efficacy of ultrasound was greatly reduced in underground areas. The large and formidable subterranean magic beast could move underground. It could even be said that prior to its attack, there were no warning signs. But under Zhen Jin's ultrasound, its trajectory appeared. This was not the first time Zhen Jin and Zhang Yi coordinated with each other. As early as when they wanted to purge the Bat Monkey groups, they had coordinated with each other for the first time to deal with a silver-level Bat Monkey. They now coordinated closely, and after a few breaths, their cooperation became a mutual understanding. Each time the gigantic worm attacked, Zhen Jin would first determine where it would be, then Zhang Yi would rush over to beat it. Although Bone White Hammer's attack power was weakened by the gigantic worm's carapace, it could not withstand the increasing number of attacks. As its injuries increased and grew heavier, its actions clearly began to slow down. As Zhen Jin's judgment grew more accurate, Zhang Yi's attacks had more results. After beating back the gigantic worm 3 times, the magic beast fled into the earth's depths, left the camp, and disappeared from Zhen Jin's ultrasound probing range. Nevertheless, fire was spreading in the camp. Fire, fire, fire. Someone cried out in alarm upon discovering it. It's that blue dog fox wolf. It's burning everything with a torch in its mouth. Zhen Jin got up. He had found the blue dog fox wolf earlier, however he did not run after it. The gigantic worm had to be disposed of first. The blue dog fox wolf was lighting everything on fire but wasn't attacking anyone. To Zhen Jin, this was a good thing. Sacrificing the camp one valuable time. As long as the people were still alive, the camp could be rebuilt. I will dispatch of it. You go to the front, said Zhen Jin. Don't try to be brave. You don't even have an inch of steel on you currently. Zhang Yi looked at Zhen Jin, his brows wrinkled. At that moment, a wolf howl came from the main gate. Another magic beast assault. The second blue dog fox wolf also appeared. There were cries of alarm at the main gate. It was clear the blue dog fox wolf knew the gigantic worm had fled. Under the pressure of losing its trump card, it launched a final assault. Zhang Yi's brows wrinkled even tighter. The battle had entered its final phase. The gigantic worm had destroyed the camp's 3 ballistae. While the giant was covered in blood and heavy injuries, he was unable to walk. The camp's reserve team was considered to be done for. Nearly all of their military strength was concentrated at the main gate. At this point in the battle, they were as spent with their strength being at rock bottom. Zhang Yi had to protect these retreating people. The mercenaries and sailors were not a standing army, and even if they were, they would still flee. The effects of the blue dog fox wolf's arson appeared. Not only was the camp burning down, so was the morale of the people. Morale was gloomy. If the situation was not strongly suppressed, these people might desert. One deserter would appear, then a second, and then a third. A rout might happen in the blink of an eye. Of course, at this stage, The magic beast corpse losses were even more disastrous. But the magic beast corps had more power as a whole. They had enough strength for a final assault. I have to return, but what about here? Zhongji hesitated. Zhen Ren coldly snorted. A lack of weapons is not an excuse to avoid combat. It is my prey. You are needed over there. Zhongji's heart trembled with fear. The young knight before him was not clean. He was covered in dirt, and his blonde hair was bathed with sawdust. However, the youngster's blue eyes shined in the flames, revealing his firm and determined will to kill. This was a determined warrior. Zhongji looked at those eyes, and for a split second, time seemed to freeze. This boy is a true man. There was praise in Zhongji's heart. This was a man he could look face to face. There was no need for pity or consideration between men. Only the weak needed such things. Between men, perhaps the only thing needed was trust. Go. Zhongji slightly smiled as his deeply wrinkled brows smoothed out. He brushed past Zhen Ren. If the situation goes south, I will retreat. Fighting these brutes to the death is not worth it. You are a good rival. Don't die. I still plan to swap pointers with you. Zhen Ren glanced at Zhongji and coldly snorted. The two men looked at each other and gradually ran from each other. One towards the gate, and one to the blue dog fox wolf arson. Come, I am here. Zhen Ren quickly appeared before the blue dog fox wolf. The young knight provoked it of his own accord. The blue dog fox wolf dropped the torch. The camp was already on fire. It did not see the rapier that injured it, however it tried to guard against Zhen Ren's attacks. Zhen Ren retreated several times until the blue dog fox wolf came into the wooden house. The wooden house was also on fire. Flames raged everywhere inside it. One human and one wolf confronted each other in a sea of flames. The burning walls exuded thick smoke that obstructed the vision of other humans. Seeing Zhen Ren walk into a predicament, the blue dog fox wolf seemed to think he was drawing from the environment to cause mutual destruction. After a moment, the blue dog fox wolf barked and immediately attacked. After running a few steps, it jumped into the air and pounced at the youngster. This vicious style of attack was the one the blue dog fox wolf was most proficient at. As it targeted the youngster's throat, its sharp teeth seemed to flicker with cold light. Zhen Ren saw the blue dog fox wolf pouncing at him, however he stood in place. After a moment, a red light emerged. The core transformed him. The blue dog fox wolf was just about to bite into Zhen Ren's throat when its eyes suddenly went black. Zhen Ren's head transformed into a crocodile head. His wide mouth was bigger than the blue dog fox wolf's. Then he bit down, crushing the wolf's head and neck in his mouth. Blue dog fox wolf. If it were a human, its heart would have definitely roared, "My might bite." Who bit me? The blue dog fox wolf's neck and head were bitten by the tenacious crocodile teeth. The blue dog fox wolf's eyes looked ahead. It had a good view of something fermenting in Zhen Ren's mouth. Hi, tweet. Crya. Chew. After a moment, a dark green acid bubbled up and shot across the blue dog fox wolf's face. The blue dog fox had no time to close its eyes, thus the acid dissolved them. The acute pain made it howl miserably at the same time, its 4 feet crazily scratched at Zhen Jin's body. Zhen Jin proudly stood in place and did not move. His entire body had bare bones and muscles, with a scorpion carapace covering his skin. All of the blue dog fox wolf's claws bled. It broke through Zhen Jin's crocodile head hammer-tail boa leather armor, but could only leave scars on the scorpion carapace, nothing more. Then, Zhen Jin extended both arms and transformed them into monkey-tail brown bear arms. The core's magic frantically rushed forth, turning Zhen Jin's fingers as red-hot as melted iron. Zhen Jin inserted both hands into the blue dog fox wolf's body. The blue dog fox wolf was a silver-level magic beast, however it could do nothing to resist the claws. Zhen Jin felt he was stabbing craft paper. With just a little strength, he could pierce it. His palms sank deep into the blue dog fox wolf's body. However, there was an even more ruthless attack coming afterwards. After Zhen Jin's bare hands wore off, he transformed again, this time transforming his fingers into blade spider legs. These blades then quickly grew through the blue dog fox wolf's body. In the next moment, the shining sharp blades penetrated the blue dog fox wolf's body, stabbing its heart and backbone. The blades collided with each other, tinkling a few times. As blood spurted out, the blue dog fox wolf's body trembled. It still scratched at Zhen Jin, however, its strength quickly weakened, and after a few breaths, it seemed to weakly caress Zhen Jin's body. After a few more breaths, Zhen Jin opened his mouth, dropping the motionless blue dog fox wolf to the floor. The acid changed its face beyond recognition. Its eyeballs had suffered the most, but it still retained them. Zhen Jin's acid was only at the iron level. The blue dog fox wolf was dead. It seemed to want to howl. It wanted to leave it dying words, however, with Zhen Jin's teeth firmly biting into it. It could only whimper or mournfully howl at best. Its wolf eyes were open wide, as if it was not resigned, and also as if it were shocked. It seemed to still be gazing at Zhen Jin, as if it were heartlessly accusing Zhen Jin, and it seemed to finish a single phrase. "Are you a human?" The flames and thick smoke concealed everything. Red light gushed in the core, forming bloodlines that covered the blue dog fox wolf's body. The blue dog fox wolf faded away, changing into a pile of ash. The wooden house collapsed in a loud bang, forming the largest bonfire. Zhen Jin's whereabouts were unknown. Chapter 123. This is a nightly romance. The raging inferno illuminated the nearby forest. The burning camp was collapsing, occasionally causing rumbles. "The camp is gone," someone said with incomparable dismay as they watched the flames tower over the treetops. Fortunately, the outside wood was preserved. Ban happily said. ZD commanded these people to wrap the giant's wounds. The giant's injuries were severe after stumbling here. He fell unconscious. The bow craftsman was around ZD. He looked at the girl. ZD wanted to say she was only a pharmacist, not a doctor. However, upon seeing the boat craftsman's worried face, she still said, "Be at ease, he has a giant bloodline that gives him a strong recovery ability. With my corresponding medicine, nothing will happen." "That's good, that's good." The boat craftsman spat, his worry gradually retarded. ZD added, "His injuries are simply heavier than last time." For the next half-month he can only recuperate, he cannot move as he wishes. After saying this, ZD questioned the boat craftsman. He has iron-level strength. Why didn't you guys want to train him? If he had gone through even some of the most basic training, he would not have been injured this much. The boat craftsman sighed. My lord, it's not like I didn't want to. But the giant's mind does not function well. Sometimes he goes crazy. When that happens, only I can communicate with him. He does not listen to anyone else. ZD nodded. She understood. As she looked around her, the girl's face slowly grew worried. The person in her heart had not shown up. After parting ways with Zhen Ren, Zhongji came to the gate, a step too slow. The group at the gate already routed. The Blue Dog Fox Wolf led the remaining Magic Beast Corps against them. Luckily, by Zhongji rushing over, the Magic Beast Corps' charge was stopped. Surrounded by layers of magic beasts and fighting the Blue Dog Fox Wolf hand-to-hand, Zhongji's steel armor bled from monkey-tail brown bears and his bone-white hammer shaft broke from the fierce battle. In fact, during the battle, he had already broken a hammer shaft. But Mubane made Zhongji spare shafts. Under the valiant Zhongji's leadership, Triple Blade, Lanzio, and the others dauntlessly attacked the enemy, sinking both sides into a momentary deadlock. But Zhongji knew his side was spent. This was their final stretch. However, the magic beast's strength had been overdrawn. That is why he broke out first. Zhongji used the burning buildings in camp and did everything he could to shake off the pursuing magic beasts. Then Zhongji did his best to save everyone in camp and lead them away. After escaping the camp, Zhongji and his group converged with Heiwan, ZD, Kangexu, and their group. The Magic Beast Corps seemed to temporarily stay in the camp, thus Zhongji sped up the rest and reorganization of the group. At the same time, he ordered Baoyaya to shoot a whistling arrow at fixed intervals. After getting the signal, a dispersed companion would occasionally return to the larger group. Cough, cough, cough. The coughing sound in the forest immediately attracted the attention of everyone. At the next moment, a blood-soaked Zhen Ren slowly came from the forest. It's Lord Zhen Ren. I said he wasn't dead. Master? Lanzio shouted. The first to walk forward was ZD. She supported Zhen Ren with her arm. Zhen Ren was tethering. His entire body was covered in blood, and it seemed his injuries were serious. Everyone looked at the gaze, their pleasant surprise turning into shock and admiration. Zhen Ren's boa leather armor had already changed beyond recognition. Together with the gashes and scars, the youngsters seemed to have fought a thrilling life-and-death battle. As a matter of fact, Zhen Ren's leather chest plate and shoulder pad had been damaged by the Blue Dog Fox Wolf's claws. However, in other places, Zhen Ren actually transformed wolf claws and a wolf head to scratch and tear at them. With the help of the fire, I beat the Blue Dog Fox Wolf, however I couldn't kill it and allowed it to escape. Zhen Ren explained. Don't speak. Let me check your injuries. ZD came to Zhen Ren, her voice choked with emotions. She extended her thin hand and carefully explored Zhen Ren's leather armor. She wanted to take off the dilapidated leather armor, but Zhen Ren stopped her. His body was undamaged, and if the leather armor was taken off, it would be exposed. Give me some potions. I will treat myself. Zhen Jin's tone was resolute. My injuries are not important. Zhang Ji walked over. Regardless of how gallant or fearless a warrior is, they need to learn how to take care of their body. Your sword. Zhang Ji gave the rapier Silver Lightning to Zhen Jin. Zhen Jin took it and inserted it back into its scabbard. Behind Zhang Ji, Triple Blade explained, when the blue dog Fox Wolf at the gate organized a final charge, that gigantic worm also participated. However, it encountered Lord Zhang Ji and was routed once more. It was Lord Zhang Ji who saw the sword stuck in its body. He risked falling into the hole to retrieve this rapier. Zhen Jin nodded. He looked at Zhang Ji. It must have been a marvelous fight. Many thanks. Its return is very timely. Now we can pursue the retreating enemy. Besides Zhang Ji and Kang Exu, the others were gobsmacked. Zhen Jin had one hand on the sword hilt and one hand on his waist. Although his breathing was unsteady, his voice was magnified. Everyone, currently, neither of the two blue dog fox wolves are dead. We cannot ignore them no matter what. Although we purged the surrounding beast groups, the blue dog fox wolves have identified us. As long as they have time, they can replenish their military strength to what appeared today, or even bigger. What I am more worried about is the possibility of these two blue dog fox wolves calling out to others of their kind. If that happens, our troubles will increase to the point where we cannot handle them. At that point, we can only die. Everyone's complexion was ugly. They did not think about this. They only wanted to escape. It was not strange, rather it was human nature. If Zhang Ji and Zhen Jin were not around in today's fight, everyone would have certainly suffered a crushing defeat. The outcome would have been the camp burning, large amounts of casualties, and a surviving magic beast core, each an element that would destroy morale. They could have prepared many days for the battle and done their best, yet defeat was still possible. Thus fear rising in everyone was natural. None of them wanted to think about it. But Zhen Jin's words nevertheless forced this difficult problem back onto everyone. Zhen Jin attempted to boost morale. Everyone, there is no need for fear. Think carefully. The magic beast core still hasn't appeared to pursue us. Aren't they burning to death in a sea of flames? The blue dog fox wolves are cunning. They will absolutely lead them out of the camp. But why aren't they pursuing us? If they were strong, they would have pursued us already. They certainly would not have left us off. However, they did not. This illustrates their weakness and exhaustion. In the eyes of the blue dog fox wolf, the magic beast core is no longer our opponent. They are weak. As long as we rouse our courage and fight with all we got, we can hope to fight our way out. However, everyone remained silent. Wherever Zhen Jin looked, people would lower their heads or look to the side to avoid Zhen Jin's gaze. Zhen Jin's heart could only deeply sigh. After he eliminated the blue dog fox wolf, he observed the status of the gate battle. He wanted to attack the remaining blue dog fox wolf, however, intuition warned him that doing so was very dangerous. Indeed, the blue dog fox wolf had many magic beasts protecting it. After losing contact with the other blue dog fox wolf, it was extremely vigilant. Even if Zhen Jin transformed into a complete magic beast, it would frantically attack if he approached. Zhen Jin did not want to expose too much of his circumstances in front of the blue dog fox wolf. Wolf howls could pass on a lot of information, and he had suffered a lot the first time it had happened. Realizing his prior luring stratagem was ineffective, Zhen Ren decided to not risk it. He instead returned to the large group, wanting to use everyone's strength to reduce the magic beasts near the blue dog fox wolf. It was like he said, the blue dog fox wolf had to be eradicated. If he appeased them, troubles would rapidly increase beyond what Zhen Ren and the others could handle. This is the reason why Zhen Ren lied about the 2 blue dog fox wolves, because even if it burned, there would still be a charred blue dog foxwolf corpse left behind. But in fact, the blue dog fox wolf had been completely converted by Zhen Ren, and without proof, it would be a weak point. To the other people, there seemed to be 2 blue dog fox wolves. After this battle, the cunning of the blue dog fox wolves birthed fear in these people. However, there was only one left. Perhaps if Zhen Ren told the truth, it would alleviate the pressure in the people's hearts. Zhen Ren spat and gazed with incomparable steadiness. Fine, it's your choice. I will not force anyone. Even if it is just me, I will dispose of those blue dog fox wolves. My lord! Zidi cried. The others were also emotionally moved. Master, I ask you to let me meet death with you. Lan Zio's face was serene as he stood at Zhen Ren's side. Zhen Ren nodded to him. Zhongji laughed and smiled. How interesting! I will come too. I will follow your lordship, no matter the place. Triple Blade also stood by them. Lord Zhongyi, Lord Triple Blade. The opinions of the other mercenaries also shifted. Vaya's complexion fluctuated. His heart was struggling. It was extremely dangerous. Although he had once risked his life and saved Kang Xu from the mouth of a green lizard, it had been an impulse from Baiya's heart he did have time to think about. Now that he had adequate time to consider, he realized the dangers. This made him feel great fear. Triple Blade discerned their body language and did not wait for them to speak. You guys don't need to go. We are enough. The situation in the forest is complex. If something happens, we won't have enough time to help. No, don't, Lord Zhen Ren. I ask you to remain here by my side. In a rarely seen act, Zidi blocked Zhen Ren. Until now, this girl never opposed Zhen Ren's decisions. Don't try to persuade me. You should be the one who most understands me. Ignoring them will surely kill us. But if we dispose of them now, at the least, we will have hope. Zhen Ren lovingly gazed at the girl, his heart sighing. He knew the blue dog fox wolf was an enormous psychological shadow over Zidi. With Zhen Ren seemingly injured currently, yet still wanting to bravely pursue the blue dog fox wolf, it made Zidi lose faith. Let me at least heal your injuries. Zidi insisted. I must make every second count. Zhen Ren shook his head. Zidi fixed her eyes on Zhen Ren, and, as if forgetting about everything nearby, tears flowed from her beautiful amethyst eyes. During the time I was gone, Zidi must have been worried for me. Actually, I have enormous confidence, as long as someone attracts the firepower for me. But I cannot tell her these things. I can only allow her to be deeply worried about me. Zhen Ren was also gazing at Zidi. Concealing the truth caused him to feel guilty. In addition, dense affection also rose in Zhen Jin's heart. The next moment, Zhen Jin slowly hugged Zidai. Zidi's body slightly trembled. Zhen Jin put the tip of his nose on Zidai's ear and softly said, "I will return. I guarantee I will return." After saying this, Zhen Jin released Zidi and walked away. Zongyi and the group followed close behind. The others remained silent as they watched the four gradually disappear. "That is a hero." Someone sincerely sighed. Those words touched the depths of Baoya's heart, causing the youngster to roar, "My lord, wait for me!" Baoya rushed out of the crowd. His face no longer had any hesitation. At that moment, the adventurous spirit and honor filled his heart, making him lose reason. "Stop him quickly," ZD immediately ordered. "Give me a break, smelly youngster." Zissou tripped Baoya to the ground. "You are throwing away your life." Baoya stood up. He still wanted to follow Zhen Jin. "I want to become a knight. How can a knight cower?" "Bravery is not stupidity, youngster." Kang Exu sighed. Then he persuaded, "Perhaps one day, you will become a knight. But you are still an ordinary person right now, and that belongs to a knightly romance." Baoya still wanted to speak. "Shut up." Haiwan knocked Baoya unconscious. He looked resentful. Chapter 124. To Save Them or Not. Zhen Jin and the others came into the forest. They seemed to see traces of disorderly beasts, as if the magic beast core had disintegrated. It seemed the blue dog fox wolf had lost control. "How can we pursue?" Zongyi tightly scowled. He was a soldier, not a hunter, and he was no expert at differentiating between beast footprints. Baoya was certainly an expert, but he was too weak. "A remnant of the god's power is still within me. I can barely see it." "The blue dog fox wolf went that way." Zhen Jin had already secretly used ultrasound, thus he now pointed out the correct direction without hesitation. "A remnant of the god's power is still in Zhen Jin?" This kind of concern is extremely unusual. "Zhen Jin, maybe he is not an ordinary Templar knight." Zongyi deeply glanced at Zhen Jin, hiding his amazement in his heart. He had heard from Baoya. Zhen Jin had received a new godly blessing during the battle, making it so his roar could directly make flying squirrels lose consciousness. Everyone ran through the forest. Their pursuit was in full swing. Finding fewer and fewer beast footprints along the journey, Triple Blade felt exultation. It seems the blue dog fox wolf scent has reached its time limit. It cannot constrain the beast groups, and soon it will be alone. It's no wonder that, after they attacked the camp, they did not pursue us and instead wandered off. Lan Zio also guessed. Perhaps the thick smoke lord Zidai's potion made could disturb the blue dog fox wolf scent. A short while later. Overtake it. Zongyi laughed heartily as he charged at the blue dog fox wolf. Seeing the pursuing force, the blue dog fox wolf lost its head out of fear. It then accelerated to escape into the forest. As the pursuit unfolded, Zhen Jin grew hesitant. "I have a bad feeling about this." While running, Zongyi looked at Zhen Jin. He had the same feeling. Suddenly, the blue dog fox wolf stopped running and howled, agitating the forest. Magic beasts, poured out from all directions and surrounded Zhen Ren and the others. It deliberately divided its force, faked the scattering of the beast groups. Then it showed weakness to lure us in so it could surround us. Zhongji growled, his expression heavy. Lan Ziao and Triple Blade had ugly complexions. They had not foreseen the blue dog fox wolf scheme. First we break out, then we shall counterattack. Zhen Ren shouted. Their current formation was too unfavorable. His ultrasound had probed everything. Nothing was unexpected. Zhongji took the lead, with his white bone hammer whistling in the wind. Zhen Ren was at his side with the sharp silver lightning. With their attacks combined, the ring surrounding them immediately destabilized. These magic beasts had just gone through a battle and hadn't had the time to rest and reorganize. Every single one of them had injuries. Triple Blade and Lan Ziao were somewhat weaker, but with Zhen Ren and Zhong Gi looking after them, all four broke out of the encirclement. If there were more people, I wouldn't have been able to look after all of them. Zhong Gi spat. Horrifying. This blue dog fox wolf still schemed against us. It purposefully divided its force. If we pursued with a large force, with different individual speeds, we would have lost our formation, thus taking disastrous casualties. Triple Blade had post-traumatic stress. Zhen Ren's expression was as heavy as iron. Leaving this kind of opponent alive will cause extreme trouble and worry for us. I must eliminate it. I'm afraid this is our final chance. That's right. Zhongji's will was also resolute. The four people reorganized their formation and continued the pursuit. Against the assembled Magic Beast Corps, they could rely on Zhen Ren's ultrasound to fight like gorillas and eradicate the Magic Beast Corps' outer strength. The Magic Beast Corps also had bat monkeys, and every time Zhen Ren and the others attacked, they would guard against them in advance. But at the Magic Beast Corps' weakest side, they didn't have any long-range firepower. Zhen Ren and the others had crossbows and many arrows. They avoided close quarters fighting with the Magic Beast Corps. Instead, after getting close enough, they would shoot at them. When the Magic Beast Corps counterattacked, they ran away. The Magic Beasts were extremely tired. They could not run at peak speed. Even if they overtook Zhen Ren and the others, the Magic Beast's formation would inevitably become disorderly, allowing Zhongji and Zhen Ren to meet them head-on and kill them. In the end, although the blue dog fox wolf was cunning, the intelligence of the other magic beasts was lacking. The blue dog fox wolf could not pass down precise or specific orders. It could not keep the magic beasts in formation after they charged. Doing this, Zhen Ren and the others only paid with arrows, while the Magic Beast Corps paid with their lives. Finally, the blue dog fox wolf knew the battle was lost, and with some elites, it sped up its escape into the forest. It left the weak, old, young, and injured to obstruct Zhen Ren and the others. The four of them attempted to take a detour. However, the magic beasts left behind also followed. The blue dog fox wolf's scent made them loyal and devoted. They had no thoughts for personal safety as they intercepted the four people. Zhongji grew impatient. He then took the lead and charged forward. After some close-quarter killing, the four managed to barely break through the defensive line. There were still some relatively quick and annoying magic beasts behind them. My lords, continue pursuing. We will lead these magic beasts away. Triple Blade loudly proposed while running. They had already procrastinated enough. Zhongji and Zhen Ren agreed in a flash. Triple Blade and Lan Ziao left and attracted the magic beast's attention. Zhongji and Zhen Ren continued their pursuit. After sensing the situation, the blue dog fox wolf left magic beasts behind to constantly obstruct them. If this continues, the blue dog fox wolf will escape. We need to separate two, said Zhen Ren. Zhongji hesitated for a moment. The blue dog fox wolf still had some military strength by its side. With just Zhen Ren or himself alone, they would not be its match. But Zhongji still nodded. Regardless of who overtakes the blue dog fox wolf first, just focus on entangling it. Wait until backup arrives before attacking it. Zhen Ren nodded. The two humans rapidly separated. A strong life white rhinoceros charged at Triple Blade and Lan Ziao. Lan Ziao was entangled with flying squirrels and was about to be run over by the strong life white rhinoceros. Leaves. Triple Blade shoved Lan Ziao out of the way in time. Lan Ziao was caught off guard. He cried out in surprise and rolled 3 times, avoiding the rhinoceros. But now the goblin Triple Blade stood where he was. The silver-level magic beast's physique was lofty, while the goblin's was short and small. Just as the rhinoceros was about to collide, Triple Blade suddenly crouched into a small ball and rocked in place. As the rhinoceros charged through, Triple Blade still remained where he was. He had perfectly dodged the rhinoceros' hooves. Amazing. Upon seeing this, Lan Ziao could not help but show shock and admiration. But at the next moment, a crocodile-head hammer-tail boa swept in, causing Lan Ziao and Triple Blade to flee once more. Against these magic beasts, they were somewhat weak. Triple Blade was fine, but Lan Ziao nearly died a few times already. Go assist your master. I will stall here. Triple Blade shouted. Lan Ziao hesitated and shook his head. My life should be sacrificed here, even if it only gives my master a few more seconds. It is worth it. The goblin was verbally abusive, but did not persuade further. Rather, he attracted the crocodile-head hammer-tail boa and quickly left the area. Don't interfere. Triple Blade cursed before leaving. Thanks. Lan Ziao could only express his thanks in his heart because he was quickly swarmed by a flying squirrel group. As far as the strong life white rhinoceros was concerned, after charging, it chased after the blue dog fox wolf. Triple Blade and Lan Ziao were incapable of stopping it. Lan Ziao was only at the bronze level, yet, at this moment, not only was he surrounded by bronze-level flying squirrels, there were also 2 iron-level magic beasts. How could Lan Ziao dare stay where he was? He could only continue to flee ignominiously. Sensing Lan Ziao's departure, Triple Blade sighed in his heart. I have already done my best. Typically, he and Lan Ziao were unfamiliar with each other, but during this pursuit, he approved of the human's bravery and loyalty. Like how he looked after new mercenary members, he also looked after Lan Ziao. Boom! The crocodile-head hammer-tail boa suddenly crashed into a large boulder. Triple Blade had no choice but to come out from his hiding place, and in the spitting image of a flea, he nimbly climbed up a big tree. The crocodile-head hammer-tail boa raised its head up to Triple Blade's eyes and continued to attack. Come then. Triple Blade wanted to create this opportunity. He suddenly let go, releasing a branch he had been deliberately pushing down, the thick shower of branches and leaves allowing him to hide from the crocodile head hammertail boa's field of view. The crocodile head hammertail boa subconsciously closed its mouth and slightly recoiled. At the next moment, Triple Blade suddenly rushed out from the branches and leaves and jumped onto the crocodile head hammertail boa. With his small and tricky dagger, he ruthlessly fell like a shooting star as he stabbed one of the crocodile head hammertail boa's eyes. But the crocodile head hammertail boa reacted with lightning speed. It suddenly flung back its head and tossed Triple Blade off. While Triple Blade was in the air, the crocodile head hammertail seized the opportunity and flicked its tail. If it hit, Triple Blade could not rely on his leather armor to protect him. He would definitely die on the spot. But at the most crucial moment, Triple Blade suddenly waved his hand. A grappling hook buckled itself to a nearby tree, and by pulling on the rope, Triple Blade pulled himself onto a tree. However, the crocodile head hammertail boa still hit his right arm. It fractured and completely paralyzed his right arm. After the crocodile head hammertail boa flicked its tail, it charged again. Triple Blade had just gotten on the tree trunk. The only thing he could do during this calamity was go behind the tree trunk. Snap. The crocodile head hammertail boa took a massive bite out of the tree trunk. Triple Blade, after fighting for a bit of time, threw himself off to avoid that mortal blow. After throwing himself to the ground, Triple Blade immediately rolled and got up. This action involved his right arm, making him turn pale and grimace in pain. Damn it. Triple Blade also discovered he had lost his dagger. The crocodile head hammertail boa was slowly approaching again. Triple Blade's head filled with cold sweat. With no way out, he knelt to the ground and grabbed a knife at his waist with his left hand. I really didn't want to use this knife, but there is nothing I can do. Triple Blade took a deep breath and breathed out. Then with a tinkle he pulled out the dagger. The dagger was not made of iron. Instead, its blade was as thin as paper. The blade flashed with a layer of green tint. The crocodile head hammertail boa attacked again. Triple Blade moved quickly and violently. He avoided the attack and brushed past the crocodile head hammertail boa. The blade in his left hand softly cut through the bow's body and skin, creating a spray of blood. After causing this wound, Triple Blade immediately returned the dagger to its scabbard. At the same time, he rapidly left the battlefield. The crocodile head hammertail boa was pursuing close behind him. Triple Blade frantically ran, jumping occasionally when he heard the crocodile head hammertail boa attacking. After 10 breaths, the crocodile head hammertail boa suddenly fell to the ground. Its body was still slowly struggling, but it could no longer move. Triple Blade continued to run. After running for a good while, he stopped on a tree trunk, opened his mouth, and started breathing. I nearly died. Aha! Triple Blade fiercely breathed for a spell, allowing concern to rise up. Lanzio. I need to look for him. If by any chance he returns to find me, he will bring about his own destruction. In accordance with the impressions and battle traces, Triple Blade quickly found Lanzio. Yo. Triple Blade's heart shook. In the shattered woodland, a still-standing and blood-soaked Lanzio was holding 2 swords. By him, there were over a dozen flying squirrel corpses. Although none were iron-level magic beasts, there were 8 bronze-level ones. Seeing Triple Blade, Lan Zhao, who had long reached his limit, fell to the ground unconscious. Zongyi ran through the forest. The blue dog fox-wolf's voice appeared ahead of him. This made the half-beast man's spirit rise. Zhen Ren should have succeeded in overtaking and entangling it. Zongyi's speed was a burden. However, before rushing over and providing support, he had to dispose of a strong life white rhinoceros, iron-level flying squirrels, and more. After charging through some dense undergrowth, Zongyi saw a small hill. Then he saw Zhen Ren surrounded by the blue dog fox wolf and a few monkey-tail brown bears. What terrible luck! Zongyi's heart sank. This was completely different from his expectations. Zhen Ren did not use his crossbow. Instead, he fell into an encirclement. Zhen Ren did not have full-body steel armor, and without Zongyi providing support, everything boded ill. Zongyi was just about to step forward when his heart suddenly moved. He suddenly had a thought. Should I save him? Chapter 125. Zongyi. Zongyi could see everything happening in the stimulating battle. The blue dog fox wolf's right back leg was wounded. It was lying on its stomach and howling. After receiving their orders, the monkey-tail brown bears with unexpected coordination surrounded Zhen Ren with an impenetrable encirclement. Zhen Ren brandished silver lightning, although it was very sharp, with each thrust causing bleeding and pain that could force the monkey-tail brown bear's back. It became visible that he did not have good enough armor. This made his attack strong and his defense weak, thus he could not break out of the encirclement. Zhen Ren isn't stupid enough to try a frontal assault. The blue dog fox wolf must have used itself as bait to lure him in. Zhen Ren did not believe these monkey-tail brown bears would have such coordination. No, even if it was me, I would not have believed this blue dog fox wolf commanding could reach such a level. At that moment, Zongyi sunk into hesitation. Zhen Ren, Templar Knight, the Bai Zhen clan's sole heir. And him, a half-beast man. Although he had an even better family background, he could not speak of it. During the camp battle, Zhen Ren's influence certainly rose again. Zongyi originally thought that was a chance for him to display his formidable battle strength. However, in the end, he was constantly covered up by Zhen Ren's radiance, so much so that the youngster covered up that development. This youngster is indeed outstanding. If he was being honest, Zongyi envied Zhen Ren. If he swapped identities with Zhen Ren, he would have done very well. Everything he longed for could be rationally achieved. And now, after squandering so many years and entering middle age, he still had achieved nothing. Only by leaving to the wilderness continent could he try his luck. And Zhen Ren? He was to compete in the White Sand City Lord competition. If he succeeded, his career starting point would far outstrip Zongyi's accomplishments. Maybe if Zongyi worked for 10 years, he could become a city lord. Jealousy? Zongyi recognized he had some. He often asked himself, why are there such massive differences between people? Why are some born into riches while some are born in the dirt? Why can bloodlines, status, and race prejudice make even the best of efforts seem insignificant and weak? Why, after striving for so many years, did he have no choice but to keep company with mercenaries? Why was he still struggling in the lowest rungs of society? And Zhen Ren? He did not need to ponder over these questions. He never had Zhongji's perplexions. He had his fiancée Zi Dai, the president of the Wisteria Merchant Alliance. He had the Baoyi Zen clan's support. He had Kang Exu, Mu Ban, and others at his side. The talented people Zhongji longed for cheerfully attached themselves to that youngster. He was a human, a pure-blooded human, a noble, and a Templar knight. He was a natural leader, and through his noble light, almost all men would feel inferior to him, kneel to the ground, and follow Zhen Ren. For most, it was their greatest honor. It was too much. Zhen Ren had too many things. If Zhongyi desired them, he would need to invest 10-fold the effort. There were even some things, even if Zhongyi used all of his strength, he would never be able to obtain. In Zhen Ren, Zhongyi saw his childhood, he saw his childhood castle, and he saw his half-siblings. Those people had groups of servants, amicable housekeepers, and devoted guards. Zhongji detested them. In his childhood, he cursed his siblings. Why do you have such things? With you around, father will look at you first, then me. He will always inquire of you first, then me. It is because of you that I am here. During his childhood, Zhongyi would curl up in his bed. He had to curl up in his bed because he grew up quickly and made his plank bed seem small. If he stretched out, his feet would hang off the bed's edge. His bed sheets were worn out and his meager layer of hemp garments were stained. With no way of acquiring more, he only had this set of clothes. He had to wait for a sunny day to wash them. Otherwise, if they did not dry, he could only wait in his small room all day long without going out. Of course, he could not eat during this time. Whenever Zhongyi did laundry, he would curl up in his bed and flood his mind with dark notions. He would curse his siblings and wish they would all drop dead. Death. A crazy horse made one fall off and die? Due to mistakes during a sword competition, 2 of them stabbed each other dead. One died when they slipped and fell off the castle during rainy weather. Death. 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 Death made me my father's only son. Death can make me the strongest person in the exploration team. No man would be more suited as the leader than I. It would make it more likely to turn these people into my team. I don't need to do anything. I don't need to be burdened. I don't need to be a murderer. I only need to do nothing. That is enough. After you die fighting, I will kill the magic beasts around you. I will gather your corpse and return. I will be sorrowful. I will cry tears, and I will become the team's sole leader. Perhaps this is a fate-given opportunity. How many years have I been longing for such an opportunity? Relax a little. I don't even need to do anything. I only need to watch. I only need to wait for things to happen. As the child Zhongyi turned in his dismal train of thought and curled up in his bed, his eyes did not look at God, but at the wooden door. Bang! The wooden door was suddenly pushed open. The harsh sunlight stabbed into the room like countless swords. The darkness screeched and frantically cowered until it was reduced to bits in the corners. A familiar shadow appeared in front of the young Zongji. Because of the sunlight behind them, his complexion was fuzzy. However, his boorish voice had long been etched into Zongji's heart. "Stand up, smelly youngster. You are leaving this small and dark place. You will study swords with me? Teach me." The young Zongji was stupefied. His imagination loudly finished. Zongji still found himself on the hillside. He was charging out of the undergrowth with a foot still in the air. He wanted to be a savior. His imagination was long, however, only 1 second passed in reality. Zongji? Zongji's heart coldly snorted at him. He seemed at a loss as his complex mood was suddenly cleaned out. He clutched the shaft of his bone hammer and pridefully lifted his head. Each step he took left a deep footprint in the ground. He bellowed to the sky. He took another step forward. He began to run. Under the illumination of the sunlight, his long hair fluttered in the breeze. His thick body hair and resonant voice were physical signs of his half-beastman nature, making it seem like a pouncing lion was running down the hill. His constant bellows made it look like his chest was opening, allowing the external sunlight and majestic courage to imbue his heart. His strides began to grow bigger. As he charged, his speed increased more and more. With the wind whistling in his ears, the distance between him and Zhen Ren was rapidly closing. The wind seemed to change into a loud, instructing voice. "Correct, do that, do that. Charge, charge. I am a soldier and you are also one too. Charge, support your comrade in arms. Persevere, Templar Knight." Zongji roared. Although he did not hurry to Zhen Ren's side, he still wanted to first give Zhen Ren his courage and hope through his roar. "Your reinforcement has come." His loud voice echoed through the woods. Even the ground seemed to tremble. Bark, bark, bark. When the blue dog fox wolf discovered Zongji, it turned around and barked a few times. The next moment, the entire ground seemed to rock, earth splattered all over, and an enormous monster opened its bloody mouth wide and pounced at Zongji. It was the gigantic worm that had run off. As the ground caved in, Zongji immediately fell into the hole. The only thing he could do was raise his bone hammer to protect himself. Although the gigantic worm's mouth was big, it could only swallow less than half of the bone hammer. The creaking noise produced was ear-piercing. The gigantic worm's saw teeth was frantically grinding the bone hammer. With one hand on the bone hammer, Zongji punched and kicked the gigantic worm with all his strength. The gigantic worm's fat body absorbed Zongji's attacks, greatly reducing his striking power. Zongji's punching and kicking did not hurt the gigantic worm. After a few breaths of deadlock, the gigantic worm suddenly raised his head and spat out the bone hammer. Many of its teeth were grinded flat, while the gigantic bone-white hammer had many teeth marks and bone shavings rubbed off of it. "What are you waiting for?" "The army has lighting speed. Quickly, quickly, quickly," the instructing voice seemed to say. Zongji coldly snorted and jumped into the hole. Next, he swung his bone hammer and knocked down the gigantic worm. Then he stepped on its body and used it to jump out of the pit. "I am coming," Zhongji bellowed again. However, after running 10 breaths, the ground opened again, and the gigantic worm threw itself at him again. "Another one." Zhongji turned pale. Changing directions in a flash, he had doubts. If there were 2 of them, why did it not use both to attack the camp? Further observations eliminated his doubts. No, there is only one. As it turns out, this gigantic worm has a big mouth on its head and tail. The gigantic worm used one end to attack and the other to dig away. It made fleeing easy. However, under the control of the blue dog fox wolf, it fought with all of its strength. Thus, when peril appears, it did not dig away at once. But at the same time, both ends attacking made Zhongji sink into a predicament. He could not advance. It was already difficult for Zhong to deal with one end. 2 of them attacking suppressed the half-beastmen. On the other side, Zhen Ren was surrounded by perils. "No," Zhongji bellowed. "Persevere!" He wanted to come over. "Wretched worm?" At that moment, the half-beastmen had no choice but to dodge. You have to take a chance. A man must take chances. All battlefields have risks. Don't fear. If you face fear, you will live and win. The instructing voice echoed again in his heart. Zhongji shouted, suddenly stretched out his left arm and allowed the gigantic worm to bite him. The gigantic worm had a huge body, however, after biting Zhongji's left arm. Its mouth pulled back and its body shrunk to half its size. But Zhongji tenaciously trapped it and did not let it escape. At the same time, the other end threw itself at Zhongji's back. In this moment of calamity, Zhongji waved the bone hammer and ruthlessly slammed the gigantic worm's head. In order for the gigantic worm to bite Zhongji, its body shrunk and became solid. It no longer had any defense against blunt attacks. As the gigantic bone hammer beat it, the gigantic worm twitched about, its struggling body warping and twisting on the ground. Zhongji occasionally flung it to the ground and occasionally lifted it into the air. Even if heaven and earth turned over, Zhongji would only focus on his target as he hammered the gigantic worm's head. Under the ruthless pounding, the rigid, enormous worm died on the spot. Upon dying, the gigantic worm's red mouth let go, allowing Zhongji to free his arm. His left arm was badly mangled. The steel gauntlet had been sawed through and his skin had long ago been mutilated. There was even some bone visible. The remaining steel armor embedded itself into his skin and flesh. It was a terrible injury. The acute pain made Zhongji profusely sweat, some of it going into Zhongji's eyes, making his field of view fuzzy. "Don't give up. Don't give up. Stand up, don't lie down. Do you want to be trampled on and die? Are you still not a soldier? Stand up, even if you die, you will die standing." The instructing voice seemed to repeat in Zhongji's ears. "Shut up for me. Loathsome father," Zhongji retorted. He dragged his unresponsive left arm and his bone-white hammer and charged toward Zhen Ren. This time, no barrier could stop him. Chapter 126. Earlier, you said you didn't want to save me. Nor. The two monkey-tail brown bears behind Zhen Ren threw themselves at him. Zhen Ren immediately cut a bead of blood out with silver lightning. Because of the painful wound, the movement of the monkey-tail brown bear behind him began to change. Zhen Ren pulled back to avoid the monkey-tail brown bears in front of him. However, perhaps because he had not been looking behind him, or perhaps because the wounded monkey-tail brown bear obstructed his peripheral vision, he did see the other monkey-tail brown bear come over. As the monkey-tail brown bear came to attack, Zhen Ren showed his surprise and could only block with the rapier. With a pow, his rapier was slapped away by the monkey-tail brown bear. Bark, bark, bark. Seeing this, the blue dog fox wolf excitedly barked. Without silver lightning, Zhen Ren's situation became even more distressed and hard-pressed. He could only dodge now, no longer having the ability to hit back. He also seemed to know if this battle continued, he would die. Thus, he tried his utmost to break out. But as long as one monkey-tail brown bear was blocking him, Zhen Ren could not break out. He could only rely on the monkey-tail brown bear's movement to create gaps in their formation. However, wasn't this easier said than done? The blue dog fox wolf was commanding nearby, and its constant bark saw through Zhen Ren's attempts. Thump. With a dull thump, Zhen Ren was knocked to the ground by a monkey-tail brown bear. He rolled continuously to avoid the monkey-tail brown bear's follow-up attacks. After a moment of being in the dirt, he found himself kneeling on the ground. Now, Zangi shouted from the hillside. Even if he was attacking with all his strength because the giant worm delayed him too much, he was still a distance away from Zhen Ren. Seeing Zhen Ren about to run into misfortune, he could only run wildly. Bark, bark. The blue dog fox wolf barked as if saying, "Finish him." The monkey-tail brown bears approached again. At that moment, Zhen Ren began to loudly pray. Emperor Shang Ming, my master, your knight does not retreat from this fight to the death, nor does he fear death. Please grant me strength. Give me the strength to stand. Just as he said this, Zhen Ren's body began to expand. Originally he was a short youngster with a frail body, but now his body seemed to swell with air, making him as tall as the monkey-tail brown bears. This led to his well-fitting leather armor collapsing to the ground. His body now only had a few strips of cloth on it. Seeing Zhen Ren's armor suddenly crumble and him standing with his head up and morale high, Zangi and the blue dog fox wolf were startled. The monkey-tail brown bear's charge was also weakened by a lot. Zhen Ren continued to pray loudly. Emperor, my master, I ask you to give me golden armor that can make me indestructible. At that moment, all of Zhen Ren's exposed skin transformed into a scorpion carapace. The silver-level spear scorpion's carapace was dark gold. The monkey-tail brown bears finally reached Zhen Ren. But Zhen Ren had already transformed into a small giant with golden armor. Even Zhen Ren's head was covered with scorpion carapace. The only cracks in it were for his nostrils and eyes. Zhen Ren swung his fist and hit the closest monkey-tail brown bear. The monkey-tail brown bear howled. It immediately fell to the ground and covered its nose. Zhen Ren leapt after dodging their attacks. He punched back. Thump, thump, thump. He did not run, rather, The monkey-tail brown bear's attacks made his grandeur become even more brave. The monkey-tail brown bears were already in a bad situation. As they attacked with unheeded claws, their blows could only rock Zhen Ren at most. They could only tickle the scorpion carapace. But Zhen Ren was well acquainted with the weak points of monkey-tail brown bears. There was no way he could transform into a complete monkey-tail brown bear. Thus, he did many covert transformations. This was the result of his hard work. Zhen Ren used his metal fists to beat the monkey-tail brown bears into the ground. Zhen Ren stepped forward and dashed towards the blue dog fox wolf. Seeing the golden giant about to crush it, the blue dog fox wolf's face warped, as if it were saying, Then the blue dog fox wolf reacted. Its first thought was, "First retreat, save myself. This opponent is too strange. It could actually become so strong and terrifying. I am a lone wolf. How can I face such an abnormal adversary?" Gathering another magic beast court to gang up on him was the correct strategy. The laying blue dog fox wolf now stood up and ran away. Zhen Ren was already wise to the escaping blue dog fox wolf. He suddenly pushed off the ground, stopped running, and immediately threw himself at the blue dog fox wolf. Perhaps the injury it got while retreating made the blue dog fox wolf's movement somewhat slower. Perhaps it was also because Zhen Ren's sudden transformation caught the blue dog fox wolf off guard. Just as the blue dog fox wolf turned around, it suddenly stopped and felt a giant hand firmly grab its tail. At that moment, a tremendous force pulled on its tail. The blue dog fox wolf exposed its fright as its forelegs tenaciously gripped the ground. But the force behind it was immense. The blue dog fox wolf left long paw prints in the ground as its entire body was dragged. Nowhere to run. Zhen Ren shouted in a muffled voice. The blue dog fox wolf frantically howled upon receiving the order. The monkey-tail brown bears immediately came over to save it. Zhen Ren ferociously swung his arms, unexpectedly treating the blue dog fox wolf in his hands as a weapon. At that moment, the blue dog fox wolf's head streaked across the sky in an arc and ruthlessly lashed into a monkey-tail brown bear's stomach. The monkey-tail brown bears immediately stopped charging. Because of the sharp pain, the blue dog fox wolf's barking came to a spontaneous end. The powerful attack had made it dizzy. Bang, bang, bang. Zhen Ren rushed into the bear group and beat them up with the blue dog fox wolf. The pitiful blue dog fox wolf coughed blood. Its skull and bones were cracked. The monkey-tail brown bears wanted to save the blue dog fox wolf, but without receiving its commands, the monkey-tail brown bear's hands and feet were tied. The violent collisions caused the blue dog fox wolf to quickly fall unconscious. But Zhen Ren's attacks still continued. The monkey-tail brown bears he beat fled ignominiously. Suddenly, the blue dog fox wolf mournfully howled. The acute pain had woken it up. After the blue dog fox wolf regained consciousness, its eye contracted. It saw the small giant's hand holding its tail and saw itself on the ground, not too far away. Zhen Ren had flung it everywhere and ended up tearing off its tail. But it didn't matter. At that moment, Zhen Ren extended both hands and grabbed the blue dog fox wolf's hind legs. The blue dog fox wolf howled, as if yelling, "Don't! Let me go." But the terrifying golden giant began to drag it again. The blue dog fox, alarmed, frightened, and with tears in its eyes, could only use its 2 front feet to frantically grip the ground, leaving behind distorted claw marks in the dirt. All of its efforts were futile. It was still thrown around by Zhen Ren and treated as a weapon that was wielded in a brutish manner. Zhang Ji slowly stopped walking. All of this was inconceivable. He had seen everything with his own eyes. A portion of his prior anger and worry still remained on his face. But the next thing he saw was this. When the golden giant discovered the blue dog fox wolf's life aura had completely dissipated, he tossed away the corpse and started beating up the monkey-tail brown bears with his metal fists. The anger and worry on his face entirely dissipated. Now his eyes opened wide. As he slowly came down the hillside and into the battlefield's edge, all of the monkey-tail brown bears next to Zhen Ren were on the ground. Zhen Ren had beaten them to death. Zhang Ji subconsciously stopped, stood in place, and stared blankly at Zhen Ren. His heart seemed to ask, "Why on earth did I need to run over?" Zhen Ren's armor rapidly dissipated into ash that fell to the ground. His body also recovered its youthful form. Zhen Ren also showed confusion. He looked at his hands with pleasant surprise and curiosity. On the hillside, a green head suddenly appeared. It was Triple Blade. Triple Blade had an unconscious Lan Zio on his shoulder. Triple Blade swept his eyes over. The scene he saw on the hill stupefied him. How could this be? His eyes looked blank. The blue dog fox wolf was dead. Its body was severely deformed. Its tail had been ripped from its body, and it was clear it had a cruel death. Several monkey-tail brown bears were on the ground and encircled the standing Zhen Ren, showing who the final victor was. Zhen Ren's body only had some cloth on it. He was nearly naked as he gazed at himself, seemingly both bewildered and happy. And at the edge of the battlefield, a blood-soaked Zhang Ji was holding his left arm while dragging his bone hammer. His injuries looked very serious. With a light echo, Zhang Ji let go of the wooden shaft, dropping the bone hammer to the ground. He spat and sat on the ground. Cough, cough, cough. In his burst of coughing, he spat up some blood. After spitting it out, his breathing became unobstructed, allowing him to slowly recuperate. "I didn't want to save you earlier." Hearing Zhang Ji's complaint, Zhen Ren suddenly lifted his head as if he was woken up with a start. He looked at Zhang Ji, his gaze focusing on Zhang Ji's worst injury, his left arm. Feeling his gaze, Zhang Ji grinned. "It's not serious. It's just a small injury." His tone was reckless and thoughtless. However, he brightly gazed at Zhen Ren. For a long time, whenever the half-beast man opened his mouth, he used either a strange, helpless, or an indignant tone. "Hey, Zhen Ren, is a youngster like you really a divine Saiyan knight?" Zhen Ren's nice-looking brows perked up. "I am a divine Saiyan knight." "Can I be considered one?" "I don't understand." Zhen Ren shook his head. He appeared confused. "Hey, are your lordships all right?" Triple Blade called from the hill. "Who can tell me what has happened here?" Zhen Ren looked at Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji looked at Zhen Ren. Neither spoke. A cool breeze blew and Zhen Ren suddenly realized his situation. "Quickly, Triple Blade, give me Lan Zio's clothes." Zhen Ren yelled. Triple Blade's eyes opened wide. "I painstakingly carried my comrade and risked coming here. all for the purpose of delivering clothes? Triple Blade could do nothing but obey. Zhen Ren's current situation really was unbecoming. Speaking of which, stealing a man's clothes was still a little unusual. I am actually experienced in searching corpses, but this is the first time I have done such a thing. The goblin murmured. He wanted to dispel the embarrassment in his heart. You, what are you doing? Lan Zio had woken up, and upon seeing the goblin peeling off his clothes, he immediately shouted, I'm not dead yet. Besides, why are you peeling all of my clothes off when searching my corpse? Shut up, your master wants your clothes. Lord Zhen Ren? You swindling demon. Don't believe me, look down the hill. Master? Zhen Ren gave a slight nod to Lan Zio. His face had already recovered its normal tranquility. Beat it. Lan Zio slapped his hand. I'll take them off myself. No one wants to help you. Triple Blade angrily jumped. Hey, why are you pulling on my scarf? It gives me a little something to wear. Lan Zio stamped vigorously. Triple Blade was indignant. Where do you think you're wrapping the thing I wear around my neck, you bastard? Triple Blade. Zongji finally spoke. Triple Blade. Chapter 127, Divine Scion Night. The pursuit had concluded. To Zongji, only one blue dog fox wolf was dead, and despite his serious injuries, he was unresigned. However, his searching was fruitless. Only Zhen Ren knew there had been only one left. As the power of God imbued my eyes, I could see my target. I could even overlook heaven and earth to analyze my path towards my target. However, just as I overtook the blue dog fox wolf, the power of God in my eyes blinded my field of view. Zhen Ren answered. Zongji and the others had no choice but to accept this. Zhen Ren tried to pray publicly again, but this time the god did not respond. Of course there was no response. Zhen Ren still wanted to continue praying, but Zongji prevented him. Don't abuse it. The gods do not have infinite kindness, Zhen Ren. The four people cleaned up the battlefield and returned to the temporary camp with their spoils of war. Look, they've returned. The sentinel in the undergrowth shouted loudly. The temporary camp stood up in jubilation and immediately flocked over. They and Lord Zhen Ren have returned? Where are they? The forest obstructed everyone's field of view. The sentinel on the tree could see clearer. He stood up and shouted again. Hold on! I see it! Lan Zio is carrying a carcass. Goodness gracious, it's a blue dog fox wolf. The sentinel then shouted. The crowd under the tree immediately cheered. Goodness gracious, they succeeded. They did it. They killed the main culprit. Inconceivable. They really succeeded. Taiwan remained in camp. When he heard the people cheering, he exposed his astonishment. The magic beast corpse attack on the camp caused many casualties and burned down the camp. The blue dog foxwolf's cunning and treachery gave everyone enormous psychological pressure. Most of them, did not have faith in Zhen Jin's decision to pursue it. Templar Knight, this is a Templar Knight. Bao Ya had already regained consciousness. When he heard the cheering, he yelled, rushed out of his tent with a feverish face, and charged into the crowd. He Yuan glared at him for a glance, but Bao Ya was unaware as He Yuan only stared at his back. Passing through the small cracks between the trees, the people saw Zhen Jin, Zongji, and the others greeting them. Lord Zongji? Some people immediately cried as they got near. Zongji's left arm injury alarmed them. Even if they didn't see the fight, from that injury, everyone immediately understood how bitter and dangerous the fight was. How odd. Soon everyone was puzzled. Lan Zhao, why are you naked? Why is there only a white cloth around your crotch? That white cloth seems a bit familiar. The people were curious. How bitter was this fight, that it managed to break all of Lan Zhao's clothes off of him? Hold on, Lord Zhen Jin seems to be wearing Lan Zhao's clothes. Where is his lordship's armor? The people were even more puzzled. Lord Triple Blade. I say the white cloth around Lan Zhao is quite familiar. The mercenaries at the front waved at Triple Blade. Most of them were suppressing their laughter. From beginning to end, Triple Blade's black face didn't have a scarf covering it. His smooth and bald head was exposed. His neck also seemed thin when compared to it. This made him seem comical and ridiculous. It's no wonder he wore it all day long. Without such an important decoration, it would greatly harm his reputation as a mercenary commander. My lord. The young lady ZD had run all the way over. After coming in front of Zhen Jin, her eyes blushed and she seemed to want to throw herself into his arms. However, the many people in her embarrassment stopped her. I said I would return. Zhen Jin smiled at her. ZD nodded. My lord, I have come to heal you. Zhen Jin shook his head. My injuries have been treated already. They are not serious. This battle is hard to explain. I will put off discussing it until later. Right now, all I want to do is sleep. ZD immediately nodded. Your tent is ready. Everyone stepped aside. Everyone was exhausted. The blue dog fox wolf's magic core had attacked at night. Zhen Jin not only bitterly fought during the night, facing the blue dog fox wolf and other formidable magic beasts, he also pursued the blue dog fox wolf throughout the day. May Lord Zhen Jin rest well. Quickly, everyone, treat Lord Zongji. First, find a way to open the shattered steel armor. Lan Zhao, tell me what kind of fight it was. Why are you naked? Lan Zhao. Although the camp had burned down, there were still some tents. In fact, not only were there tents, there was food, water, and supplies, all of which had been buried in places outside of the camp in advance. This was Kang Exu's proposal. Don't put all of your eggs into one basket. Entering the tent, ZD carefully inspected Zhen Jin's entire body. After confirming his injuries were not serious, ZD spat some air, carefully assisted Zhen Jin clean his wounds, put medicine on them, and bandaged them up. Zhen Jin reclined onto his new bed and quickly fell asleep. He really was tired. For the first half of the night, he had trained his monkey-tail brown bear form. After warning everyone in the middle of the night, he led everyone in defending the camp from the attacking magic beast corps. In the burning wooden house, he finally found an opportunity to kill a blue dog fox wolf. As the camp burned and as day arrived, Zhen Ren aroused Zhong Ji and 2 others to pursue and kill the other blue dog fox wolf together. This pursuit was not a simple one. Zhen Ren also used the blue dog fox wolf to club the monkey-tail brown bears, all of which occurred in front of Zhong Ji. Not only was Zhen Ren's body tired, his mind was even more so. This sleep lasted until evening. Zhen Ren slowly opened his eyes. He saw the bonfire through the cracks in his tent and also heard the people discussing while eating their dinner. Are you saying with just 4 people, their lordships eliminated 1 blue dog fox wolf? The boat craftsman inquired. That's right, only 1. The one who replied seemed to be Mu Ban. The boat craftsman sighed. In that case, don't we still have a large problem? When the other blue fox wolf raises another magic beast corps, it will invade again. It might even summon more blue dog fox wolves. Nothing we can do about it. Their lordships have already done their best. Did you not see Zhong Ji's injuries? Mu Ban also sighed. His heart was deeply worried. Sorry, Zhen Ren's heart apologized. As a matter of fact, both blue dog fox wolves were already dead, but Zhen Ren couldn't state that. However, by leaving the facade of a surviving one, the people were kept alert and felt they were in a crisis. This wasn't a bad thing. Mu Ban's and the boat craftsman's tents were near Zhen Ren's. Other conversations were not as audible. This was not a problem to Zhen Ren. After diligently training for many uninterrupted nights, Zhen Ren had a deeper control over the corps. At that moment, he transformed both his ears into that of a bat monkey's. But the fine point was this. Zhen Ren's outer ears still retained their human shape, only his inner ears were secretly transformed. Actually, even just transforming this part was dangerous. The rest of Zhen Ren's body was still human. Increasing his sense of hearing would be hard on his nervous system. But the core could consume magic to bear the contradictions between different life-form body parts. This allowed Zhen Ren to hear more voices, while at the same time preserving his safety as he continued to quietly listen. Quickly, he heard Baoya asking Kang Ixu for advice. What is a divine scion knight? Baoya asked. The youngster was curious about everything pertaining to knights. Kang Ixu slowly explained. A so-called divine scion is someone a god cares deeply about. Lord Zhen Ren is a Templar knight. He believes in Emperor Shangming. Is he considered someone Emperor Shangming deeply cares about? Baoya continued to ask. Of course. Kang Ixu replied without hesitation. In last night's fight, you personally saw that every time Zhen Ren prayed, there was a response. You also heard what Triple Blade and Lan Xiao have said. When Zhen Ren is faced with desperate straits, Emperor Shangming will aid him and allow him to turn the tide. This kind of situation is very rare. The gods attentively watch each of their believers, but the amount of godly responses is few. But nearly every time Lord Zhen Ren prayed, Emperor Shangming would immediately respond. The emperor repeatedly intervened, helped his believer, and granted whatever his knight asked for. If this isn't godly concern, what can still be considered godly concern? Lord Zhen Ren is a divine Saiyan knight. Kang Exu was certain of his conclusion. Baoya's face was full of yearning and adoration. He quietly whispered, "Lord Zhen Ren is a Templar knight. He is also a divine Saiyan knight. He is also a divine Saiyan knight." Looking back now, it's not at all strange. Kang Exu gently stroked his beard. Seeing he had attracted the gaze of more people, he spoke frankly and with assurance. Lord Zhen Ren himself is an outstanding cultivator. His innate talent is outstanding. He has a noble bloodline, is a Templar knight, and offers all of his conviction towards Emperor Shang Ming. These already make him 1 in 10,000, however. What is more praiseworthy is his scrupulous abiding of knightly morality. He uproots the strong, supports the weak, upholds virtue, condemns evil, attends to the small and weak, and even if he has to sacrifice his life, he shall never violate the Templar Knight doctrine. He is a fearless hero, is impartial, is willing to accept any person, and views everyone as his comrade. From these traits, one can make out his expansive vision, as well as his merciful and benevolent nature. Don't tell me such a person shouldn't receive godly concern. Hearing Kang Exu's analysis, the audience subconsciously nodded, conveying their approval. Kang Exu sighed a number of times. Perhaps the shipwreck and surviving on this island is Lord Zhen Ren's opportunity. On this island, Lord Zhen Ren never feared death. He eternally worked to benefit everyone, and heroically fought in order to save others, regardless of the perils. All of these things made God follow him closely. As a result, he showed deep concern. Lord Zhen Ren is absolutely worthy. Let's analyze again. Although God's will cannot be apprised, Emperor Shang Ming is a living god and the ruler of the empire. He has dispatched numerous Templar knights to the wilderness continent and to the city lord competition. A war between humanity and beastmen will certainly happen, and these Templar knights will become the vanguards and pillars of this war. As far as exceptional Templar knights are concerned, Emperor Shang Ming would not be stingy with his concern. Perhaps because of the shipwreck and distinguishing himself in advance, Lord Zhen Ren became Emperor Shang Ming's most interesting believer. I have a premonition. He can definitely become a dazzling nova in the humanity, Beastman War. In this grand war among races, a hero of humanity must appear. Even the imperial gods need new heroes amongst humanity. Sirs, maybe we are in the middle of witnessing a hero, a character whose birth and sudden rise will be recorded in history. How honored we are to witness such a thing. Everyone stared after those words, and for a moment, only the night wind moving around the bonfires traveled through the temporary camp. Lord Zhen Ren is coming. Baoya suddenly shouted. Zhen Ren opened the tent flap. He had heard Kang Exu analysis and his accomplishments. Zhen Ren's face was burning hot. Everyone looked at Zhen Ren. Zhen Ren could only nod and smile at everyone. What a perfect smile! It did not simply look like a haughty, noble smile. It resembled sunlight, the rain and the dew. It was sensitive to the needs of the people, and it was warm, graceful, and calm. Everyone's eyes gradually shinned. Zhen Ren, Zhen Ren, Zhen Ren. Baoya stood up to cheer first, and soon, more and more people also stood up to cheer Zhen Ren's name together. Even Triple Blade's mercenaries were also cheering. At that moment, Zhen Ren's influence over these people had attained an unprecedented apex. The title, Divine Scion Knight, Kong Exu's description of his incomparably bright prospects, and Zhen Ren's consistent performance made everyone look at him with increasingly more adoration, reverence, love, respect, and even zealotry. In the corner, Zhang Yi and Triple Blade were still sitting down. Zhang Yi extended his left arm. Triple Blade had just removed all of the shattered steel armor from it. This was troublesome work, and Triple Blade was already browbeaten with sweat. Hearing the cheering for Zhen Ren, despite Zhang Yi preparing his heart, he still inevitably felt a sense of frustration. Zhen Ren became the bigger power, and Zhang Yi also lost his courage to challenge it. Why challenge it? The golden armor Zhen Ren received after praying was deeply carved into Zhang Yi's heart. Zhang Yi silently looked at the bonfire in front of him. The fire jumped in the half-beastman's eyes. He seemed to see into the past. The battle had finished. He sat under a tree, the sunlight passing through the leaves and sprinkling onto his armor. He silently used a cloth to wipe his armor clean. Not far away, the voices of high-ranking officers were bestowing rewards for meritorious deeds. Please, without my cavalry flanking them from behind, how could anyone break their formation? Was it not my squad that held back the enemy's main force? Where did your opportunity come from? Regardless of what you guys have said, none of you killed as many jackals as my squadron. Don't believe your head count can compare to ours. Ha ha, to think your kill count can compare to ours. But so what? Our commander, Dai Shu, is the one who always attacks the most enemies. How can you compare to that? Snort. He is indeed Commander Dai Shu, with his lofty ambitions. He wants to be an important and talented general. We are common folk. How can we compare to him? I still should have contributions. This is the reality. The Commander Dai Shu the officer spoke of was naturally Zhang Yi. Every time a battle finished, he would sit under a tree alone, wiped his armor clean, kept silent, and never argued for meritorious deeds. Because he knew he could not argue against his own reasoning. He had experienced it many times. Every one of his outstanding military services were reduced and even falsely claimed by others. Who made him a half-beast man? No human commander took the initiative to understand and talk to him. He could only be alone, forever a solitary person. The sound of pain could be heard. Zhang Yi's light breath had interrupted his memories. Sorry, your lordship, this thing is hard to deal with. Triple Blade apologized. He had been pulling on the steel armor. However, what he did not expect was instead of being pulled apart, the armor rebounded and knocked against Zhang Yi's wound. Zhang Yi was about to speak when a figure arrived in front of him and obstructed the flames. Zhang Yi raised his head and found the young knight Zhen Ren. I want to express my gratitude for your help, Zhang Yi. Zhen Ren said sincerely. Don't mention it. Zhang Yi indifferently replied. Zhen Ren nodded and took out silver lightning. Let me help you. Zhang Yi extended his left arm. Zhen Ren deeply breathed, and the rapier sparked repeatedly in front of Zhang Yi. A dozen silver lightning flashes appeared at once. At that moment, no matter what was bound to Zongji's arm or stuck in his flesh, all of it was cut out by Zhen Ren. Zongji lightly shook his left arm. All of the broken armor fell off. Good swordsmanship, truly worthy of the Baoyi Zhen clan's bloodline. Many thanks, said Zongji. No need, we are comrades in arms, aren't we? This is some medicine ZD just made. It should be very effective. Upon saying this, Zhen Ren gave the medicine to Triple Blade. Comrades in arms, those words reverberated in Zongji's heart. Zhen Ren's voice suddenly magnified. Without your help, this pursuit would have been impossible. In fact, without you, Zongji, impeding and killing many silver-level magic beasts, I could not have such a military accomplishment. The entire camp quieted down. Everyone focused their eyes on Zhen Ren. Zhen Ren's voice spread through the camp. As a result, we should not be cheering for just my name. We should also cheer for Zongji, Triple Blade, and Lan Zhao. Cheer for our warriors. Zongji. After speaking, Zhen Ren shook his arm, looked around and shouted first. Zongji! 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 Everyone shook their arms. They went along as a chorus. Zhen Ren then yelled, Triple Blade! Triple Blade! Triple Blade! Triple Blade! Regardless of whether it was Zongji or Triple Blade, both were in a daze as they looked at the blonde youngster. Zhen Ren shouted again, Move out! Lan Zhao, Lan Zhao, Lan Zhao. Everyone's mood rose to their highest point. Lan Zhao pursed his lips tightly and his body faintly shivered. Bao Ya, in high spirits, clapped Lan Zhao's shoulder. Zhen Ren left Zongji and Triple Blade and came into the crowd. He then shook hands and shouted other names, causing a spell of shouting. In the celebration, everyone yelled with their companions in the wake of the flames, their voices resonating in the nearby forest. Seeing the young knight in the crowd and the bonfires being covered by his radiance, Zongji sighed and said to Triple Blade, Apply the medicine. Chapter 128. Capture it alive. We can make a bundle of money. The inside of this tent reeked with the scent of blood. The blue dog foxwolf had already been dissected, its tragic injuries displayed in front of everyone. Its skull was fragmented, its skeleton was almost completely shattered, and because of the broken bones, most of its internal organs had been smashed to pieces. Because Zhen Ren used it as a weapon to beat the monkey-tail brown bears, its muscles were mushy, and its tendons had been squished together. Its tail had been placed near its buttocks. That was the closest spot to where it was before Zhen Ren tore it off. Truly wretched, this was the first though nearly everyone had when seeing this corpse. Then, everyone looked at Zhen Ren. They inevitably felt curious about this oddity. Despite them learning about the battle from Zongji's mouth, they could not see that the blonde youth with the sunshine smile, a weak body, and a rapier had actually transformed into a golden-armored man, comparable to Zongji, and had treated the blue dog foxwolf as a weapon. Feeling the gazes, Zhen Ren said to Kang Xu, Old scholar, let's discuss the subject at hand. As you bid, your lordship. Kang Xu nodded and extended his palm towards the blue dog foxwolf corpse. Everyone look, this is a genuine silver-level magic beast. Although it is broken from its fur, muscles, and bones, one can make out its terrifying strength, its impressive speed, and its defensive capabilities. Its skull capacity is bigger than a normal wolf's, dogs, foxes, etc. Although its brain is in a poor state, we can still distinguish between its cerebrum, cerebellum, brainstem, and diencephalon. The most crucial thing is here its well-developed frontal lobe. Such a thing is rarely seen in beasts. Nature does not have this kind of magic beast wolf. It is definitely a creation of the island master. Its brain composition is close to a human's. Perhaps this is the reason why its intelligence is comparable to ours. So, where does its scent come from? Zhen Ren inquired. This was the thing he cared most about. Everyone, please look here. King Exu pointed at the blue dog fox wolf. In the dissection area, there was a distinct sac-shaped thing. This sac is a strong musk gland. It was located in the blue dog fox wolf's rear abdomen, near its genitals. The blue dog fox wolf scent is distributed by this. Essentially, from a certain point of view, its and a green lizard's acid sac are not so different. They're both something we customarily call a biological spice bag. Kang Exu spoke with honest confidence. This kind of biological structure actually exists in many beasts. This, I know. Zidi gave a rare interruption. Deer, cats, and rats have this sort of biological spice bag. King Exu smiled and nodded his approval. That's right. The island master gave the blue dog fox wolf this biological structure and a fox-like tail. Look at its tail. Although it has suffered damage, I can guess that the tail is normally very fluffy and flexible. To produce its scent, the blue dog fox wolf uses the muscles around its spice bag. Here, these muscles are packed together and are distinctly different from surrounding muscles. When used, these muscles will squeeze the spice bag, allowing its scent to bubble forth from its gland. The scent is not discharged from its anus or urethra. Everyone, what happens next is very subtle. As Kang Exu spoke of this, his brows stood up and his tone became even more excited. The scent will flow into the blue dog fox wolf's tail. Look at its tailbones, they are actually hollow like a bird's skeleton. The hollow bones form a conduit that allows the scent to flow through. There are many tiny holes scattered on the surface of these bones. These small holes are linked to small and large sweat glands, allowing them to emit from the tail. Generally speaking, the sweat glands of dogs or wolves are not as developed as human ones. They are mainly concentrated in their tongues and toes. If they want to dissipate heat, they need to stick their tongue out often. But the blue dog fox wolf is not like this. It has highly developed sweat glands and most of them are concentrated in its tail. Ordinarily, it does not need to stick its tongue out to dissipate heat. When the blue dog fox wolf squeezes its spice bag, it can emit a scent that makes other magic beasts serve it. Lord Zhen Ren once observed, every time the blue dog fox wolf emitted its scent, it would always shake its tail. This is a deliberate action that allows the blue dog fox wolf to disperse its scent faster. Everyone suddenly understood, and new suspicions were born. Zongyi tightly asked, in that case, why is the blue dog fox wolf's scent capable of control other magic beasts? Can we mix this kind of perfume to control other magic beasts? If that's out of the question, Can we mix something that can interfere with the scent's effects? This was an important question. Everyone was concentrating on Kang Xu. But Kang Xu shook his head. I'm afraid I will disappoint everyone. How the scent controls other artificial magic beasts are not something I can discover simply through dissection. I believe the scent's effects should have a more source-based explanation. When the Island Master created so many magic beasts, they should have anticipated how they would have controlled them. Currently, the Island Master is using this scent to control the magic beasts. When he made different magic beasts, he must have added an internal weak point into all of them. Smelling this scent can make these magic beasts obedient. This is also why the scent has no effect on normal species. If I had a living blue dog fox wolf, I could give it a try. Unfortunately, this blue dog fox wolf is already dead, and its spice bag is also empty. ZD looked at the corpse, her purple eyes dazzling bright. The magic beast core was huge. To control so many magic beasts, an immense amount of perfume had to be consumed. The blue dog fox wolf spice bag being empty was normal. So, Ms. ZD, how certain are you in this respect? Zonggi's eyes flashed with pondering. I am not certain. ZD candidly shook her head, but the prospect of this is immense. Yes. Hi, Juan sighed on the side. If we can have this kind of perfume and control many magic beasts, what can stop us on this island? Kang Xu shook his head. He had a different opinion. Even with the perfume subduing many magic beasts, we cannot command them like the blue dog fox wolf, because to give orders, we need its specific dog speech. Heiwan stared blankly. Zhen Jin also stared blankly. He had also missed this. But ZD overruled them. No, that is not the prospect I am talking about. If I can make a perfume based on the blue dog fox wolves, that perfume might possibly be one of the highest quality. Everyone. Kang Xu slightly frowned. Do upper-class women like to apply this kind of perfume? ZD nodded and shook her head at Kang Xu. Don't tell me you don't know. Perfume has been popular among noble women for a long time. Presently, not only are women using it, it is also starting to become prevalent in men. There are already many business figures forecasting perfume is going to turn into a major commodity. The others looked in dismay. Everyone was discussing magic beasts, the battle, and survival, yet ZD drew the topic at hand to perfume. Jumping to this topic was a bit extreme. Seeing everyone's confused expressions, ZD stood up to present and talked nonstop. Perfume was an invention of Duchess Ai Mei. At first, she discovered girls and boys had many body fragrances. Usually, teenage boys and girls between 16 24 years old could not smell their own body fragrance. In many cases, people with body fragrances projected exceptional charm. Duchess Ai Mei loved beautiful things the most. Her research not only invented all kinds of perfumes, she also developed a complete set of standardized perfume criteria. Did you know? A good perfume has 3 fragrances. They are known as the first taste, the middle taste, and the aftertaste. When perfume is sprinkled on the skin, we will first smell the first taste, then the middle taste, and finally, the aftertaste. These 3 fragrances fit and flow together like a graceful, pleasant, and beautiful melody. Currently, there are many types of perfumes, including citrus fragrance types, natural fragrance types, single flower fragrance types, 100-flower fragrance types, aldehyde fragrance types, element core fragrance types, strange fragrance types, wood fragrance types, pungent grass fragrance types, and smoked leather skin fragrance types. Everyone hearing this was mystified. ZD pointed at the wolf corpse, her excitement increasing. However, you all have heard and seen how unique the blue dog fox wolf's perfume is. Its perfume is one that does not belong to any type, but that's good news. It is like a snow lotus herb on an iceberg, indiscernibly pure and mysteriously elegant. The glacier's toughness and the petal's delicateness, combined with the ice's cruelty and the snow lotus herb's vitality, form a contrast, making everything there beautiful and harmonious. If applied to human skin, women will feel noble, lovely, and pitiful, and men will feel tough. This is burning, succulent eroticism. For the time being, regardless of the perfume's magic beast subduing effect, I am already certain this is a perfume of the highest quality. Everyone. Lan Zio suddenly sniffed and asked with bewilderment, "Why can I only smell the odor of blood?" Everyone had a similar impression. Zongdi answered, "There really is still some perfume remaining." The half-beastman had a different nose from humans. His nose was keener. "Is it really that good?" Zongdi looked doubtful. The soldier did not understand anything pertaining to perfume. ZD nodded with affirmation. "Of all compounds, I have spent the most time and energy studying perfumes. It is unlikely my nose is mistaken." "Do you know what this signifies?" "Money. Wealth. An unending stream of riches." Speaking of these things, Zdi's amethyst eyes sparkled. Everyone seemed to sense the glittering in her eyes. Seeing ZD sink into excitement, everyone remained silent. Contrary to what one might expect, Zhen Ren did not find ZD strange. After all, when he and Zdi were surviving and exploring together, he gained a deep understanding of her temperament. "It seems the psychological shadow, the blue dog fox wolf, gave you no longer exists." The young knight made fun of his fiancée. ZD looked at Zhen Ren with her sparkling eyes. "Capture it, you must capture one alive." "Let me try to mix perfume. With it, we can make a bundle of money." Chapter 129, Offering a Sacrifice. In our current situation, isn't thinking about making money off of perfume a bit far-fetched? Heiwan looked at the excited Zdi, the corner of his mouth twitching somewhat. "We still need to leave this island alive." Yes. Many people endorsed Heiwan. ZD's excited eyes scared them a little. Nevertheless, Zhen Ren was pondering inwardly. ZD's proposal had actually made his heart beat faster. Because the Baoyi Zen clan suffered isolation and suppression, and with a vast ocean separating them, even if they could assist Zhen Ren, he feared any help would not come in time. When Zhen Ren reached White Sands City in the future, it is only natural that the more gold coins he had on hand, the better. Zhen Ren only had one slave, Lan Zio. Everyone else required a salary. If he became White Sand City's lord, building a new city and operating it needed a large amount of invested funds. Blindly relying on the clan was unacceptable. It would be best if Zhen Ren could be self-sufficient and even fund his clan. Unlike those who were worried, Zhen Ren knew the truth. I have the core. The more time I have, the stronger I become. The main threat on this island are the magic beasts. But these magic beasts, with regards to me, are already becoming increasingly weaker. The impression of a divine Scion Knight has already had a real impact on the people. In the future, when I transform in front of everyone, as long as it's to a finite degree, it won't arouse suspicions in others. The 2 blue dog fox wolves are already dead. Currently, the entire group is very safe. The sole worry is the teleportation. In the tent, Zhen Ren was the one most affected by ZD's proposal. The young knight looked at the girl's purple eyes, his gaze exposing his appreciation. Perhaps my fiancé learned medicine in order to study how perfumes are made? Danger contains opportunities. I would have never, though the blue dog fox wolf's perfume could be such a business opportunity. ZD deserves to be called the president of the Wisteria Merchant Alliance. Zhen Ren's thoughts lingered in his mind. However, he still remained silent and did not stand by ZD. Upon seeing no one supporting her, ZD immediately said, "Then don't bother with money-making or popular commodities in order to increase our chances of survival. I believe it is still necessary to capture a blue dog fox wolf alive. As long as I have the perfume as a basis, I can make a corresponding compound that can subdue other magic beasts or destroy the effects of the blue dog fox wolf's perfume. Either would be extremely helpful." Everyone remained silent. If ZD had not said such strange things either, they definitely would have approved profusely. But now everyone understood ZD's true intentions. Kang Xu coughed. "As far as I know, all high-grade perfumes are magic potions. Their refinement costs are very high, require alchemists and pharmacists, and even need to use magician towers as workshops. Perfume storage and transportation costs are also enormous. Besides, the target market is only limited to nobles and the upper class." ZD immediately retorted, "This is a magic potion." She pointed at the wolf corpse. "Don't tell me you think that is an ordinary fragrance?" Can an ordinary fragrance influence a silver-level magic beast? Or even many at once? The blue dog fox wolf should have abundant magic power that far exceeds any other silver-level magic beast. It is precisely because of its internal magic power that it can make such a perfume. Hold on, doesn't the blue dog fox wolf lack an internal magic crystal? It cannot balance the magic power in its body. Someone immediately refuted. ZD shook her head. It is not actively using it, rather it is doing so passively. It is like using a magic material to a shallow degree. Building on this analogy, it is like Zongyi's bone-white hammer and Lord Zhenjin's spider blade. As a result, pure magic was not combined to make the perfume, rather it uses the magic power accumulated in some material, such as the blue dog fox wolf's blood, or its internal moisture. When Lord Zhenjin brought back information, he saw the blue dog fox wolf kill and eat a silver-level flying squirrel leader. At the time, I found that quite strange. Thinking about it now, it is very possible the blue dog fox wolf needed to replenish its magic power to process more perfume in its body. Based on the blue dog fox wolf's intelligence, it understands the benefits of keeping the silver-level squirrel leader. But it still chose to eat it. Doing so must have had more benefits than detriments. Otherwise, it wouldn't have done that. Everyone's expressions became solemn. Zidai's analysis was reasonable. The purple-eyed girl then excitedly said, "If it is like this, then we don't need to hire alchemists and pharmacists. Employing them is too costly. Loyalty is also a crucial thing. As long as the enticement is big enough, even the most tightly protected medical formula will be leaked. We only need to keep many blue dog fox wolves to make their perfume. We can even gather and sell the base perfume directly, or perhaps add some alcohol into the mixture. Yeah, the cost of feeding might be high, but as long as a blue dog fox wolf eats magic beast meat, it can produce perfume. After a comprehensive calculation, our perfume manufacturing costs should be lower than normal producers. Our raw materials, transportation, and manufacturing costs are bigger. However, as long as we control the blue dog fox wolf, the source of the perfume, we can monopolize this kind of perfume. A monopoly makes business simple because we can set the perfume's price. Huge profits give leeway. It allows us to travel a high-end route and create a luxury good. As we walk this path, we can make complementary soaps and shampoos, creating a plethora of goods to display. This is something well worth doing. Perfume is already popular among upper-class humans. In the wake of war and trade, we can spread our perfume to the upper class of other continents, like the lava continent, the life continent, the secluded devil continent, and even the wilderness continent. The perfume market is very vast. ZD words were confident and frank. Everyone was dumbfounded. Why had the subject returned to this again? Everyone looked at the wolf corpse, feeling an unexpected and inexplicable bitterness from it. The blue dog fox wolf had been a huge threat to them, and it was a crafty enemy. Zhen Ren and Zhongyi seemed like heroes going through a challenge when they had used all of their strength to kill one. This kind of existence ought to be shown sufficient respect, but this young president now considered it a source of easy money. It's a pity, a real pity. I cannot study the perfume with that blue dog fox wolf. If we can capture one alive, I can extract its perfume and conduct a series of tests. Hold on, my lord, isn't there still one alive? ZD's eyes glisten. Everyone was in a somewhat strange mood. After hearing ZD's analysis, it seemed having a blue dog fox wolf still alive was a good thing. No, I already converted that one. Zhen Ren shook his head internally. Then he opened his mouth. The magic beast corps is formidable. We have to fight them while simultaneously struggling to grab their commander. That is very troublesome. Currently, everything is for survival. Only by surviving is everything else possible. Zhen Ren's words made everyone nod and let them breathe in relief. Everyone somewhat understood ZD's nature, and at this moment, they felt the young knight was more reliable. If this wolf corpse does not have much value, I wish to offer as a sacrifice to my master, Grand Emperor Shengming, said Zhen Ren. The atmosphere in the tent immediately turned solemn. Of course. After reacting, Kang Xu was the first to reply. Zhen Ren looked at Zhongji. The latter immediately smiled and said, "Templar Knight, this is your spoil of war." Although ZD wanted to dismember the wolf corpse into potion materials, she supported Zhen Ren without the slightest hesitation. Our survival and victory was all thanks to Emperor Shengming's protection. We indeed should sacrifice to him. Even Haiwan suggested, "We must build an altar, then hold a sacrificial ceremony." It's a pity we don't have a priest to preside over it. This is a world of gods. Even if some don't believe in them, they are respected deeply. Sacrificial offerings were common, one can say they even happened frequently. In humans, beastmen, fishmen, and other races, there exist many sacrificial ceremonies for all sorts of gods, the absolute majority of which have already become traditional festivals. There are many exquisite things involved when giving offerings to the gods. Usually, a particular god has distinct tastes when it comes to offerings. The Drow race's main god is the spider god. It likes trials by fire. If the trials by fire succeed, the corpses of others from them are the best offering to it. Humanity's great Duke Maui Xiang is also a living god. His believers offer the first of their rice crops on his altar. Offerings are not limited to materialistic things. For example, every Dharma Great Duke is one of humanity's greatest magicians while simultaneously being one of the living gods. Believers that give them new research can usually receive their rewards and even concern. Offerings can also be some kind of action. For instance, in beastmen tribes, sacrificial ceremonies are usually used to start a war against other tribes. Regardless of the result, all wars were the best sacrifices to these gods. As far as Emperor Shang Ming was concerned, he was a god of wisdom, light, and victory. His believers, after obtaining a great victory as an individual or as a legion, will use their outstanding military service as an offering. After building a simple altar or temple, they will hold a large amount of sacrificial ceremonies and wholeheartedly praise Emperor Shang Ming. The larger the sacrifices, the number of participants, pious believers, and outstanding military services, the more Emperor Shang Ming pays attention and promotes the priest overseeing it. He even might bestow his godly favor. Sacrificial offerings were normal and often a serious affair. As a divine scion knight, Zhen Ren wanting to sacrifice the blue dog fox wolf to Emperor Shang Ming was very normal. Everyone not only understood this, but also suggested, build an altar, hold a sacrificial ceremony, and include other beast corpses in the offering. Everyone was afraid of neglecting the gods. But Zhen Ren shook his head. After escaping this place, I will hold a vast sacrificial ceremony in White Sand City. But doing so now is out of the question. My master is a wise god. He would be disappointed if he saw me squander valuable manpower right now. I will offer a sacrifice alone. This wolf corpse is not the best offering, but it is still a suitable one. The other magic beast corpse should serve as magic potion materials, weapon materials, or as food. No one had any objections. Chapter 130. I am a fat ball flying fish. This forest is a bit unusual. A half-elf mercenary slightly stamped his foot. He vigilantly looked at the forest before him, sensing a rotten odor disseminating from it. Regardless of whether it was the trees or the color of the leaves, both made the forest seem darker and gloomier. Compared to normal humans, this half-elf had slightly more pointed ears and smaller eyes. These were known. The half-elf bloodline in his body was comparatively thin. Despite this, the half-elf bloodline still helped him adapt to the forest more than usual. Without a reference, he could still roughly approximate his direction in the forest. The exploration team appointed him as their scout, and he was doing his best. Should this be the place? The half-elf gradually turned solemn. He was thinking of the intelligence pertaining to the blade spiders. Such information had already been transmitted to everyone in order to increase everyone's odds of surviving. The half-elf was prudent, slowing down greatly as he penetrated the dark forest. After a short period, his body filled with cold sweat, and he returned to where he had come from. Unmistaken. There is a large group of blade spiders dwelling in the area ahead. The half-elf quickly informed the large group of this important information. Are there spider webs? The boat craftsman excitedly asked. The half-elf shook his head. The boat craftsman sighed. According to our information, a blade spider's webs had adhesive properties and are extremely tough. They could be used to build a ship and might even be the best material we have to glue planks together. Don't worry, we will secure some. Zhen Ren smiled. It is almost dusk. Let us pitch camp here, then we will dispose of this blade spider group. Yes, your lordship. Everyone accepted the order. After the camp burned down, everyone rested and reorganized for a few days. Then, after a joint discussion, they began to travel through the forest. It seemed to almost all of them that a blue dog-fox-wolf was still alive, thus continuing to stay in place was meaningless. It was very possible that establishing a new camp would be met with an even bigger magic beast core attack. The farther they went from the original camp, the better. Outside of this reason, there were still a few other important ones. First, a huge ship could not be constructed in the forest. Because moving a ship into the sea exceeded the engineering capabilities and manpower of everyone. Only if luck was good could the boat be teleported to the beach. Second, a seagoing ship was not a riverboat. A ship could not be flat-bottomed. It needed a hull. This kind of structure needed to withstand stormy seas and wind. Launching a hulled ship was difficult. If it dragged along the bottom, it would destroy the hull. As a result, everyone needed a dock, and docks were naturally near water. Third, the workload to build a ship was massive and needed an enormous amount of manpower. Returning to the beach and merging with the remaining survivors would give them the most amount of manpower. At the same time, determining how much manpower they had would determine how big they would make the ship. Building too big was unnecessary, squandered time and manpower, and increased possible risks. Building too small would force them to leave some people on the island. Zhen Ren did not want to see this happen. Zhen Ren's orders were rapidly passed on. The group stopped and everyone began to methodically arrange things on the ground. Kang Exu was in charge of the arrangements. Zhisu had someone drive off snakes and rats with weapons and fire. After ensuring the area was safe, a circular camp was set up and tents started to be built. Bao Ya led some people in the construction of traps around the camp. He Wan and others took one of ZD's compounds, sprinkling them around the camp and in the tents. Mu Ban was sitting on the ground and inspecting some trailer carts. These trailer carts were designed and made by him. Altogether, 12 trailer carts were made to make it far more convenient for the team to transport supplies. The trailer carts relied on manpower to go forward, 8 of them being pulled by the giant, with the rest given to those with comparatively strong strength and stamina. Mob Bane was mainly inspecting their axles. This one is cracked. Giant, hold the wood up. We need to replace it. Van called at the giant. The giant sat on the ground. He was covered in sweat. After looking at the undersized Muban, he shifted his gaze. Muban helplessly shook his head. He yelled at the nearby boat craftsman, "Quay! How many times are you going to say that? He is not my son." The boat craftsman immediately retorted, but soon raised his voice quickly. "Hold up the cart." "Yes, father." The giant immediately stood up and dragged his beaten body. He had a giant's bloodline and was practically a human crane. Using his arm, he lifted the wood and threw it to the ground, causing it to roll a few times. Muban seemed to stamp and jump on his foot, saying with anger and worry, "Idiot, gently, gently, you boorish chap. This wood was moved here with great difficulty. Don't ruin it. Even if we are in a forest, this kind of good wood is rarely seen. Slow down a bit, put it down softly, understand?" The boat craftsman yelled loudly. "Understood, father." "Don't call me father." After the shouting, the wood on the cart was unloaded. At the same time, the giant turned the cart over, allowing Muban and others to dismantle the axle. "There aren't many spare axles left. If we are staying here for longer than normal, we can use this occasion to make some more." Muban was planning in his thoughts. Most of the tents were built, but not everyone had one. Tents were still in short supply. Several individuals crowding into a small tent was not rare. Of course, Zhenjin's tent was the biggest and the first one built. As the tents filled with the sunset glow, thick smoke began to spiral from Zidai's tent roof. The smoke had a strange odor. This was ZD seizing the moment to dissolve ore and extract the iron from within. Speaking of which, when the group left the camp, Zhenjin intentionally led a small group around to look for a lot of ore in caves. These heavy ores were secretly dug out by Zhenjin, who had secretly transformed into a monkey-tail brown bear in the following nights after the battle. This discovery made Kang Exu speculate. Perhaps monkey-tail brown bears had a habit grinding their claws. Regarding the old scholar's misunderstanding, Zhenjin could only feel sorry in the bottom of heart. He didn't have a good explanation. As the sun completely dropped and night fell, the camp became calm. The building had already been completed, and with bonfires burning, the people began to eat dinner. Even if fire-poisoned bees invaded now, they weren't worried. ZD's potions distinguished themselves repeatedly, regardless of whether it was with the bat monkeys or the fire-poisoned bees. All of their threat levels fell because of her potions. Zhenjin, with a pleased heart, looked at the team members sitting, chatting, discussing, and sometimes laughing. At that moment, it seemed that identity, racial misunderstandings, and prejudice didn't appear to exist. Previously, the group had been split into two large factions, but now everyone was harmonious. This was all thanks to the invading magic beast core. At the same time, another reason was Zhenjin's outstanding status. In everyone's hearts, the youngster was not a simple Templar knight, rather he was a divine Saiyan knight. Of course, in order to unify everyone after the camp battle, Zhenjin summoned Exisu for a conversation and explicitly guaranteed he would help Exisu construct a new ship. But who could have imagined Exisu would actually refuse this offer? Instead, he knelt to the ground and expressed his wish to follow Zhenjin, something he thirsted and prayed for. Rather than following his father's footsteps, it seemed Exisu would rather swear loyalty to Zhenjin. Following a divine Saiyan knight had bright prospects under normal circumstances. Even if Exisu wanted to embrace such a thigh, he could not. But the shipwreck gave him a unique and golden opportunity. He couldn't allow himself to miss it. Zhen Ren thanked Kang Xu for his speculation and spread it. On the other hand, he accepted Xisu's vow of loyalty. While Xisu was vowing his loyalty, Zongyi also gave in. His ambitions vanished and he no longer challenged Zhen Ren's authority. This outcome was sufficient proof that Zhen Ren's prior decision to pursue the blue dog fox-wolf was correct. He intentionally showed off his formidable battle strength in front of Zongyi. Not only did it make it more convenient to use a portion of his transformation abilities in public, more importantly, it deterred this strong half-beast man. Zongyi could observe the general situation. If not, he would not have overthrown the second mate or agreed to return to camp with Zhen Ren. After realizing that even if he challenged Zhen Ren to a duel, he would still not be Zhen Ren's rival, Zongyi decided to cooperate with him. Zongyi, trying his best to save Zhen Ren, also caused Zhen Ren to take notice of this half-beast man, decreasing his vigilance and increasing his trust. In short, under Zhen Ren's untiring efforts, the group had the best result when phasing together. He did his best to preserve the group's strength from the confrontations and internal friction occurring due to a schism. He annihilated the magic beast core and killed 3 blue dog fox wolves. Perhaps only he understood the tribulations and hazards his contributions had. Wearing the crown was certainly heavy. Zhen Ren secretly shouldered many things, exceeding the expectations of any ordinary person. Maybe this was the price of becoming a leader. When it was late into the night, Zhen Ren once again left the camp. His habitual nighttime patrols were already known by everyone. As a leader and noble, Zhen Ren set an example through his silent investments. His crucial nighttime patrols were almost never suspended, and persisting in this action made everyone love and respect him even more. However, what no one knew was that every time Zhen Ren got far enough from camp, the first thing he did was strip naked. After the camp battle, Zhen Ren no longer had armor, even his clothes had been destroyed. But not long after, he gained a new set of clothes and crocodile head hammer-tail leather armor. After arranging his armor appropriately, Zhen Ren transformed into a silver-level flying squirrel. After training hard for a while, he gave a discouraged sigh. Still, no electrical discharges. He couldn't sense which muscle he should exert. Speaking of which, Zhen Ren once captured a few flying squirrels. However, all of them died in the camp battle. However, because Zongyi temporarily acknowledged his allegiance, Zhen Ren grasping this electrical discharge skill was not as urgent as before. After practicing the flying squirrel form for a spell, Zhen Ren switched and turned into a silver-level bat monkey. During daytime marches, he would slightly open his mouth and use ultrasound often to examine their direction and to examine the nearby situation. Scouting with ultrasound was very convenient. It was still more practical than the lizard eyes. But even if there was a strong magic beast around, as long as it was not threatening the group, Zhen Ren would feign ignorance. Before the half-elf found the spider group, Zhen Ren had already discovered it. However, he remained silent about it. Of course, he could use God's name to predict some affairs, but if he always did this, it would give the people the impression that Zhen Ren is abusing God's favor. This Templar Knight is unable to recognize the good intentions of others. Both Kang Xu and ZD were intelligent people. This would arouse suspicions in them. 1, 2, 3. Zhen Ren came near the spider forest, and by using ultrasound, he quickly found where all the spiders were located. This spider group was bigger than the last one he encountered. There were 2 silver-level spider leaders. Zhen Ren did not use the bat monkey form to fly in. Instead, at that moment, Zhen Ren transformed into fat ball flying fish. Goo, goo, go. The fat ball flying fish, Zhen Ren flapped his shark fin, swayed his fish tail, and slowly ascended. After reaching the treetops, he wobbled and flew over the spider forest. Then, as he looked down, he vomited his saliva. The fat ball flying fish had a high internal temperature and could spit boiling water. This kind of attack was very weak. The fat ball flying fish's truly strong attack was its dying self-detonation. However, Zhen Ren's fat ball flying fish saliva had gone through a qualitative change. Every bit of saliva had in it the blue dog foxwolf's perfume. The perfume sprayed all over the place, and because of the evaporation, it was not long until the scent pervaded the entire spider forest. Zhen Ren waited for a moment, then he canceled the fat ball flying fish form, transformed into a bat monkey, and dropped into the trees. The spider calmly looked at him. This beast group had already acknowledged their allegiance to him. Chapter 131. I am a blade spider. Currently, Zhen Ren could not transform into a complete blue dog fox wolf. Even if he had killed 3 blue dog fox wolves, all of them were at the silver level. He used the core to absorb and convert 2 of them. Although the final one had been dead for a long time, had almost no internal magic power left, and suffered Zhen Ren's dismemberment and Kang Exu's dissection, it still helped him get to a nearly completed form. Only a few parts were missing. From this, as far as the core was concerned, to gather a completed form, quality and quantity were needed. Quantity was the base. Zhen Ren had the spear scorpion, green lizard, and brown bear forms because he had absorbed and converted great amounts of the corresponding magic beasts. Quality could break through limits. Zhen Ren had absorbed many green lizards, however, the lack of a silver-level lizard meant he never had a silver-level lizard form. Both quality and quantity were indispensable. Both sides needed to be balanced. Sufficient quality with insufficient quantity would not do. Just like the strong quality of the blue dog fox wolf Zhen Ren had been absorbing, each was a silver-level magic beast. However, the small amount meant he still could not transform into a complete blue dog fox wolf. However, as far as Zhen Ren was concerned, he did not care about having a complete blue dog fox wolf form. He could already transform the most crucial organ, the biological spice bag. From that point onward, Zhen Ren could disturb a man's strong bodily fragrance. But he lacked the wolf tail transformation. The biological spice bag was the core, however. Without a complementary tail, Zhen Ren could not rapidly distribute the perfume. Zhen Ren tried many times for this reason. At first, he used the core to link the spice bag to his sweat glands. After strenuous exercise, as long as he was sweating, each sweat drop had the perfume in it. Since then, Zhen Ren had become a fragrant and sweaty man. Although this attempt succeeded, he discovered this method was too slow. Thus, Zhen Ren connected the spice bag to his ureter. If that happened, Zhen Ren could spray the perfume through his urine. Although the second attempt also succeeded, its practical value was still low. After all, suddenly urinating during a fierce battle was always awkward. Its only benefit is that it might make a negligent opponent see Zhen Ren as scared when he urinated. Look, Zhen Ren is so scared, he pissed himself. Zhen Ren did not want to pee during a battle as a Templar Knight, even if the urine had the perfume in it. The third attempt showed Zhen Ren's usage of the core had gotten deeper. He first transformed into a green lizard. Then he took out the green lizard's poison gland and venom sac, substituting them for the biological spice bag. This attempt also succeeded. Thus, he no longer sprayed out acid, rather he... For the past few nights, Zhen Ren examined how this attack performed in actual combat. His opponents, some magic beasts, had their faces often covered in Zhen Ren's saliva. After a moment, they surrendered at once. The fragrant saliva still had real combat value. However, Zhen Ren also discovered a shortcoming. He spat up too much at once. The magic consumption needed for the spice bag to make perfume was far more compared to the consumption required to make the same amount of corrosive acid. The fragrant saliva could only be shot at one target, then, as the fragrance freely evaporated, it would influence its surroundings. The follow-up effects had low efficacy. This made Zhen Ren displeased. Looking at the cost-performance ratio, the fragrant saliva attack was too wasteful. After Zhen Ren reflected over this, he tried for the fourth time, the method he was currently using. His fat ball flying fish form and the biological spice bag matched with each other. Until now, although Zhen Ren could transform into a complete fat ball flying fish, the form was not practical, and after practicing with it several times, he put it on the back burner. After many attempts, Zhen Ren finally transformed into a fat ball flying with the spice bag. The fat ball flying fish, attacked by spraying boiling water, thus this turned the perfume scalding. The perfume's high temperature accelerated its evaporation, making its effects quicker than a blue dog foxwolf's tail. Although this form's attacks, defense, and speed were inferior to all other forms, with this creation, it immediately became Zhen Ren's strongest trump card. At this moment, the blade spider's allegiance was sufficient proof of this form's avant-garde strength. Unfortunately, the perfume I make cannot be used as materials. Zhen Ren was still somewhat regretful. He did experiments. He intentionally sprayed some perfume out and sealed it up. It wouldn't work without a seal. The perfume was an easily evaporated liquid. However, after sealing it for a night, when Zhen Ren came back the next day, he found the perfume had turned into a layer of carbon dust. Zhen Ren was disappointed but unsurprised. Because in previous tests, he tried something similar with the green lizard acid. After time passed, the acid would turn into a handful of carbon ash. The reason why I can transform into all kinds of life forms is all because of this magic core. Its magic serves as a power source to bear the burden of contradictions and pressure between different kinds of life form shapes. Regardless of whether it is the perfume or the acid, both are a part of the body. They are equivalent to hair, saliva, and the rest. The only difference between them and something like an arm or a thigh is that they are easier to separate from the body, nothing more. After Zhen Ren grasped this point, he also understood why every time he transformed into a green lizard, he always had some venom reserves. As the bat monkey Zhen Ren sat on a tree, red light bubbled from the core and flowed around his head. After a moment, the red light scattered, giving him a wolf head. Not only did he have a wolf head, Zhen Ren also transformed his vocal cords into ones similar to a wolf's. Seeing the blade spiders concealed in the tree leaves, Zhen Ren coughed twice and began to try an unknown amount of times. Bark, 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 bark. Zhen Ren issued dog barks, his voice modulating. The blade spiders were silent. Bark, 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 bap. Zhen Ren barked again, this time changing his pitch. The blade spiders were aloof. Bark, 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 bark. Zhen Ren's barks increased in volume. The blade spiders looked like puppets. There were no responses. Perhaps Zhen Ren's series of strange sounds attracted them, but their gazes seemed to change. Outside of acknowledging their allegiance to Zhen Ren, they seemed to regard him as an idiot. They are actually moving, Zhen Ren sighed. It was too difficult for him. Learning a foreign language really wasn't easy. To date, he had never even been introduced to this language. To learn the dog language, I must capture a blue dog fox wolf alive. Relying on my own fumbling will not work. Zhen Ren eventually understood reality completely. Like Zidai, he also wanted to capture a blue dog fox wolf alive. Only the former wanted to extract a blue dog fox wolf's perfume, while he wanted to learn the wolf's language. Without the blue dog fox wolf's language, Zhen Ren could not command the beast group in front of him. The only action his test brought was the magic beasts shifting their attention to him. While having their attention and allegiance, the magic beasts silently followed him. This had benefits and troubles. The benefits were clear. When Zhen Ren rushed into other magic beast groups, the artificial magic beasts following him would defend him and attack the aggressors. The trouble was Zhen Ren could not secretly accumulate magic beasts. Because when Zhen Ren returned to camp, these magic beasts would also follow him. This would cause conflict between the magic beasts, Zhongji, and the other people. Human ears could not hear ultrasound, but people could smell the perfume. Zhen Ren also once thought, with the help of the god's name, he could say God bestowed upon him a wonderful ability. But that was unreasonable. In recorded history, Emperor Shengming's godly favor was never like this. Emperor Shengming's power always manifested through light. If it was the flower god, the beast god, the demonic flesh god, and so on, this kind of bestowment would have fit. Zhen Ren had already taken a risk when transforming in front of Zhongji. After suffering when he saved Huang Ziyo, he would never underestimate anyone. As a result, Zhen Ren actually only had one choice. Following this, he came in front of every blade spider, used the blade transformation, and beheaded them. Afterward, while the corpse was still warm, he absorbed and converted them all with the core. The blade spiders served Zhen Ren. Even if death caused an uproar, none of them could truly resist. Zhen Ren couldn't help but sigh a multitude of times. It was too easy. He effortlessly slaughtered this enormous blade spider group. The easiness of it surpassed his imagination. If someone told him that one day in the future, these blade spiders would calmly sit in place and allow Zhen Ren to kill them, Zhen Ren would have certainly believed that individual was insane. But sometimes reality was more inconceivable than one's imagination. By annihilating this blade spider group, Zhen Ren raised the Core's magic reserves to a new height. Currently, Zhen Ren still did not know what the Magic Core's magic reserve limit was. Another gain was that he now had a complete blade spider form. Beforehand, he could only transform spider blades, nothing more. Let's give the blade spider form a try. The next moment, red light rushed forth. The bat monkey Zhen Ren disappeared and was replaced with a blade spider Zhen Ren. In a split second, Zhen Ren felt like he was squeezed into a wooden chest. Regardless of whether it was sight, hearing, smell, or his other senses, all had declined by a substantial amount. This made Zhen Ren somewhat out of sorts. Lizard eyes, bat monkey hearing, and a blue dog fox-wolf sense of smell were all strong, while the spider blade form had dropped them all to their lowest point. However, as time passed, Zhen Ren discovered the blade spider's sharpest sense, touch. Although his legs were blades, there were still spider feelers at the ends of his blades. Regardless of whether they were on his limbs or on the surface of his torso, all of it was covered in a thick layer of fine fur. When the wind blew, the fur would slightly tremble accordingly. Thus Zhen Ren would immediately hear the wind and smell the forest. As a nightingale flew past, the nightingale wings would make noise and vibrate the air. This was all transmitted through Zhen Ren's fur. Zhen Ren immediately became aware that there was a flying nightingale in that direction. Accompanying the vibrating fur, the flying nightingale's route was also clearly portrayed in Zhen Ren's mind. A strong intuition told Zhen Ren, if he sprayed spider webs in that direction, he could definitely catch the small nightingale. Wanting to act, Zhen Ren immediately opened his mouth. A spider web shot out. At first it was a ball, but it then opened up in the air. Just as the nightingale flew past, it collided with the spider web. The spider web tied it up and glued it to a tree. The nightingale shrieked constantly and frantically struggled. However, the spider web, nevertheless, grew tighter around it. The Bei Zhen clan's bloodline was compatible with any long-range attacks, thus bringing the best in each other. A silver-level blade spider could spray strong spider webs. Anything less than a blade spider could only weave nets and set up traps. Next, Zhen Ren tried to extrude silk. Strictly speaking, it was not called silk. Perhaps we can call it vomit juice to be more accurate. In addition, this vomit did not come from the mouth. Rather, it came from Zhen Ren's blade spider behind. There's something similar to buttocks was spinning the vomit. The spinner was a type of blade spider organ. In that organ, there was a spinning and weaving gland where the juice was being produced. This was a milky, white, and sticky juice. After being discharged by the spinner and encountering the air, it immediately stiffened, thereby turning into spider silk. Spider silk was wonderful. It was tenacious, fine, sticky, and flexible. This feels fantastic. It's a bit similar to defecating and urinating. Summing it up, it's like using one's anus to urinate. After Zhen Ren's good experience, he saw a jumbled ball of spider silk behind him. It looked like a yarn ball a cat or dog had messed up. This caused the young knight to sink into silence. Weaving is also a life skill. Zhen Ren was vexed. Without lots of practice, he could not grasp this skill. Chapter 132. All Are Frightened by Zhen Ren. What is going on? Are you certain? The next day, Zhen Ren, Zhongyi, and other elites came to the blade spider habitat. In the end, the half-elf came back with news that surprised and bewildered everyone. The half-elf scout was somewhat pale. He shook his head and affirmed, "Nothing! Not even a single spider!" "I am absolutely certain." "How can this be?" "Don't tell me the entire spider group went out to hunt for food?" "Unlikely. Don't these blade spiders hunt with their webs?" "They should still be guarding this place." Everyone had endless doubts. "Are there none nearby?" Zissou wrinkled his brows as he asked. The scout shook his head again. "Don't tell me another beast group destroyed the spider group," Triple Blade suggested. "Impossible." The half-elf scout overruled that. "There isn't even a trace of fighting in the forest." "Really?" Zhongji also could not help but pursue his brows. This situation was too weird. Zhongji thought there would be a difficult battle. However, when he arrived in the spider forest, the powerful enemy was gone. The half-beastman looked at Zhen Ren, finding the young knight also had tense brows and appeared perplexed. As if sensing the latter's gaze, he nodded to Zhongji. Then he looked around and ordered, "Regardless of what theories we have, we need to explore the site first. Everyone increase your vigilance. Perhaps there's an immense trap in front of us." After a short period, everyone was standing in the depths of the spider forest. "There really are no blade spiders." Zhongji's face exposed his amazement. "This is so strange. There aren't any signs of fighting. Don't tell me the spider group realized we were here and ran away of their own accord?" Zissou guessed. Those unintentional words were intently listened to by Zhongji, whose heart slightly jumped. In the half-beastman's heart, he felt a horrifying notion emerge, and he could not help but look at Zhen Ren again. Zhen Ren's brows were deeply creased. "It seems he is also thinking of that." Zhongji looked at Zhen Ren's expression. He sighed in his heart and buried that opinion, leaving it unstated. "Since we verified this place is safe, let's move." Regardless of where the blade spiders are, they left their spider webs behind. "These things can help us make a boat. Everyone do your best to be gentle. Collect them carefully." Zhen Ren commanded. "Yes." Everyone immediately accepted. In the spider forest, not only were there many spider webs on the ground, there were more suspended between the branches, the latter of which stored the spider's food reserves. It was not yet noon when a small hunting group returned to their temporary camp. The people had returned from a rewarding journey. However, their hearts were all worried. Zhen Ren immediately gathered everyone up and told them what had happened that morning. "This is an extraordinary situation." Kang Exu sighed, while Ziti looked unwell. He Wan turned white, horror mixed into his tone. "Wait a moment, the blade spider group disappeared. Has that blue dog fox wolf been stealthily following us?" The atmosphere in the tent grew heavy. That was Zhongji's opinion in the spider forest. Both Kang Exu and Zidi also thought of this possibility. Zhen Ren killed 3 blue dog fox wolves. However, everyone only knew of 2 of them. Thus, they had always thought the magic beast core hadn't been completely wiped out. There was still a living blue dog fox wolf. Lan Zio bit his teeth. "If that blue dog fox wolf is following us, why hasn't it attacked during our many days of trekking?" We don't have a solid camp. Every day we are exhausted, and our combat strength is at an all-time low. With the blue dog fox wolf's intelligence, it is impossible that it can't see our poor health. Hai Wan shook his head. Even if our combat strength is declining, we still have Lord Zhen Ren and Zongyi. The blue dog fox wolf is afraid of the consequences. Besides this reason, it still might be wounded and needs time to recover. We destroyed its magic beast core, and after its near destruction, it also needs time to subdue other magic beast groups. Just like now, the Blade Spider group must have been subdued by the blue dog fox wolf. If not, how could this Blade Spider group disappear? Mentioning this, Haiwan said with near certainty, "All of the evidence is here." It is unlikely the Blade Spider group would voluntarily move. It is even less likely they would flee, for that was indeed their birth nest. However, without any fighting or killing, they vanished. This must be the blue dog fox wolf leading them away. The blue dog fox wolf has too few troops. Perhaps in its analysis, it could not depend on the Blade Spider group to annihilate us. As a result, it made the Blade Spiders retreat, its goal being to build up its magic beast core. After reaching a certain level, it will attack us with the magic beast core again. The tent was silent. This included Lan Zhao, who slightly bowed his head and stopped questioning. Sorry, everyone. Zhen Jin's face was grave, but his heart apologized. He had destroyed the entire spider group, but without a concrete explanation, he could only let his companions guess. Currently, regardless of whether it was Egsi Su, Haiwan, ZD, Kong Xu, and even the half-beastman Zongji, all of them would be frightened by his way of thinking. Lord Zhen Jin, what should we do next? Zhisu looked anxious. Should we build a fortified camp here to defend against another magic beast core invasion? Certainly not. In fact, you guys are quite safe. Every day I use ultrasound. In addition, whenever there is a magic beast ahead or near us, I will dispose of it during the night. This was what Zhen Jin said at the bottom of his heart, but of course he did not say such words. He shook his head and replied, Zhisu, we shouldn't be excessively cautious. Our most important goal is building a ship that can leave this island. If we build a fortified camp, we will squander too much time and manpower. How can we leave this place if that happens? There are additional survivors from the Hog's Kiss on the beach. We need to converge with them with all speed. Without our assistance, how long can they last? Furthermore, if we stay here temporarily and build a camp, we will instead be in the clutches of the blue dog fox wolf. It no longer needs to waste time and energy tracking us. Instead, it has more freedom to subdue more magic beasts. Don't forget about the teleportation. Before we thought the teleportation had a regular pattern, however, ever since receiving your and Zongji's information, we know we don't understand the pattern. There might not even be one. If teleportation happens, our firmly established camp will collapse in an instant. It is very possible the nearby magic beast core will be teleported along with us. Like the time I pursued that scaly black-horned leopard group. We must go forward, and to keep going forward, we must accelerate our speed. When speaking of this, Zhen Jin raised his voice and appeared staunch. Everyone's hesitation and bewilderment were all cleaned out by this staunchness. This was a leader. Even now, Zhen Jin's prestige enveloped the entire group and had a real impact on them. You are truly deserving of being my lord. After expressing your opinion, my heart has calmed. Kang Exu complimented. Zidi silently looked at Zhen Jin tenderly. Lan Xiao straightened his chest. Although his eyes were wooden, his prideful appearance seemed to say, "This is the master I vow loyalty and devotion to." Haiwan murmured, "This is very risky." While marching, a magic beast core ambush is very possible. We must take risks. Zhen Jin firmly gazed at Haiwan. Haiwan and Zhen Jin glanced at each other. He quickly shifted his eyes and lowered his head. However, he still insisted. Then we should increase our scouts and expand our detection scope. Zongyi took the initiative to speak. Let my people do that then. Some of his people had elf bloodlines despite having thin half-elf bloodlines. They were the best candidates for scouts currently. But Zhen Jin shook his head and vetoed it. Not necessary. Our current detection scope is already huge. With our current precautions, if the magic beast core invades, we will have enough time to respond. Investigating on this island is very dangerous. We can't use low-level battle key and magic. We can only rely on and risk our bodies. I have said, as everyone's leader, I will treat everyone equally. Regardless of whether they are pure humans, half-elves, half-beastmen, goblins, or any other race. We were on the same ship. Therefore, we will assume the risks together, share our food together, and face the enemy side by side. There was absolute silence in the tent. Lan Zhao was entranced by Zhen Jin. At that moment, he felt a light bravely emitting from Zhen Jin's body. It was the light of knightly glory, the light of benevolence, and the bright light of the martial spirit. The goblin Triple Blade was also emotionally moved. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't speak. Nevertheless, Zongyi's brows were still creased. He shook his head and replied, "Templar Knight, I understand your intention. I deeply understand it. However, I approve of expanding our detection scope and our number of scouts. I was once a soldier, war was cruel, and no amount of benevolence can change that. Let the half-elves form a small reconnaissance team because they are the most suitable. If these people sacrifice their lives while investigating, as long as they send back information that can warn us ahead of time, even if it is just a minute, it is completely worth it." Seeing Zongyi persist in this viewpoint, Zhen Jin had a massive headache. Sometimes having this kind of upright comrade that saw the general situation was an inconvenience. "Don't worry, Zongyi, my comrade." Zhen Jin smiled at the half-beastman, showing his pure white teeth. "If we do this, even if the scouts do not encounter the magic beast core, there will be casualties because the forest contains many dangers. Of course, I understand your persistence. Because I am a knight who also received many military teachings. As such, I will pray to my master. If I could receive such a vision beforehand, perhaps he can find the blue dog fox wolf and the magic beast core. We could attack them in advance and eliminate them. That would be the best outcome." Chapter 133. Sorry to frighten you all. Zhen Jin's suggestion immediately stabilized Zongyi. It also sparked new hope in the others. However, they were bound to be disappointed. Because without a foundation, Zhen Jin could not raise a magic beast core they could murder. He could not even transform into a complete blue dog fox wolf, Therefore, Zhen Ren could only tell them in the afternoon. He prayed, but God did not respond. Although everyone was disappointed, they didn't suspect anything. After all, the gods stood high above. Even if a divine Saiyan knight prayed, not responding was normal. During the camp battle, it was abnormal when Zhen Ren's every prayer had a response. Without the spider group blocking the path after repairing the axles, the group immediately set off. The ambience in the group was heavy. They took precautions and were on tenterhooks, lest the magic beast core ambush them. One moonless night, a tree loudly collapsed, shaking the ground. The main culprit causing this was a crocodile head hammer-tail boa currently pouncing at Zhen Ren, its mouth wide open. Zhen Ren had transformed earlier. He used the monkey-tail brown bear shape as a base and covered it all over in a dark gold scorpion carapace. He suddenly crouched, dodging the crocodile head hammer-tail boa's large mouth. Now, red light suddenly bubbled from the back of Zhen Ren's hands. After the red light faded, 4 sharp spider blades grew from his hands. Clang! The spider blades stabbed into the crocodile head hammer-tail boa's torso. There was nothing it could do to resist the blades. Zhen Ren ran and used his arm to drive the spider blades into the crocodile head hammer-tail boa, creating over a dozen holes in its body. This was a fatal injury. A large amount of blood squirted from its body, causing the crocodile head hammer-tail boa to howl, causing it to fiercely counterattack under the sharp pain. But Zhen Ren had ample battle experience, foreseeing the counterattack. He rolled backwards, transformed into a silver-level bat monkey, and immediately flew into the air. Crocodile head hammer-tail boa. It went berserk at death's door. It wanted to take down its enemy with it, but with the enemy flying, it couldn't reach it. The enemy then transformed its head into a lizard head, angering it more through a constant bombardment of acid. The crocodile head hammer-tail boa, with its last sparks of life, brutality, anger, and other emotions, could only vent its feelings on the surrounding innocent trees and rocks. After tossing side to side for a while, the crocodile head hammer-tail boa lost its strength as it fell to the ground dying. Zhen Ren flew onto its body, and from his feet 4 blood threads appeared to twist around the crocodile head hammer-tail boa. Quickly, a scene Zhen Ren was familiar with occurred. The core absorbed and converted the crocodile head hammer-tail boa, with the only thing being left on the battlefield being a line of carbon ash. The night wind blew, completely dispersing this ash. After every battle, Zhen Ren would sum up his gains and losses. This was a habit of his. I have moved a step closer to a complete crocodile head hammer-tail bow form. My magic reserves have decreased somewhat. Multi-layered transformations consume my magic severely. This fight went on a bit too long. Zhen Ren had a method to achieve a rapid victory. The flying fish fragrant attack could easily dispose of this crocodile head hammer-tail boa. But Zhen Ren needed meticulous practice. Only through constant tempering could he improve his battle strength. Practice was very important. So this fight, he tested an all-new fighting style. Zhen Ren fused the blade spider form's advantages into his body. As far as this form's first attempt was concerned compared to Zhen Ren's blade spider transformations, this attempt was extremely shallow. As the group continued their journey these days, Zhen Ren deeply unearthed the blade spider form's potential. The blade spider had 3 strengths. One was touch, one was its spider webs, and the final one was its sharp blades. The thing Zhen Ren was most interested in was the spider blades. They were strong, tenacious, and most importantly, Zhen Ren didn't need to maintain them. In fact, Zhen Ren still took advantage of silver lightning being in his hands. However, that weapon, when all was said and done, was not his. It was Heiwan's family heirloom. After Zhen Ren left this island, he would return to Heiwan. Previously, Zhen Ren could only grow spider blades from his fingers. Limiting the spider blades to just there greatly reduced their usable value. Now, Zhen Ren could transform spider pincers, feet, and limbs. In this battle, Zhen Ren first transformed his metacarpal bones into spider ambulatory legs, and also grew ambulatory legs from the back of his hands. Then Zhen Ren wrapped a scorpion carapace around his ambulatory legs, then allowed them to grow out of the carapace. This way, Zhen Ren had 4 blades on the back of his hand. These 4 sharp blades effortlessly cut away the crocodile head hammertail boa's life. Zhen Ren could also grow ambulatory legs from his ribs and allow them to extend out from his body. If that happened, from his armpits down to his waist, he would have 4 spider blades on each side. When Zhen Ren tried this, he found he could do savage frontal attacks. Under the shining blades, a large tree would be cut into fragments after a few breaths. But during real combat, Zhen Ren found just using the hand blades was easier. Ease of use was very important. Because these beast forms went against the human body, if Zhen Ren wanted to adapt to them properly, he had to invest large amounts of time to train them. Zhen Ren was still most familiar with the human form. As a result, his most used form was the monkey-tail brown bear form. Because this magic beast form was close to a human form and compared to a bat monkey, had tougher skin. Even strong firepower like the scorpion tail wasn't used much by Zhen Ren. Because fighting with the scorpion tail was relatively difficult. Against stronger opponents, using unfamiliar shapes would instead be a flaw for Zhen Ren. Currently, Zhen Ren needed immediate battle strength. The group traveled through the endless trees. As the sunlight passed through the leaves, the fragments formed star-like facula. Under a rare tree, the group stopped temporarily. This tree had dense leaves and bulging roots that protruded out of the ground. This tree is at least a millennium old. Excellent, very excellent. Muban's eyes burned, happiness covering his face as he constantly circled around the tree. Quickly, chop it down with it. We can create a suitable kyo. Moo! Bane yelled. Thus, the crowd slowly circled around. But Zhen Ren was looking at a distant mountain, and through ultrasound he discovered many monkey-tail brown bears there. Late into the night. In a narrow cavern with sultry air and glowing ore, there was no darkness. A monkey-tail brown bear pounced at Zhen Ren, its massive and heavy physique creating a hole with every step. Zhen Ren, with a naked body, stood motionlessly in place as he looked at the approaching monkey-tail brown bear. Suddenly, red light bubbled from his body, and in a blink of an eye, he transformed into a gold-armored monkey-tail brown bear. Zhen Ren brazenly lashed back and ruthlessly collided with the monkey-tail brown bear. Both the monkey-tail brown bear and Zhen Ren immediately stood up, and with their respective palms, began to constantly smack their counterpart. During this, Zhen Jin's palm hit flesh, while the monkey-tail brown bear hit the scorpion carapace, producing dull echoes. The monkey-tail brown bear opened its mouth to bite, likewise Zhen Jin did too. Zhen Jin bit into the monkey-tail brown bear's shoulder, ripping its flesh. The monkey-tail brown bear bit into the scorpion carapace, nearly shattering its teeth. Currently, Zhen Jin was easily winning. After a spell, the monkey-tail brown bear turned around and retreated. "Don't attack. I'm in a terrible state." Zhen Jin did not pursue, rather he stood in place and reviewed his fight with the monkey-tail brown bear. He deliberately studied the monkey-tail brown bear's fighting style. He thought that through experience he could learn the correct way to apply force. After a short period, Zhen Jin returned, feeling he had a considerable harvest. A bear's body was different from a human body, thus the way either applied force was different. Although monkey-tail brown bears didn't have high intellect by relying on their beastly instincts, they applied force and attacked in a concise way that most effectively utilized their muscles and skeleton. This was different from having a teacher. Additional fights would greatly increase the efficiency of Zhen Jin's monkey-tail brown bear form. The monkey-tail brown bear form was very practical, thus Zhen Jin wanted to master it. For the next several days, Zhen Jin came to this place at night and practiced with the monkey-tail brown bears here. As time passed after the monkey-tail brown bears received a bitter lesson, they would flee when seeing Zhen Jin. "Then I will give you something to delight over." Zhen Jin's bear head transformed into a blade spider head. He then sprayed something from his mouth. A ball of spider web flew out, forming a milky white net in the air. The net then covered the face of the monkey-tail brown bear in front of him. The monkey-tail brown bear promptly retreated. At the same time, it used its palms to pull the spider web off. The spider web covered its field of view. In addition, it was very sticky and tough, thus for a moment, the monkey-tail brown bear could not tear it apart. Zhen Jin suddenly jumped in the air, curved his left arm, and protruded his elbow. Suddenly, a thick spider blade covered the front of his elbow. Zhen Jin fell into the monkey-tail brown bear. At that moment, the monkey-tail brown bear's head and his arm collided, causing a fountain of blood to fly from its neck. Zhen Jin did not look back as he slowly moved towards the other monkey-tail brown bears. "It's your turn next." After getting over their shock, the monkey-tail brown bears began to frantically flee. It was a bloody night. As the curtain of night waned, sunlight began to sprinkle through the woods. Good to the left a bit, a little more to the left. Mu Ban loudly directed everyone. After doing their best, everyone finally managed to put the gigantic tree onto a special trailer cart. The boat craftsman and ZD went to find Zhen Jin together. "Only using wood won't do, we still need iron. Without iron, we cannot make ship tools. We still need a lot of iron bars, iron sheets, and iron nails," said Zidai. The boat craftsman added, "Iron nails rust easily, but there is nothing we can do about that. Right now we can find minerals and do large-scale refining for iron." Zhen Jin nodded. "So, we still need a lot of ore?" ZD confirmed. "To be more accurate, we need tons of ore. Yesterday, our scouts found caves nearby with only monkey-tail brown bears living inside. They're all already dead, and I dug up a lot of ore in passing." Zhen Ren Hart said, but on the surface he nodded. Then have Zhangji go ahead with the group to eliminate them. We need to start gathering ore. Zhangji, Triple Blade, and the others were filled with thoughts of battle. After half an hour, they came back with worried and heavy faces. All of the monkey-tail brown bears have disappeared. There were some traces of fighting near the cave, but not many. That blue dog fox wolf is still following us. The magic beast core has strengthened again. What should we do? Zhen Ren's brows also faintly pursed, however, his heart sighed. Sorry, everyone. As long as I am here, the blue dog fox wolves will always be following you. Chapter 134. Putting one's hand on the gold python vine. The sun rose, fell, rose, fell. The sky was bright, then dark, bright again, then dark again. Through day and night, Zhen Ren led the group across the forest, and during that, the menacing blue dog fox wolf was like a boulder pressing down on almost everyone's mind. Occasionally, small crises would tense up everyone's nerves. The group's food and water were being constantly used, and despite replenishing along the way, the reserves were still being depleted. The giant was clearly becoming thin. He had a giant bloodline and didn't eat his fill, yet he did the heaviest and straining work. The group would eat and sleep outdoors. Even the preferential treatment Zhen Ren and Zhangji received was limited. The wear and tear of everyone's leather armor and weapons were aggravated. Even Zhangji's steel armor lost its shine. A half-elf collapsed en route. Under the menacing blue dog fox-wolf Zhangji, Haiwan, and the others insisted on expanding their detection range and the number of scouts, while Zhen Ren did his utmost to clamp down on this proposal. But he didn't expect Zhangji to secretly expand the scouting groups. Zhen Ren could only move normally during the night, and the many scouts were a clear obstruction. During the day, he needed to stay with the group most of the time, assuming responsibility as their leader. With regards to the half-elf dying, Zhen Ren could only sigh. From a certain point of view, he knew Zhangji's decision was correct. Zhangji could not be gentle to his force, and prompt information was important to the group. The team member's death did not cause confrontation, discontent, or schisms. For a long time now, the mysterious blue dog fox-wolf's magic beast core was the greatest external pressure. This incorporeal pressure was like a large hammer that refined the entire group. This included Zhen Ren, Zhangji, Kang Xu, Zi Dai, and everyone else. This pressure made them more intimate with each other, more understanding, and more harmonious. As the group continued forward, every difficult situation made them more resolute. Every casualty made them more unified. Eventually, the rainforest appeared in front of everyone. Regarding thick vegetation, the rainforest had far more than the forest. The air was moist, and within the layers of vines, there lived numberless snakes, ants, and mosquitoes. Kang Yexu held a map, sketching on it while he used the sunlight to orient his direction. Our direction is correct. Continue ahead. Kang Yexu informed everyone of the good news. However, there was trouble. The current group was far bigger than when it had left. Many more supplies. There were close to 30 trailer carts pulling wood and ore. Going through the forest was difficult, and in the rainforest, this difficulty increased tenfold. In the rainforest, the group could only travel half the distance they did in the forest. The lush vines, shrubs, knee-high grass, and traps covered layers of decayed leaves would all make moving the trailer carts hard. To these things, Zhen Ren couldn't do anything about them. He could only set an example as he struggled ahead with a spider blade in hand. These spider blades were from the one or two spider groups Zhen Ren intentionally left behind. After Zhang Yi and some others purged them, the group acquired these sharp weapons. The spider blades were very sharp, cutting all of the vines and tree roots blocking their path. Zhen Ren and some others first cleared up a path first, so the trailer carts could barely pass through after. But sometimes everyone had no choice but to first move the trailer cart supplies, then drag the trailer carts through complicated terrain. The humid air was not amicable. Even just standing still made people sweat profusely. Just going a small distance caused everyone to be covered in sweat. The murmur of river water became more distinct. A river quickly greeted the eye. "Be careful, everyone." Zhen Ren's face was heavy. After probing with ultrasound, he knew there were python vines growing in the water. They were, indeed, the gold-level magic plants that easily eliminated a silver-level blue dog-fox wolf. Everyone was very cautious. All information pertaining to the python vines was already well known. Not long after traveling along the river, everyone stopped by the riverbank. This section of river had high banks on each side, making it the ideal crossing point. Everyone unloaded wood from the trailer carts and, with the cooperation of the giant, Zhang Yi, and some others, built a workable wooden framework to the opposite riverbank. As the wood was put together, it formed an interim wooden bridge. The nimble team members were the first to climb onto the bridge. They then used hemp rope to tie the wood together, stabilizing them into a workable state. After finishing this, everyone pulled the trailer carts across the bridge. On the opposite bank, they first undid the hemp rope, retrieved the wood, and reloaded it back into the trailer carts. After resting and reorganizing for a while, the group continued their journey. Haiwan circled back to gaze at the river. "Perhaps we can rely on this river to shake off the blue dog fox wolf." Zhang Yi shook his head. "At most, it will get rid of a portion of the magic beast core." These days, everyone had suspicions. Why hadn't the magic beast core attacked or even ambushed them once? Zhen Ren gazed ahead. He did not look back, however, his heart kept thinking about the python vines in the river. Since he had woken up on this island, that had been the first gold-level magic plant he had seen. If I use the core to absorb those python vines, what could I transform into? Zhen Ren's heart was secretly moved. That night, Zhen Ren used the bat monkey form to return to the riverbank. As he flew through the air and climbed across the ground, a small group of scaled leopards was pursuing him closely. Most of these scaled leopards were common beasts. Only one individual had a bronze-level aura. Under the effects of Zhen Ren's perfume, they had no power to resist and completely served Zhen Ren. Zhen Ren flew over the river, causing a disturbance in the scaled leopard group. However, they still followed Zhen Ren. They could not fly, thus they could only hop and to swim through the river. Of course, tigers and leopards can swim, and sometimes they can hunt in the water. The scaled leopard's swimming abilities were more outstanding, even surpassing Zhen Ren's expectations a little. "It seems you guys aren't covered in a layer of fish scales for nothing. Why haven't the python vines attacked yet?" Zhen Ren landed on the opposite bank, his gaze sharp and his body tense. Crash! Suddenly, the river water fiercely sprayed up. A thick green python vine launched a terrifying offensive. The scaled leopards still in the water were not the python vine's opponent, thus they immediately took disastrous casualties. The python vine was agile and savage as it dragged the majority of the scaled panthers underwater. The scaled panthers were like mosquitoes in a spider web. After struggling slightly, all of them died on the spot. This python vine isn't stupid. It intentionally waited until the vast majority of the scaled leopards were in the water before it launched its offensive. An opportunity. Zhen Ren's eyes flickered. There were many scaled leopards, and although the python vine was entirely beyond them and could effortlessly harvest them, there were still some that made it to the opposite bank. Just like Zhen Ren, the python vine did not plan to let its food slip away. Vines emerged to quickly overtake those on the shore, wrapping themselves around the black panthers, then gently dragging them back. Zhen Ren pounced during this time. He transformed into a monkey-tail brown bear, wrapped his body in a scorpion carapace, while simultaneously growing 4 long spider blades from his hands. The blades ferociously cut into the contracting python vines. But the blades only left 4 lines in the python vines. The attacked python vine immediately launched its counterattack at Zhen Ren. Zhen Ren's heart shook. His warrior intuition frantically warned him. He could not get tangled, otherwise he would die. Zhen Ren retreated at once, with the python vine pursuing close behind, unwilling to let him go. However, its length was finite. That attack on Zhen Ren had occurred at the very edge of its attack range. Unable to reach Zhen Ren, the python vine contracted again. Zhen Ren struck it again with his blades. However, the normally sharp spider blades could only cause insignificant damage, again leaving only 4 lines in the python vine. I must attack the same spot constantly in order to cut off a section of its body. After Zhen Ren realized this, his heart filled with agony and frustration. The python vine did not stand still, rather it crazily flailed about like a wild python. Its frightening offensive could easily break trees. Zhen Ren had to pay attention on when to dodge. If he was even somewhat careless, he would be seriously injured and even defeated. Under this kind of situation, constantly slicing at the same place was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Zhen Ren counterattacked. The python vine pursued. Zhen Ren ran away. The python vine contracted back. Zhen Ren counterattacked again. And so, after a few rounds of this, Zhen Ren was profusely sweating as he jumped and scuttled on the edge of life and death. Although the python vine was a gold-level magic plant, its intelligence could not compare to Zhen Ren's, thus Zhen Ren could always control it. However, Zhen Ren was in a terrible state. That short effort already made him feel exhausted. This exhaustion not only came from his severe consumption of stamina, it also came from his tense heart. The fact that he was always dodging and couldn't be even a bit careless lest he suffer grave consequences was hard for him to handle. I must take a risk. Zhen Ren suddenly removed the spider blades, transformed both hands, turned his 10 fingers red hot, and ran them through the python vine. The python vine was finally pierced by Zhen Ren. However, it was too thick. Zhen Ren's fingers could not penetrate it completely. At that instant, Zhen Ren wildly activated the core. 4 bloodlines immediately came out, covered a small section of the python vine, but they never permeated it. The python vine counterattacked, with the other sections of vines whipping at Zhen Ren. Zhen Ren immediately cancelled the monkey-tail brown bear transformation. Red light bubbled from his body and transformed into a bat monkey while on the ground. The bat monkey Zhen Ren ruthlessly kicked his legs, spurred his body, and jumped into the air. Finally, his wings fiercely flapped, allowing him to fly higher into the air. At nearly the next moment, the vines ruthlessly whipped his previous position. Ultimately, as Zhen Ren flew in the air, he had no choice but to watch the python vines return into the water. My core is ineffective against gold-level life forms. At that moment, Zhen Ren clearly sensed the magic core's limits. Nervousness waned, allowing disappointment, frustration, and other emotions to spread through his heart. Alas, although the young knight was mentality prepared, he was still somewhat dismayed upon discovering the truth. His attempt was finished. Thus he flapped his wings and sorrowfully flew back to the temporary camp. Chapter 135, Family and Hope. Inside a tent. Cough, cough, cough. The boat craftsman was lying on a grass bed. His complexion was flush, his breathing was weak, his skin was swollen, and everything he saw was fuzzy. "Sorry, my lords, for troubling you all," the boat craftsman said dispiritedly. "Rest. Well, don't think too much. With me here, no one will be abandoned." Zhen Ren did his best to soothe the boat craftsman. Soon after, he, Zidai, and some others slowly left the tent. "How are things?" Iwan immediately inquired. "We cannot lose the boat craftsman. How is his illness?" Zidi shook her head and sighed. "I have said to you all a few times, I am just a pharmacist that specializes in perfume. I am not a doctor. I can't find the reason for why he is sick. It shouldn't be poison or magical corrosion that is making him ill. If it were an ordinary illness, I would have been somewhat certain about it. But it is very possible this kind of illness is related to the environment here. I don't even know where to start." Zongyi's voice was gloomy. "Not only does the boat craftsman have this illness, there are also a few others that are sick. I suspect this is a contagious disease." Everyone's expression changed. Contagious disease. Zhen Ren's complexion was grave, and he inwardly sighed. It had already been 10 days since entering the rainforest, and now he had encountered another predicament. This predicament was not fierce magic beasts, or food or water shortages, rather a disease had struck. Although the severity of the symptoms among the sick are varied, they are all similar. Should we abandon these people? Triple Blade asked Zhen Ren. Abandon? Yuan shook his head. Without the boat craftsman, how can we build a ship? Zongyi sighed. We cannot let the sickness infect more people. This time it is necessary. We have no other choice. He did not finish his sentence, but everyone's heart shivered. Zongyi's conduct was full of the army style. It was callous and efficient. Zhen Ren shook his head. Don't abandon anyone so easily. Look again at what happens next. The boat craftsman is very important, but the others also have the right to live. They are all our comrades. Templar Knight sometimes being too benevolent is being too indecisive. That will cause greater damage. Zongyi gazed at Zhen Ren, his attitude just as firm as it had been in the past. Zhen Ren did not hesitate to look at the half-beastman square in the eyes. I understand your reasoning, but this has just happened. This isn't the time for cruel resolution, right? Zongyi did not retort. Instead, he turned around to leave. The two parted in bad terms. This made the ambience heavier. For the next several days, the disease spread, with many more people discovering they had the same illness. I lack instruments. Zidai complained to Zhen Ren, I cannot use magic, and my medicinal techniques and skills are not enough. Currently, I can only mix some simple herbal medicines to alleviate their pain. Zidai didn't have any methods. Zhongji looked for Zhen Ren again to repeat his previous proposal. This time Kang Xu also came along. Kang Xu was also a very rational man. He stood by Zhongji and informed Zhen Ren, in many areas with plague, without enough doctors and chaplains, the local lords would lead knights to behead and burn the sick in order to contain the spread of the disease. If the plague was constrained, the massacred civilians, lords and knights involved would receive high-level imperial condemnations that would all be placed in the palace hall. It is not yet time. Zhen Ren refused the two suggestion again. Currently the disease hasn't killed anyone. Furthermore, haven't you two discovered something? Only ordinary people have fallen ill. This is not an extraordinary or disastrous illness. Perhaps this is due to the abrupt change in air temperature and caused by mental pressure as well as exhaustion. Zhen Ren cut down their distance traveled per day, and every night he had them pitch camp to rest. He gathered all of the ill people and did his best to separate them from the others. Every day he would visit these sick people. My lord, please don't abandon us. I still want to live? My lord, will I die? Lord Zhen Ren, you are worthy of being called a Templar Knight. If I die, can you give this money to my wife and child? Zhen Ren could only use language to placate these people. Don't panic. This is just a small ailment. You must believe in yourselves. You must believe in me. I am not just a Templar Knight. I am a Divine Scion Knight. You all must understand, perhaps Emperor Shangming is watching this place. Zhen Ren still maintained his nighttime patrols. Every night, he did his best to eliminate the nearby beast groups and gave the group better security. However, as more and more people fell ill, Zhen Ren also felt he was in poor health. The core is ineffective against gold-level life forms. Even if I can transform into many things, I cannot treat illnesses. What should I do in the end? What is the correct thing to do? The patients longed to see Zhen Ren every day, despite understanding Zhen Ren could not treat them, and his mouth could not grant them God's favor. Every time they saw Zhen Ren, their hearts would stabilize. It was proof Zhen Ren hadn't given up on them. Zhongji, Kang Xu, Haiwan, and some others became increasingly upset, with more and more people standing at their side. The belief that Zhen Ren was too young and benevolent was privately endorsed by even more people. The situation grew ever more critical. Zhen Ren began to worry Zhongji was acting secretly, like when he privately ordered more half-elves to serve as scouts and expanded the detection range. ZD still supported Zhen Ren, just as she had in the past. From the time Zhen Ren regained consciousness to this current journey, ZD had always acted like this. But this time, she used a soft tone to persuade Zhen Ren, don't visit these patients as much as possible. Catching the disease by chance would be too terrible. Lan Ziyo especially stood by ZD's admonishment. He asked Zhen Ren many times for orders. He wanted to replace Zhen Ren as the one visiting the patients. But how could that happen? Zhen Ren knew the patients were scared. Lan Zhao could not replace Zhen Ren. The group was not big, but the people's hearts were different, and pressure from all sides pressed down on Zhen Jin's heart. It was only natural this would make Zhen Jin doubt himself. Maybe Zhang Yi's proposal was sensible. Is my decision wrong? Will I drag the entire group into the abyss of eternal damnation? This question could not be determined, because he was not a prophet and he did not have a rich life experience. People judge on whether something is right or wrong based on their outcome. But when an outcome occurs, it would be too late. Zhen Jin sensed he was lonely. This was how a leader felt. There were naturally difficulties behind the scenes. Every day became very long. The constant coughs of the isolated people made it especially unbearable. Zhen Jin still stood up to all the pressure. After 1 week, the situation began to improve. The patients began to get better, and their bodies began to slowly recover. Another week later. The majority of the patients clearly recovered. This proved Zhen Jin's strategy was valid. Zhang Yi, Kang Yi, and the others no longer expressed their previous proposal, and the team members no longer privately discussed the Templar Knight Zhen Jin's excessive benevolence. Rather, they praised him as wise and as someone who deserves the title Divine Scion Knight. As the people finally traversed through the jungle and arrived at the beach, upon seeing the spacious sea, the people could not restrain their emotions as they cheered. At this time, the boat craftsman was a lot better. At his strong request, someone supported him as he walked to the beach, and upon seeing the great waves, he silently wept tears. Zhen Jin had suffered, the boat craftsman and the patients even more so. During that time, their hearts were filled with the fear of death. At this moment, the group hadn't reached their destination yet. Zhen Jin and the others still needed to follow the beach up north. They needed to first find the camp and converge with the other survivors. This is the final stretch, then we can converge with them. Zhen Jin informed everyone of the heartening news. The people still looked at the young knight with admiration and respect. However, compared to before, it was as if there were some new changes. The journey suddenly became relaxed. Because everyone no longer needed to cut down vines, chop a way forward, drag the wooden carts along, or frequently relocate supplies. Comparing the beach to the rainforest, although the beach had reefs, it was far emptier and it had a very level terrain. Thus, the group's morale rose at a steady pace. Then one day, an excited Bai Ya came back to the group. As a scout, he had a small cast on him. "Hey, what is this thing I found on the beach?" Bai Ya's voice quickly attracted many people. "That must be cargo from the Hog's Kiss. I guess it has good things inside." "Open it quickly. I am itching to see what's inside." Everyone opened the cast and found a dozen or more bottles of rum inside. As a result, the group cheered again. After getting the news, Zhen Jin smiled and declared that a bonfire banquet would be held that same evening. The banquet was extremely crude. Food and water were limited, but the people were very excited as they sat around the bonfires. Zhen Jin specifically appointed Bai Ya as the rum pourer. Most of the rum were reserve supplies, thus only a few bottles were used. As Bai Ya walked in front of a team member, the team member immediately clasped his hands together and gazed at Bai Ya's rum bottle. The rum quickly filled up his hands. But the team member was still unsatisfied. "Pour more, pour a bit more." Get lost. It is this old man's turn. Another team member loudly urged. Ultimately, everyone only had a pitiful mouthful of rum. However, the fire shined upon every one of their happy smiles. Sometimes obtaining this kind of happiness was simple. At the edge of the group, Zhen Ren was sitting on a reef, his eyes sweeping around. He looked at the tattered clothing and scraggly beards that made everyone look like savages. He looked at Baoya earnestly pouring rum. He saw Fei Shi sucking up wine from his hands. He saw Zidai's ragged magic gown, and he saw Kang Su wiping his eyes clean. After passing through the jungle, his spectacles only had one lens left. The other side of the frame was empty. Mu Ban held an empty rum bottle, his finger caressing the surface. This was the feeling of human civilization. Zhang Yi and Triple Blade were discussing in low voices. The giant was sitting on the ground and was respectfully listening to the boat craftsman's song. Lan Zhao was still loyally standing on the beach behind Zhen Ren. Haiwan gave the wine in his hands to someone near him. He gazed to the west, towards the Shangming continent, his home. Zhen Ren gazed at the night sky. A vast sky of stars continued as far as the eye could see. The waves undulated with the sound of gurgling water. The seawater's obscene odor assailed the nostrils. He gazed into the east, towards the wilderness continent, White Sand City, his duty, and his future hopes. Chapter 136, Converging Together at Last. Black clouds covered the entire sky. A large wave struck a reef and smashed into pieces. A torrential downpour of rain darkened the horizon and made visibility low. Anything outside of 50 steps seemed to merge with the sky. Zhen Ren's group did not travel in the rain. Rather, they left the beach and hid in the nearby rainforest. Although Zhen Ren and Zhang Yi were not afraid of moving through the rain, the group was mostly composed of ordinary people. Even if Lan Zhao and Xi Su were at the bronze level, their bodies have not reached a qualitative change. As far as those people were concerned, braving the rainstorm while dragging critical supplies was very dangerous. Strenuously exercising while being drenched at the same time made illness very likely. After going through the recent sickness ordeal, Zhen Ren and the others would never actively seek out this trouble. The rainforest this time became everyone's natural shelter. The lush foliage and thick vegetation made it easy to find places of shelter, and combined with the tents, they could even have a warm and dry spot to stay in. Hearing the vast rainfall outside his tent, Zhen Ren's heart was peaceful. He was constantly using ultrasound to examine everything in his surroundings. He found, although ultrasound could not penetrate the rain, it was reflected back well. However, in a rainstorm with concentrated raindrops and water vapor filling the air, the range of ultrasound was greatly weakened, and the results it gave became more indistinct. Despite that, the ultrasound still enveloped the entire camp. Zhen Ren would immediately detect any sudden outbursts. According to the ultrasound, beside the brave guards outside in the rain and the rest in the tents, there was nothing restless or jittery. The will of the people is currently stable. The contributions of those dozen bottles of cheap rum cannot go unnoticed. The rain stopped. Zhen Ren had expectations. However, those expectations had to be postponed for several days. As the rainstorm continued, everyone became twitchy and worried. However, whenever Zhen Ren appeared in front of them, without Zhen Ren needing to speak, everyone's twitching and worry were greatly slowed. Zhen Ren's influence had a real impact on the people. Food was quickly consumed, and, contrary to expectations, their water reserves were at their limit. The twitchiest of them all was the boat craftsman. He came to Zhen Ren alone and reported, "This situation is troublesome, my lord. If the rain is incessant, we will have to build a dock. But this small one isn't an engineer. I'm worried the lumber we prepared for the ship isn't enough. Even if we made a dock entirely out of rainforest wood, it would consume a great amount of manpower. In the original plan, there were many parts we could make outside. However, if the current downpour is unending, all of the work would have to be done in a dock. If that happens, we would need to expand the dock many times over." Zhen Ren could only console the boat craftsman. "Among us, you are the one most studied in shipbuilding. I don't have any good ideas, but even if we make a dock, doesn't it only take some time and effort, right? As long as we succeed in building a ship and leave this place, everything we invested would be worth it, don't you say?" The boat craftsman stared blankly, but soon submitted cheerfully. "My lord, an ordinary person would find it difficult to reach your perseverance and patience. After hearing your opinion, I feel much better." Eventually, the rain diminished. Sometimes it was a rainstorm, sometimes it was a light drizzle, and sometimes the sky was cloudy with a bone-chilling sea breeze. During times of no rain or drizzle, the group continued forward. When the rain seemed to increase, they would stop to rest. This wretched rain? Haiwan cursed. If there was no rain, according to their distance traveled, they should have arrived at the base camp on the island. We must protect the wood, especially the wood used to make the keel. The fourth boat craftsman was very worried about that and had always paid a high degree of attention to it. When night descended, ZD secretly came to Zhen Ren's tent. "My lord, this is a potion I made. It was made from a poisonous mushroom. The potion has a slight toxin that can raise one's vigor. Most of all, it can expel the cold and increase one's senses." This was a small, useful thing. Hearing this, Zhen Ren's eyes shined. "Can you make more? Can you give it to everyone?" ZD shook her head. "Only those with strong bodies can ignore the toxin. They must have at least an iron-level life level." "Thank you, ZD," Zhen Ren tenderly said. ZD answered by smiling sweetly. The rainstorms grew fewer, and the drizzles became longer, sometimes lasting for an entire day. The group bathed in the drizzle as they continued forward. "Very strange." Zissou spoke to Zhen Ren. "According to the time, the rainy season hasn't arrived. But for many weeks, it has always been rainy weather." Kang Xu gave a guess. "Perhaps the island's weather is not natural. The island master is likely controlling the weather where, as a result, the island has the ability to divide itself into all kinds of distinct landforms. These landforms have different climates, and even as time goes on, the landforms are kept constant." ZD raised a new question. "Then why has the rainforest climate suddenly changed? Does this imply the island master's methods of controlling the weather have failed?" Kang Xu shook his head. "Unknown. We have not been on this island for long. Rainforest having this kind of rainfall is actually very normal. But if the desert, forest, or volcano areas had this kind of rainfall, it would be abnormal. Unfortunately, no one had a way of knowing what was going on, currently in the desert, forest, and volcano areas. Zhen Ren's ultrasound also could not reach that far. That afternoon, it was still drizzling, and dark clouds enveloped the sky. The sun could not be seen. A half-elf scout returned. "I saw it. The base camp is that way." Everyone stared, then they cheered all together. After trudging for so long, experiencing hardships, and braving many dangerous life forms, they finally returned to base camp. Zhen Ren was not surprised. He had found the base camp long ago with ultrasound. But why is the camp devoid of people? Zhen Ren's heart was heavy. The scout returning with good news led to morale surging, and everyone unconsciously sped up. Zhen Ren sensed this, thus he immediately ordered everyone to return to their original speed. At the same time, he sent a scouting group ahead to communicate with the people in the base camp. This prudent and dependable way of handling things gained Zhongji's secret admiration. The half-beastman volunteered to go to the base camp first. Zhen Ren gave his consent and kept an eye on everything. Zhongji actually could not wait. Originally, when he pursued Exisu and the boat craftsmen, he anxiously ran away with a large quantity of battle combatants. He only left behind a surrogate leader and 8 combatants. "Is the camp well?" Zhongji led a number of people towards the base camp. No one greeted them. There weren't even any guards. The silent camp made Zhongji feel discouraged as he cautiously entered the camp to investigate. After leading the scouting group around the entire place for a short while, his tight brows loosened a bit. Converging with the larger group, Zhongji then gave a letter to Zhen Ren. Zhen Ren glanced at it and understood the whole story. At first, the base camp began to suffer the attacks of a murderous and mysterious beast. Because of this, Zhongji personally patrolled the camp, and for a while, he prevented the mysterious killings. But following Zhongji's pursuit of Exisuo, the murders began to happen again and more frequently. The people in the base camp were anxious. They had no one that could find the murderer or anyone that could protect their lives. As the situation progressed into a later stage, almost every day, someone would die. Even the surrogate leader Zhongji left behind was killed. The people's state of mind collapsed. They believed the base camp was cursed and that the devil was snatching away their comrades' lives. Everyone left the base camp and were now residing in a small ravine within the rainforest. When Zhongji or the first exploration team returned to the base camp, the paper left behind would indicate the ravine's exact location. Understanding the situation allowed Zhen Ren to relax his breathing. He then ordered, on the spot, a group to go find those lost in the ravine. A small ravine. A panic-stricken group had gathered together. Dead? Another one disappeared? It was here. It was there. The devil didn't stay in the base camp, it followed us. Without us dead, it was never going to let us go. Everyone shouted. Their frantic mood propagated and made everyone even more anxious. It was a group that lacked a leader. The surrogate leader died, and the mysterious beast's murders became more frightening. Previously, it left a corpse, but now all of the bodies vanished. I don't think it's a devil, rather it's a magic beast. It came from underground. In every mysterious disappearance, there is a hole at the scene of the crime. There were normal tunnels and sometimes holes in the mountain walls. There were also some crime scenes near water. We didn't see a hole there, but I believe it is very possible river water or vegetation covered them up. A distinctly feminine voice came through. Everyone was stunned. Countless eyes focused in on the voice. The one speaking was Quishan. She wore a dark green cheongsam, had black hair that reached her hips, and was delicate and pretty, but her green eyes, perfectly round chest, and fiery stature made her look like a hybrid of both the Eastern and Western people of the Empire. With many people suddenly watching her, Quishan appeared somewhat cramped and nervous, but she still continued. "We must unite. We have to counterattack. If not, that mysterious subterranean magic beast will pick us off one by one." Quishan's analysis was rational and in accordance with what they knew. With it, she had unmasked a part of the mysterious beast's veil. However, everyone was very hesitant on her proposal of counterattacking. "What can we do to deal with it? Is it really a magic beast? Many people have died, even the surrogate leader died. What can we do to it?" Zisue and the others ran away scared. Zhangji and his people were not necessarily at fault, but is it still the truth that they pursued after Exisu and the other? I think counterattacking is actively throwing away our lives. It would be better to separate. Zisue, Zhangji, and the rest did that. Utter rubbish. Suddenly, a resonant voice rang out. Besides his left arm, a half-beast man, with full steel armor, strode from the undergrowth and appeared in front of everyone. It was Zhangji. Everyone was stunned, but turned ecstatic shortly after. "Zhangji, it's Lord Zhangji. You finally returned. Goodness gracious, am I hallucinating?" Everyone looked at Zhangji, but Zhangji took a step back and made way for someone else. At that moment, a young knight slowly walked in. Chapter 137. I am a prestigious leader. Every person's gaze concentrated on Zhen Ren. Dense curiosity, suspicion, and other emotions flowed out from their eyes. Zhen Ren's snow-white skin and blonde hair gave him a very handsome appearance. Judging from the outside, it was clear he hadn't lived long. He looked like a 15 or 16-year-old, but no one scorned him. Although Zhen Ren's leather armor was a slipshod work, it was obviously made from a magic beast. Those with the eyesight also observed the rapier at his side. From the sheath, one knew the rapier was not an ordinary weapon. Zhen Ren tightly pursed his lips and did his best to appear prestigious. All kinds of risks and powers made his body disseminate calmness, steadiness, strength, and other unique temperaments, all of which were at odds with his young fleece. More importantly, as he walked ahead, a group of people followed from behind. Those following close behind included a spirited Lan Ziyo, the steel-armored half-beastman Zhangji, ZD, wearing a magic gown, the sailor leader Exisuo, and the giant. Past tribulations made these people reveal a different mentality. They resemble a dark, glossy reef that had endured the beatings of ocean waves. These people were the elites. Crowding around Zhen Ren made it clear he was their leader, who must be even more extraordinary. Without saying a word, everyone subconsciously stepped out of Zhen Ren's way. This ravine was a piece of open land and had high rocky outcrops around it, a natural tower. Under 1,000 staring eyes, Zhen Ren climbed onto the tallest rocky outcrop. He put his hand on his sword hilt and overlooked everyone with a tranquil gaze. Those following him, Kang Iksu, Zidai, Zongji, Lanzio, and others, stood on lower rocky outcrops. Everyone was silent, only the sounds of footsteps or the friction of clothing or armor could be heard. As Zhen Jin's party stood up, the open area sank into a peaceful and silent state. Lan Zhao stood on the second highest rock and loudly proclaimed, "Listen with open ears! What stands before you is my master, Lord Zhen Jin. He is the Bai Zhen clan's sole heir, a noble Templar divine Scion Knight, and White Sand City's inevitable future lord." Noble, City Lord, Templar Knight, Divine Scion Knight. Each and every title was like a bomb being thrown in everyone's heart, lifting gigantic waves within each of them. Without Lanzio ordering them, everyone bowed and curtsied to Zhen Jin. Generally speaking, in normal times, besides a slave doing it to a master, the amount of times people would get on both knees and kowtow was few. When commoners paid respects to a noble or a lesser noble paid respects to a greater noble, they would curtsy to them. When saluting, one had to bow one's head and stoop. Based on the differences between both parties, the level of bowing and stooping would change. If one did not stoop low enough, they would be punished. At that very moment, almost everyone deeply lowered their heads and arched their backs greatly. Everyone had different expressions, including shock, joy, and doubt. Was there really such a big player hidden on their boat? Zhen Jin looked around, his keen sight finding many stealing a glance at him. This kind of behavior was uncustomary. But Zhen Jin was unsurprised. These were people that actively wanted to fight in the war that would break out on the wilderness continent. Who were they? The absolute majority of them were speculators, criminals, ambitious families, and other deviants. Despite seeing uncustomary behavior, the people did not call Zhen Jin's identity into question or show any non-compliance. They were the weakest and had meager battle strength. Although they were numerous, they were essentially a mob. Seeing everyone salute, Zhen Jin slowly opened his mouth, his voice echoing all around. Regardless of whether it is the mountains, ocean, swamps, or island, my master's holy light shines over it all. The imperial flag flies eternally in the wind and will never fall. Nothing can obstruct my path. I will gain glory, and by following me, it will be your glory too. Beginning now, this place follows my commands. Any objections? Not a single voice could be heard. Zhen Jin gave a satisfied nod. Including Zidai, the looks of many people changed. In the past, the young knight never had such boldness and such a majestic presence. Zongji's face was blank. He observed the general situation and knew the group needed a voice. It would also be if it were the voice of a single individual. If that happened, everyone could mobilize and react faster. Regarding Zhen Jin's abilities, Zongji still trusted them. Next, Zhen Jin began to assign residences. The ravine had many different sized caves. They were not from monkey-tail brown bears, but naturally formed. Many of the original people living in them were driven out. The biggest and brightest cave, of course, was set aside for Zhen Jin. Apart from this, Zhen Jin assigned the better surrounding caves to Zidai, Kang Iksu, Exi Suo, and Zongji. The people driven out were naturally not pleased, but from start to finish, none of them openly protested. Because in everyone's eyes, this kind of arrangement was justified. Those with high positions and strength should enjoy better treatment. Different social classes, and a system that valued the strong and scorned the weak, was prevalent in every race. The public supply storage also fell under Zhen Jin's control. Zhen Jin began to command people in the ravine and had their supplies brought to the public storehouse. Following the arrival of Zhen Jin and the others, everyone rested. The people in the ravine were more vigorous than them. This group of people was well off. If they tasted our hardships, they might have cried for their father and mother. Although there is that mysterious murderer, most of the people should still be alive. If they walked half as far as us, they would lose their lives. Hey, be careful! That wood needs to be placed gently. Don't ruin it. We moved it here with great difficulty. Seeing these people work, the returning members felt a layer of superiority. When those working saw someone overtly resting, they would shout at them, but even if there were a few complaints, no one was dissatisfied. Didn't you see? The Strongzong Ji is at Lord Zhen Jin's beck and call. In addition, Exisu and his group also returned. We have the bow craftsmen. It seems we have a real hope of leaving this terrible place. They move so much wood, maybe it's for a new ship. Is it necessary to go through such trouble? Lord Zhen Jin is a big character. Perhaps tomorrow his clan reinforcements will come to the island. No one felt humiliated because of Zhen Jin's orders. Instead, they felt very excited and honored. Zhen Jin was a noble. They had never interacted so intimately with such a big character. The ravine was noisy, and inside Zhen Jin's cave, a beauty had arrived. Kui Shan. She saluted Zhen Jin, bent her waist, and showed her white chest as much as possible. But despite her well-developed build, her dress did not reveal any skin. The Eastern Empire had relatively traditional customs, and combined with Kui Shan's distinctly Eastern face, it gave her a unique charm. It's no wonder the first mate wanted her. She really was a rare beauty, considering her beauty was only slightly inferior to Zidai's, nothing more. After finishing the curtsy, Kui Shan got up and sized up Zhen Jin, her gaze filled with curiosity. She understood Zhongyi to an extent, and she knew how prideful and reserved the half-beastman's heart was. To make the strong half-beastman comply, it was clear the youngster before her was not a simple person. Naturally, the reason Kui Shan came here was because Zhen Jin summoned her. Tell me the things you have observed concerning the mysterious magic beast in the caves. Zhen Jin opened his mouth. Yes, Lord Zhen Jin, I will tell you all I know. Kui Shan's information was only surface level. After Zhen Jin heard her, she withdrew, disappointed. Sitting on a rock stool, Zhen Jin muttered to himself. Assuming control over the people in the ravine went smoothly and wasn't troublesome. This was within Zhen Jin's expectations. Because Zhen Jin was the strongest person and had sufficiently high status, it was natural for him to hold a position of leadership. He was not cut off from others, he still had a tight group of subordinates following him. The fighting strength of these people also exceeded that of the people in the ravine. Adding on the survival situation, since attaching oneself to the strong increased the hope of living, everyone in the ravine capitulating to Zhen Ren was naturally easy. Only the number of people increased, based on Zhen Ren's recent observation, and after a slight evaluation, there were at least 200 people. With so many people, the way Zhen Ren led had to change. By exposing his noble prestige and blank face, he silently reminded everyone that he was their leader and stood above them. At the same time, he also wanted to establish the positions of his group. He wanted his group to be slightly above the people in the ravine. Thus, his subordinates would support him more and ensure his authority. This was one of the underlying reasons why he ordered his subordinates to rest while making the ravine people work. Because Exisu and his sailors ran away earlier, everyone in the ravine hates them. The half-beastmen Zhang Ji, Triple Blade, and the mercenaries are also in an awkward position because of their racial identities. This is all fine. While standing up high, how Zhen Ren regarded things and his point of view were naturally different from that of ordinary people. The next important thing to do is to find the mysterious culprit murdering the survivors. Chapter 138. Because I follow Lord Zhen Ren. Compared to the forest, the rainforest was flatter and mountains were rarer. This ravine was not big, and taking in 200 people along with a large quantity of supplies made it seem narrow. The small ravine was lined with trees and large amounts of vegetation, shrubs, and tightly packed vines layered on top of each other. Besides the open space in the middle, everything else was covered with verdant branches and leaves. Inside the small ravine, there were many large caves, some deep and some shallow. These were natural residences. The ravine also had a deep pool of spring water. This steady supply of drinkable water was very valuable. It was also the main reason why everyone in the base camp chose to relocate here. Unfortunately, that mysterious murderer also followed close behind. After relocating here, more than a dozen people mysteriously disappeared. This affirmed that everything pointed towards disaster. Resting and reorganizing for a night eliminated most of their exhaustion. Now, Zhen Ren, Kang Exu, and some others arrived at a cave. This shallow cave was one of the crime scenes. The person living here had already mysteriously disappeared. It was obvious at a glance that after the person here vanished, no one dared to reside here again. There were still some livelihood goods inside the cave, and inside there was the faint smell of fungi as well as the reeking of blood. The thing that attracted the most attention was a boulder. The boulder was located below the cave mouth. Zhen Ren glanced at Lan Ziao. The latter soon understood, then stepped forward to move the boulder. This master and servant had met in the forest and had experienced the sandstorm, desert, volcano, and oasis. That adventure allowed a mutual understanding to develop between them. After the boulder was moved, a tunnel immediately appeared. This tunnel was roughly 1.7 meters in diameter, very deep and pitch black. Even if a stone or torch was dropped in, one would not see either hit the bottom. The only way to reach the bottom was for someone to dig to it. This tunnel was extremely dangerous. According to Kishan's speculation, the mysterious culprit came from this hole. This was a natural opinion after all. It was extremely obvious when a tunnel suddenly appeared. But everyone had no way of solving this problem, and no one wanted to risk digging down. This hole was extremely narrow. If one encountered the mysterious culprit, they would simply bring about their own destruction. Zhen Ren and the others delicately sized up the tunnel entrance. Kanye Xu extended a wizened hand and stroked the tunnel's edge. He felt the grease on the tunnel wall. ZD took out a potion bottle and sprinkled it around the tunnel. The colorless liquid quickly reacted and disseminated a pungent and strange odor. That's definitive proof. It should be that gigantic subterranean worm, ZD affirmed. Zhen Ren nodded, and the other also held similar expressions. During the camp battle, everyone had discovered that silver-level magic beast for the first time. It could dig through the ground, had a massive body and a vigorous body. It had fought Zhongji several times and for a time was a massive threat to the camp. When Zhen Ren was pursuing the blue dog fox wolf, Zhongdi crushed the worm to death. Naturally, its carcass was not wasted. After the others dragged it back, it was immediately dissected by Kang Xu. This was Kang Xu's analysis. The gigantic subterranean worm was assembled from at least 3 species of worms, with the bulk of it being made from a sandworm. Sandworms were also called ocean earthworms. Under normal circumstances, they were as big as earthworms and mostly lived on the beach. Everyone's understanding of the gigantic subterranean worm immediately deepened. After Zhongyi and Triple Blade learned of this, someone guessed, was this the magic beast that had been attacking the base camp? Beach terrain was different from other terrains. The holes the gigantic subterranean worm dug in the sand would collapse. Adding on the rainy weather and always moist beach, it was beyond human ability to distinguish any traces left behind. If the magic beast attacked from below and escaped underground, then everything made sense. Kang Xu made another analysis. The gigantic subterranean worm secreted a greasy bodily fluid, making it easier for the worm to rapidly dig and travel through tunnels. ZD gathered this bodily fluid and mixed a specialized potion. If the potion encountered this bodily fluid again, it would react and produce a strange odor. Now, the guess of Zhongyi and the others was confirmed. After everyone examined a few more tunnels, Kang Xu spoke with a grave tone. This gigantic subterranean worm grows quickly. The caliber of these tunnels makes that clear. This is the most likely situation. There were worm larvae under the beach. After being attracted by human activity, some began hunting. At the time, it was still young, thus it could only hunt. It could not drag a person under or swallow them whole. Later, when the people began to migrate and abandon the base camp, the gigantic subterranean worm sensed it and followed underground, treating the small ravine as its new hunting ground. Because it had a steady flow of food, it grew quickly. Its body became huge, and its strength was increased greatly. Now the gigantic subterranean worm already possesses the ability to pull people down or consume people whole. Because of this, the people on the beach were murdered, but there were only mysterious disappearances in the ravine. Everyone approved of Kang Xu's analysis. ZD added on, "We have surveyed a few tunnels and we have not found any bloodstains near them. If a person was dragged down by the gigantic subterranean worm, it would have definitely left traces. As a result, I am more inclined to believe the gigantic subterranean worm is eating people whole. It always attacks during the night. It seemingly takes advantage of sleeping people. With this kind of tactic, swallowing a person became an easier affair. How should we deal with it?" Zhongdi expressed his worry. The amount of gigantic subterranean worms was currently unknown. It would only dig when it was hunting. But this is where the challenge lay. Through its sense of touch, it could precisely detect the movements of living beings. As a result, until now, it had always struck at the weak points and found those that were alone. This was the reason why Zhen Ren and the others, despite patrolling all night, were not able to catch it or even see its shadow. Purposely hiding, setting traps, or even everyone hunting it seemed to have no effect on the gigantic subterranean worm. "Be at ease, I have a way," Zhen Ren's heart said. He had ultrasound. When the gigantic subterranean worm moved, he would know. He also had the perfume. Controlling the gigantic subterranean worm was not difficult. He could dig into the tunnels as a spear scorpion or as another form. However, Zhen Ren also publicly displayed a confused expression. "ZD, I hope you can mix a potion that can attract the gigantic subterranean worm. I think the best option is to have the potion give off a flavor it is fond of. Since the gigantic subterranean worm likes killing isolated targets, Zhen Ren, I ask you and everyone else to do your best to rest together. As for me, don't disturb me. I must be alone at this time. I will pray to my master." Hearing Zhen Ren's final sentence, everyone's eyes shined. A black cloud enveloped the sky over the beach. Neither the moon nor sun could be seen. The sky was drizzling, and a burst of sea wind made Muban shiver. The hog's kiss. Bao Ya looked at the snapped hull on the beach, his complexion complex. He wanted to become a knight. His dream was to stand out among his peers, and for these things, he had suffered his hunter father's rebukes and opposition. However, those rebukes instead excited Bao Ya's rebellious nature. The youngster had stolen his family wealth to barely buy the cheapest ticket on the hog's kiss. He could have never anticipated the hog's kiss. The ship he chose to ride on would be shipwrecked. "I will go investigate around first. After confirming our safety, you guys can tear apart the boat." Triple Blade said, "If I don't come back, don't help me. It would be better to report back to either Lord Zhen Ren or Lord Zhen Ren." Mu Bane and Bao Ya nodded at the same time. They knew they had weak battle strength. If Triple Blade fell, running in to help him was the same as throwing away their lives. Mu Bane, Bao Ya, Triple Blade, and some others were dispatched by Zhen Ren to dismantle the hog's kiss. The hog's kiss supplies were already raked clean. However, the abandoned boat wreckage still had enormous value. There were many usable planks, masts, and especially boat nails. These were all things Zhen Ren, and the others had a scarcity of. Triple Blade's figure quickly appeared on the tilted forward deck. He waved to everyone on the beach and yelled, "Come up! This place is safe." Mu Ban, Bao Ya, and 20 others walked in a line with hammers, saws, and other tools. The hog's kiss had 2 decks, a deckhouse in the ship's bow and a deckhouse in the aft. With only half the hull currently here, the aft and so on were naturally gone. The deckhouse in the ship's bow had the captain's quarters, half of the sailor's quarters, and normal commodities at the bottom. Based on the boat craftsman's orders, everyone tore down the masts first. In a rare occurrence, the front mast was well preserved. Meanwhile, the central mast was snapped in half, but still had value. These were torn down, inside and out. For a moment, the wreckage of the hog's kiss was filled with the shouts of everyone, the sound of sawing wood, and the sound of hammers smashing things. They arrived in the morning, rested at noon to consume the rations and water they brought, and continued to work in the afternoon. There were no beast invasions or accidents. Earlier, the survivors investigated the boat wreckage, cleaning out anything they could use and eat. By dusk, Bao Ya and some others tore open the captain's quarters and made a small discovery. In the corner, Bao Ya found a small bottle of ink, a damaged quill, and a folded paper in a drawer. Bao Ya showed a happy expression. Then, a strong breeze blew through and fiercely rocked the entire ship hull. Get out, the Hog's Kiss is collapsing. Baya heard Muban roar. The ship wreckage was unsteady, of course, after being dismantled all day long. Only a skeleton remained of it. Bao Ya and the others immediately ran away. But just as he was about to exit the captain's quarters, Bao Ya bit his teeth, suddenly turned around and ran in the opposite direction. The others at his side did not pull him back after hesitating once. They ran out first. After 10 breaths, the ship loudly collapsed, lifting smoke and dust as far as the eye could see. Bai Ya. He suddenly ran back in. He is still inside. After discovering this, everyone ran back into the smoke. They quickly saw Bai Ya. Bao Ya was lying on the beach. He was covered in dirt, and just half a meter from him, there was a mountain of shattered hull pieces. Seeing this, Triple Blade, Muban, and the others feared for Bao Ya. But nothing harmed the youngster. He soon stood up and ignorantly smiled. That night, while holding lit torches, everyone returned to the ravine to unload their supplies. The atmosphere in the small ravine was enthusiastic. While Triple Blade and Muban were scouting, Zhen Ren and the others found the mysterious culprit and killed it. It was a gigantic worm, malevolent and hideous. Everyone was happy after an exhausting day. This news seemed to sweep away all the tiredness from their bodies. That same evening, Zhen Ren and the others held a celebratory banquet. At the edge of a cliff cave, Bao Ya leaned against a wall and sat on the damp ground. He carefully opened a paper on his thigh. Then he dipped a quill pen into a bit of ink, and in the light of a fire, he began to write. My respected and loved Miss XEQ, I haven't written a letter to you for a long time. Please forgive me. The shipwreck occurred too suddenly, and the things afterwards were challenging, dangerous, and marvelous. All of it was beyond anything I had previously experienced. Bao Ya wrote many things, but not everything could not be put into writing. Thus he stopped for the time being. At the end of the letter, he wrote, When we returned, we saw a gigantic dead worm in the small ravine. The subterranean worm was still young. It did not have the physique of the worm that attacked the forest camp. People were cheering, circled around to beat the worm's corpse, cursed at it, and vented their feelings. I can imagine their shocked hearts, their joy, as well as their adoration of Lord Zhen Ren. Lord Zhen Ren achieved this. This is entirely unexpected to me. This is simply a trivial matter to him. How does the Eastern Empire say it? Easy as a hand turn. Is that it? Lord Zhen Ren saved my life. He is a true Templar Knight. I think the gods caring for him is inevitable and right. If they didn't care about this person, who would they care about then? I believe everything will get better. As long as we make a new boat, we can leave this island. I can fight bravely in the wilderness continent and reap glory. Because I follow Lord Zhen Ren. Chapter 139, Shipbuilding. Inside a rock cave, a long sketch of a ship was laid out. Zhen Ren, Zidai, Kang Exu, Zongyi, and some others sat around it, every gaze focused on the sketch. The sketch included a lateral view, an overhead view, and a perspective view of the ship. The artist of the sketch, the fourth boat craftsman, introduced it. Adding all of us up, there are 247 survivors altogether. We have already dismantled the Hog's Kiss. After calculating in the wood we transported here and the amount of iron we can produce, I have designed this ship. This new boat is estimated to be 42 meters long, 16 meters wide, 8 meters high, and have a displacement of 300 metric tons. As you can see, the new ship will have 2 decks. 5 cannons can be deployed on the uppermost layer. Altogether, there are 3 masts, with every mast having a mast house. This is the main yard. The masts and the main yards have all the primary square sails. According to our ocean map and sailing route, the wind blows in a steady direction, thus square sails will be the most practical choice. To be more precise, they are 3 corner sails. I estimate our main sail will exceed 200 square meters. The bow deckhouse will mainly be the giant's quarters. The aft deckhouse will have Lord Zhen Ren's room. Behind the aft deckhouse, there is a balcony with an open light of sight. One can appreciate the beautiful sea surface there. To that end, the fourth boat craftsman smiled, showing he wanted to curry favor with Zhen Ren. The new boat was smaller than the Hog's Kiss. The Hog's Kiss was 76 meters long. It was a large-scale trading ship, capable of transporting merchandise and personnel over long distances. According to the sea distance, this island was located at the midpoint between the Shangming continent and the Wilderness continent. Zhen Ren's and the others' goal was to not make a well-performing ship. Rather, it was to leave this island with all haste and complete the second half of their voyage. Thus, they were rushing to the Wilderness continent. What materials are we lacking? Zhen Ren inquired, smashing the silence. The boat craftsman replied, mainly boat nails. We need a lot of iron. This is the aspect with the greatest shortfall. We still don't have enough ore? Zhen Ren felt doubt. He had been afraid of this, thus spent many nights as a monkey-tailed brown bear to mine. All of the ore currently on hand had likely been dug up by Zhen Ren. ZD answered, we need to thank those monkey-tailed brown bears for a sufficient amount of ore. However, we are currently using potions to melt the ore and extract the iron. We do not have enough potions. So, that's how it is. Zhen Ren nodded and gazed at everyone. This problem, does anyone have a solution? ZD showed frustration. Currently, I am looking for substitute materials, however I am uncertain if I can find any in the end. After all, this is the rainforest, not the forest. Maybe we can organize an exploration team to collect raw materials from the forest. Kang Exu shook his head. Too troublesome, too risky. Lord Zhen Ren needs to stay in the ravine. Our military strength cannot support an exploration team. Using potions to extract ore in itself is unconventional. I suggest we make an earthen kiln. Not the kiln I made in the oasis, but a large-scale one. Using charcoal as fuel, we can melt the ore and obtain pig iron. Can you build a large-scale earthen kiln here? Zhen Ren questioned closely. He remembered in the oasis, Kang Xu had failed in his attempts to make an earthen kiln. But Kang Xu nodded. It is possible. The soil here is different from the oasis. In fact, someone has already made one. He is a smith, and compared to me, he is more experienced in the making of kilns. A large percentage of the survivors were craftsmen. These people went to the wilderness continent for work. Humanity needed to establish itself in the wilderness continent. To win this war of aggression, castles, barracks, and other fortifications needed to be built. These defensive fortifications represented work opportunities that paid far more than the standard salary in the Shangming continent. Zhen Ren nodded. In light of Kang Xu's proposal, we will build an earthen kiln. After deciding this, Zhen Ren looked at the boat craftsmen again. There are additional shortfalls. The boat craftsman replied. One shortfall was sails. Sails needed a great amount of cloth. At first, the boat craftsman hoped to take the sails from the Hog's Kiss. However, after this dismantlement, there were only fragments of sails left. Because beforehand, the air temperature in the base camp dropped, thus the survivors there tore the sails apart and used them as clothing to stay warm. Another shortfall was glue. Boat planks used flat-level technology. Small gaps existed between planks. Under normal circumstances, pitch, hemp rope, glue, and other padding was used to stick the gaps to each other. A third shortfall was sailors. Zhen Ren and the others needed to train some temporary sailors. The last one was supplies. There was a lot of food and water remaining, but it was not enough. Building a ship consumed a lot of stamina. This would also aggravate food consumption. After the ship was built, sufficient supply reserves were required. During the voyage, it was difficult to replenish them. Perhaps someone would say just fish. Those were amateur words. Fishing operations were carried out in fishing grounds. Fishing in other waters was very inefficient. Working on a ship was very burdensome. If the people had to fish in efficiency, travel speed would slow, the time needed would be longer, and more food would be consumed. The gains did not make up for the losses. From this point of view, the ocean wasn't much different from a barren wasteland. How much time do we need to build the ship? Zhen Ren asked the most crucial question. The boat craftsman replied, normally, ships are built in 2 years. It is difficult to assess the completion date for this new boat. However, it will take at least half a year. Too long, can we not cut that down by a little? Haiwan was unsatisfied by this time estimate. The boat craftsman sighed. That is already the fastest we can do. It is that fast, mainly because of Lord Zidai. Her potions can speed up the drying of wood. Usually, ship wood needs to be dry, and all moisture needs to be eliminated. Such a process generally takes a year or more. Fortunately, we have many artisans. Without the 200 people in the ravine, if we just relied on just our prior personnel, even if we had 4 to 5 years, we still might not have been able to make a ship. This answer disappointed Zhen Ren. After half a year, he feared the White Sands City Lord competition might have already been decided. The imperial officials could not wait for Zhen Ren alone forever. There were 2 other Templar knights competing for City Lord. They wouldn't wait for Zhen Ren either. But nothing could be done about that. Unless rescue arrived during the shipbuilding, Zhen Ren had no choice but to accept this passage of time. The ship would be built in the ravine. As long as it was remodeled slightly, the open area in the small ravine would make a great shipbuilding site. Making a dock was too troublesome. Of course, the wood needed to make a dock was not as strict as the ship, and the rainforest did not lack wood. The Iwan, Triple Blade, and some others organized lumbering teams and patrols. A steady flow of wood poured into the ravine. They were mainly cutting in the area between the ravine and the beach. By clearing the forest here, tracks could be easily built, making it easy for the ship to smoothly enter the ocean. Compared to building a dock, the tracks were a smaller engineering project. After spending several days, the open area in the small ravine was isolated from raindrops. During rainstorms, the ground would remain dry. Shipbuilding needed a dry environment. The boat craftsmen and some others started to work on the largest tree trunk. It was the best material for the keel. According to the boat craftsmen in Muban, even if the Xingming continent had many large harbors, it was difficult to find such good material. Under Kang Xu's overall plan, all of the survivors in the ravine were busy. Everyone had to work. Lan Xiao and Bao Ya were in charge of remodeling the ravine. They were to build fortifications, lay traps, and install warning devices around the ravine. She assisted Kang Xu, while Zidi was in charge of medicinal development. Zhen Ren, Zongyi, and some others were mainly purging the surrounding beast groups and replenishing their food supplies. Quishan led the women and wounded in the manufacturing of hemp rope and cloth. When the keel was made, the boat craftsman and his team, without stopping to rest, began to make the masts. Because of the lack of suitable lumber, 6 masts were made and joined together in pairs to make the foremast, the mainmast, and mizzenmast. At the same time, Fei Shi, with some people under him, smeared compounds on the keel. The compound would dry the keel quicker. The amount the keel needed almost exhausted Zdi's stock. Zd was forced to break down the manufacturing procedure and delegate different parts to others, so the output could be increased. This needed new manpower. Luckily, Kang Xu had abundant experience. He quickly transferred sufficient personnel and prevented any project from slowing down too much. With ultrasound, Zhen Ren did not miss any beast group near the ravine. In every operation, he harvested many. Zongyi no longer competed with Zhen Ren, and his accomplishments were second to Zhen Ren's. As the boat craftsmen, Muban, and the other artisans built the ship, everything within a 5-kilometer radius was cleared out. But the purging of beast groups still continued. Because beast groups were naturally mobile, to beast groups, free territory and abundant food were huge enticements. Beast groups were no longer purged as often, and at the same time it was no longer as dangerous. The things attracted were comparatively weak beast groups or magic beasts. Formidable beast groups or magic beasts were the overlord of their territory. They didn't need to migrate. Zhen Ren gradually gave this work to Zongji, Haiwan, and others. During surplus fighting time, he privately trained to the many forms in the Corps, making much progress in it. The frequency of devastating rainstorms declined more and more. There were now more sunny days than rainy days per week. The weather would clear up in the evening. The setting sun reflected on Zhen Ren and a group of scaled leopards. While Zhen Ren was privately training, this scaled leopard group charged into his ultrasound range. When magic reserves presented themselves, Zhen Ren kindly accepted them. After a close-quarters fight, the battlefield became tranquil. Too easy. As long as I touch a scaled leopard, they will be electrocuted by me. Zhen Ren exposed a satisfied smile. This was the result of long-lasting perseverance and diligent training. He could now discharge electricity with ease. I am different from a silver-level flying squirrel. The latter will immediately become dispirited after discharging electricity, but when I do it, it will just accelerate magic consumption. My body is unaffected. Someone? Using ultrasound again, Zhen Ren suddenly found someone in the distance. Zhen Ren's complexion changed. During the fight, he stopped the ultrasound, and with his attention mainly focused on discharging electricity, he didn't sense the person in time. Who was the person watching? When did they arrive? What did they discover? Zhen Ren had the scorpion carapace on his body. It was easy to make the connection between that and what Zhongyi saw. Who was this individual? Zhen Ren wildly rushed at that person. Sensing this, the person madly ran back to the ravine. Chapter 140. Should I kill him or not?